Hey everyone, thank you for tuning into my channel, Skepticus. You are on an extended episode of God-Free Bible Study. What I've done is I've taken all of the episodes for each book and I've compiled them into one long video. So there will be a very long video for Genesis, another very long video for Exodus and Numbers, etc., etc., etc. So if you've already seen the individual episodes, you can click off. I won't tell anyone. But if you wanted to see like everything from Genesis in one long video, that's what this is here for. So this is a bit of housekeeping. I'm glad to have you along for the ride. But if you've been watching the individual episodes, I'll see you again soon. Please enjoy. Hello, I'm Adam. Welcome to Skepticus. I don't know if you see my intro video, but this is now the first real video that I'm doing, a video where I start a new series that I'm calling An Atheist Reads the Bible. Of course, I'm not just going to read it. I'm going to give some commentary along the way. I'm going to provide some insights that you may or may not have heard, but hopefully you'll see some new things in the Bible, just as I have every time I've read it. So I'm excited to get into this. This first series, I'm eventually going to get through the whole Bible, which is going to be a lot of videos. But for this first video, I feel like there are some ground rules that we have to lay out. So please just bear with me for a moment because I want to at least get these out there. Of course, I'm not going to repeat these in every video, but I feel like these have to be covered because otherwise everyone's just going to say, see, he did this or he didn't do that. So here are the ground rules that we're using for An Atheist Reads the Bible. Okay, first of all, this is not some anti-Christian stunt. Yes, this is an atheist channel, a skeptics channel, and I am not going to lie about the fact that I have no real love for Christianity, but I'm not trying to just pick on Christianity per se. Yes, we're reading the Bible, and the Bible is the central religious text of Christianity. But if I'm not picking on Christianity, then why am I reading the Bible? Well, I could make similar critiques if I read through the Talmud or the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita. I mean, you know, any different religious text would have some of the same complaints, some different complaints. But the simple fact is that I'm attacking this from an ethnocentric point of view. I'm an American person. I have grown up in a Christian-dominated society. And for me, this is something that's far closer to home, far more familiar. And I suspect for a lot of you that may be watching, you also have had probably a closer relationship, positive or negative, with Christianity than you have with other religions. So that's why I'm doing the Bible. It's not because I hate Christianity and love other religions or anything like that. It's just because it is the most accessible. It's the most familiar for me and for most potential viewers I might have at some point in the future. So don't take it personal. Next ground rule is that, generally speaking, I'm probably going to be reading from the New International Version. Trying to pick a translation of the Bible is like, for a lot of people, trying to choose a brand of toothpaste. They're all essentially pretty similar, but people have definite opinions about which translation is better, which is worse. They have their favorites and the ones they don't like. And we can argue over this for months, and I have no interest in doing that. It's not productive. The simple fact is that unless you're reading the Bible in its original ancient Hebrew, not modern Hebrew, and Greek and Aramaic, you're always going to be reading some kind of translation anyway. And since I don't speak ancient Hebrew or Greek or Aramaic, and I suspect that you do not either, I just have to pick a translation. So I'm usually going to be using the NIV. I may occasionally flip back and forth between a version, and I'll let you know if I am, because every once in a while I'm like, let me see how do they worded that somewhere else, because sometimes the wording just seems so weird you want to check it in some different context. But for the most part, I've just chosen that as a generic easier to read version than, say, the King James version, which is full of "thou shalt" and "thou art," which is really the way that they spoke in old England times, and it wasn't the way that they spoke back in the Middle East 2,000 plus years ago. So that's why I'm taking the NIV. You may like it, you may not, but I'm just saying I'm just going to pick a translation and try to stick with it for the most part, unless I'm trying to cross-reference something. I will rarely skip over text. I'll let you know if I do. Usually the only ones I'll really skip over much are the lineages. If you've read the Bible, you know that there's places where they go on for many verses about Shem begat Joseph and Joseph begat Aaron and blah begat blah, and et cetera, et cetera. And if you are a historian of some sort, sometimes those lineages have a meaning to you. Normally, they just become a slog. So I'll probably fast forward through those. Most of the rest of this, unless I have some other reason to skip over something, I plan to read it word for word, the same way that presumably you would. Another ground rule here is about scholarship, okay? I am not a biblical scholar. I have never pretended to be. I probably know more about the Bible than just the average Joe walking down the street, but by no means have I studied the Bible in any type of academic setting. I am not any kind of credentialed person on the Bible. I am, for all intents and purposes, a lay person. I was not trained in this. Like I said, I've read the Bible a couple of times, but which sadly puts me on a level of knowing more about the Bible than a lot of Christians, but I digress. But the fact is that I don't pretend to be a scholar. There are people who dive into this stuff deeply, not just for religious reasons, but for historical context, and they understand the cultures of the time, and sometimes they can provide fascinating insights on what some of these verses mean, or what the context was, or the allusions that are being made in the text. I may know a few of those things, but I won't know most of them. I'm sure if somebody thinks that I've missed something critical, they'll put it in the comments. My lack of scholarship on this, you can take, I guess, as a positive or negative. If you wanted to get some type of credentialed course on the Bible, this is not going to do it for you. I cannot provide that. Then again, I do think it's important to read this as a layperson, because I'm not trying to preach to you about what the Bible means or what it says. I'm just trying to read it and talk through it and give you my honest feedback on it, and see if maybe you don't have some of the same reactions yourself. That applies to whether or not you're an atheist or a Christian or a theist of some other flavor. It doesn't matter. Sometimes when you read these passages again, or for the first time, it can be really weird what you're reading, because sometimes you're surprised that the Bible actually says that. And I'm glad that I don't have some big university pedigree that has now already cemented this view for me or for you. So just keep that in mind. And the last ground rule I want to talk about is just literalism. Certainly there's going to be times when I supply some critiques in this reading. Those critiques, more often than not, I mean, at times I may allude to what we believe the text means, but at other times I'm also going to key in very specifically on the literal words. Now, I understand some Christians might say, well, that's not fair. You're taking it out of context, or you're being too literal. But here's the deal. If you live in America, you know that there is a whole class of Christians who absolutely want to demand that we take the Bible very literally. If you're not one of those people, then kudos to you. But I think it is important to not read the Bible and then try to bring all of our interpretations to it in the first pass, but instead just read what's on the page. The literalists, the fundamentalists, they would tell you that's exactly how you should read it. And I would say that's great, because when you read it literally, it has some really effed up stuff in it. So keep that in mind. If I pull out literal references from the words and you think that's not fair, that's not the way that you read it or the way that you interpret it, then fine, that's good on you. But there are plenty of people out there who will read it and interpret it very literally. So I am going to do the same. So without further ado, we are going to get into Genesis chapters 1 and 2, the very beginning, starting from, as I said, the New International Version. So here we go. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. Was there a chance that he would have said, "Ooh, no, that was bad. No, that was a mistake. Too bright, too dim. I don't know, just bad light. I don't know." Like it just feels like a weird thing. He said that he saw that it was good. Well, yeah, you're God. You just created it. But I guess he was pleased with his creation of light. So he saw that it was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening and there was morning, the first day. And God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it, and it was so. God called the vault sky, and there was evening and there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas, and God saw that it was good. Once again, I'm glad you're not ticked off by what you've made, because I don't know if you can go back on it, but okay, it was good. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. Like, this goes on and on according to their kinds. I'm not sure what we're supposed to infer from this. I guess they want us to know that a plum tree did not suddenly start sprouting bananas. But it just seems weird that we have to keep saying again and again according to their kinds. Now, to be fair, this is old. This is very old. And, with epics like the Iliad and the Odyssey, there's a lot of repetition going on, and there's a lot of oral tradition. And a lot of times if you want to make something pass as accurately as possible from one mouth to another and from one generation to another, you make it more of a poem, like a sing-song kind of thing with a lot of repetition. So maybe that is really why we keep saying according to their kinds. But to read it today, it just sounds like we get it. We get it. The oak tree is not going to create bananas, all right? I don't know why we have to keep saying this, but I digress. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years, and let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on earth." And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. Now, nitpicky here, but we all know that the sun is a source of light. The moon is not. It just reflects light. But I get it. I'm not trying to be that kind of anal retentive jerk. Okay. If you're looking at it in the night sky and it's a full moon, it looks bright, especially compared to the rest of the night. So I guess we can call it a lesser light. It's not a light. It's just reflecting stuff. But okay, fine. The moon is the lesser light that governs the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and there was morning, the fourth day. But wait a minute. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth. Okay. You know that we know now that there are many, many stars that aren't even visible with the naked eye. If they are not visible with the naked eye, were those put there to put light on earth? We also know that many of the stars that we see in the sky, especially some of the brighter ones, actually aren't stars at all. First of all, a number of them are other planets. Like when you're looking at our solar system from Earth, some of the brightest objects you see in the sky aren't lights, stars at all. They are Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, etc. They look bright to us because, relatively speaking, in an intergalactic sense, they are very, very close to us. So even though they don't emit light, they seem brighter. But there are also spots of light we see in the night sky that to our eye looks like a star, one star. And for most of human history, we thought it was a star. And with the advance of modern telescopes and modern astronomy, we now realize that some of these aren't stars. They are galaxies that are so far away that to our eye, they look like one little point of light. What does a galaxy hold? Other stars, not just a few, but millions of stars. So did God make every one of those millions of stars in a cluster called a galaxy just so that we would have one point of light to look at in the night sky? I don't know. If that's what you believe, that's great. But man, that's a lot of over-engineering. I mean, really, if somebody said, hey, I want to put some lights up, and I said, how about instead if I make a million super tiny lights and put them all really close and put them farther away? Like, no, let's just put some lights up. That seems like too much work. But apparently that's why the stars are in the sky, to provide us light on earth. So, okay. And God said, let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the vault of the sky. So God created the great creatures of the sea and every living thing with which the water teems and that moves about in it, according to their kinds. Have to make sure we get that in there. And every winged bird, say it with me, according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. Whew. Again, glad he didn't think that was bad. God blessed them and said, be fruitful and increase in number and fill the waters in the seas and let the birds increase on the earth. And there was evening and there was morning, the fifth day. And God said, let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind. Wouldn't it be great if one of these, they said, not according to its kind? Like, whoa, what's going on there? But they're all according to its kind. And it was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. One minor point here I just find interesting because it says he created the livestock and the wild animals. Biologically speaking, there's really nothing that you can do to look at a species and say this is wild or this is livestock. The only thing that determines whether it's livestock is whether men are farming them. So it's just interesting to me that he made the creatures, distinguished the livestock from the wild animals, and he did that before he made man. Now, I know that if you're an apologist, you'd say, well, because he knew he was about to make men. In fact, it says he made them in the same day. So I guess there's some leeway there, but it's kind of weird that you would create the animals first and divide them into livestock and wild animals, and then only after the fact say, now I make mankind. Okay. I guess he had a master plan. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it." Ooh, subdue it. "Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over every living creature that moves on the ground." Then God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food." I mean, you can't eat all of them. A lot of them are poisonous, so we can't digest, but okay, fine. They are all somehow food. Great. "And to all the beasts of the earth and all the birds in the sky and all the creatures that move along the ground, everything that has the breath of life in it, I give every green plant for food." And it was so. Again, you can't eat every green plant, no matter what species you are. Every species has some green plants that they cannot eat, but whatever. There's also carnivores. There are, like, how many times do you see a lion eating a salad? I don't know, but okay. The green plants are for all the animals. Great. God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning the sixth day. I want to point out something before. That's the end of chapter 1. Just honestly, kind of a weird spot to end chapter 1 because we've gone through 6 of the 7 days. You'd think like 7 days, because these are short accounts. You'd think the 7 days would be the end of chapter 1, but it's not. I don't know why. But it's a little weird here. I think that this is actually, if we had a historian, they may be able to enlighten us on this. I think this is a conglomeration of 2 origin stories, because here in chapter 1, verse 27 and 26, it's saying, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea." In other words, making mankind. And he talks about making male and female, and he talks about how they're going to procreate and populate the world, and all that's great. But then in chapter 2, we get into the story of Adam and Eve. We go backwards. It's a little jarring if you just try to think of it as a linear narrative, because the book, the ultimate text of Christian religion starts with this origin story, which goes back on itself by the 2nd chapter. It's a little weird, but it is the way it is. There's one more thing I'm going to point out here before I move to chapter 2. This is something that it's easy to skip over. Chapter 1, verse 26. Then God said, first of all, who's he talking to? But okay, maybe he's talking to himself, but we're going to find out, because then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness." That's not just the New International Version. If you go back through other versions, it does repeatedly talk about this in plural as we, us. Now, if you're a Christian and you've been raised in this, you're probably thinking, well, but yeah, that's the Trinity. We get it. God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Okay. But I just think this is really interesting, because Judaism and Christianity and Islam are all predicated on the idea of being monotheistic. And yet, from the very beginning, God is not speaking, maybe to himself, but then when he speaks, he makes it clear he's not just talking to himself, because he said us. Let's make man in our image. Now, we'll talk about the Trinity in some other video. Okay, I don't want to derail this whole thing with that, but that is just, to me, really eye-opening, because for a religion that is supposedly monotheistic from the beginning of creation in its earliest book, God is talking to someone else, and not man, not the animals. He's saying we will make mankind in our image. Now, I know that if you've been raised in the Trinity, you're like, oh, it's all the same thing. It's the Trinity, the Godhead, three in one. Okay, that's fine. But any normal person would say that's more than one God. When one God is saying we will make mankind in our image, that means he's talking to someone else. And at this point in creation, he's not talking to the mailman. He's not talking to the butcher. He's not talking to the plants or the animals. He's talking to another God. Another God in your monotheistic religion. Okay, I don't really care because it's not like I adore polytheistic religions and hate monotheistic ones. No, I think that they're all, I don't believe in any of them. I see them all as nonsensical, but I love calling things like this out because it's like, oh, you're monotheistic. All right, let's go to Genesis 1. Let's talk about Genesis 1. Okay, but you believe in the Trinity. You love the Trinity. Great, that's good for you. Let's go to chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day, he rested from all his work. Then God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done. Now, if you have even a passing knowledge of Christianity or Judaism, you know that on the seventh day, God rested. And that's why it became the Sabbath and keep it holy. And that's why we're supposed to rest and yada, yada, yada. Here's something I've never actually heard any religious person address. Maybe they have. I'm sure they have at some point in time, but I've never heard it. This account does not tell us what the limits are of God's might. I mean, granted, it is an account of God creating the entire freaking universe. So he does sound pretty all-powerful. But to be fair, it doesn't say this is what God can or can't do. But standard Christian theology and Jewish theology usually indicates that God is omniscient, omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing, all omnipresent, everywhere, can do all things and knows all things. In other words, a limitless power. If you believe that, if you really believe that God's power is without limit, with no governors whatsoever, why does he have to rest? Now, maybe I'm being too literal in this, but I'm bringing this up because it doesn't say he just decided to do something else, or he just grew bored with building the universe and decided to go watch Netflix for a while. No, it literally says that he rested from all his work. If you have to rest from your work, that means that you can tire. That means that mentally and or physically, something about it is exhausting you. If you never got exhausted, you might sit down for a while and not move because you might read a book or you might talk to friends or you might eat dinner, but you would never have to actually rest. Resting is the result of strenuous labor that from which you need to recover. If you were omnipotent, omniscient, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-being, you don't have to recover from anything. But here, in Genesis 2, in the very core of Christian theology, it says on the seventh day, God rested. Maybe I'm getting too much into it because he did just create the universe. So I guess you could argue if that were the only limit on God's power, that after 6 days of creating the whole universe, he has to take a break. But that still doesn't lower his power level very much. I mean, he's still pretty much up there, right? But I just point this out because there is often this theoretical assertion that there is no limit to God's power, that he can do everything, knows everything, etc. In your holy book right here in chapter 2, it says that at least on some level, there's some kind of limit because dude was tired. Dude was tired. Dude had to rest. Okay, moving on. Genesis 2, Adam and Eve. Chapter 2, verse 4. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, which that sentence, this is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created. When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Yeah, we get it. You just said that. Okay. Now, here you're also going to see that this is where I say it's weird because it goes back on itself. All right. By the end of chapter 2, verse 2, God's resting. He was done. He created the universe. He's resting. But now it brings us to where it says, now no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up. For the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Okay, this is snarky, but I'm just imagining, like, was that like the worst breath ever that made you go, oh my God? Okay, that's snarky, but like I just couldn't help but think that. What kind of breath is going to wake me up to life? Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I'm going to stress this. I'll talk about this more in a second, because a lot of times we talk about this tree as though it's the tree of good and evil. No, it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Tree of life, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there, it was separated into 4 headwaters. I'm going to screw up a few of these names. Forgive me. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. Where is bad gold? Like it's all dirty when you get it out of the ground. I don't know, but the gold at Havilah was good. It was top notch. That's good gold right there. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Ashur. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. So 4 significant, life-giving rivers flowing out of Eden. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold up. First of all, he created men, or man, the man, Adam. If he's all-knowing, he knows the nature of man, okay? If I give any person a room full of gold and I say there's $1 billion worth of gold in there, but in this other room there's another chunk of gold, don't touch that gold. You know what the person's going to do? They're going to go touch the other chunk of gold. Now you can say, well, that's the point of the story. It's because we have original sin. But I mean, truly, this is a jacked up test to give someone. These are jacked up conditions. If I give you a big buffet of food and I say, here, eat this food, and I put some cookies on the other table and I say, but don't touch the cookies. You know what people are going to do eventually? They're going to grab some cookies. Not everyone will do it. And they may not do it right away, but eventually they're going to want, I don't care how much they eat the buffet. At some point, they're going to say, you know what? I really want those cookies. I really do. I mean, this is what's called human nature. And I'm not excusing it. And I get it. Maybe that's the point of the story. But also, it's pretty jacked up for an all-knowing creature who created you and should know everything about your nature to give you this test that, quite frankly, I could tell you, a small kid could tell you, eventually you're going to fail. You may not go eat from the knowledge of the true, from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil today, and you may not do it this week, but by golly, eventually you're going to eat from it. I guarantee. You sit in that garden long enough, I guarantee you're going to eat from it. That's just human nature. And if God doesn't know that, shame on him. Really. He had to know it. And if he did know it, it's jacked up what he did. But I mean, and if he didn't know it, what's that say about your God? My gosh, it's a horrible test. It's one that's just designed to fail. And the other thing I want to point out about this is he's telling his most advanced creation. I don't want you to know the difference between good and evil. Think about that for a second. I don't want you to be able to discern between good and evil. What kind of person, what kind of entity, whatever we want to call him, what kind of entity would not want you to be able to distinguish between good and evil? If there was someone dating my daughter and I knew that this person did not want my daughter to distinguish between good and evil, I'd know that that person is very, very bad for my daughter. I wouldn't want them around my daughter. But this is the Lord our God who says, hey, you get all this stuff, but I don't want you to know what the difference is between good and evil. The only entity that doesn't want you to understand between good and evil is the one that plans to do evil. Because if you can't tell the difference between good and evil, eventually you're going to encounter evil and you won't know what to do with it. But apparently, God doesn't want you to know the difference. That's jacked up. I'm sorry. It's just really jacked up. I know this is just an ancient fairy tale. It's an origin story, and all these origin stories from many different cultures have some fantastic elements to them, and maybe it's not worth beating this dead horse. But my gosh, I just think that's really jacked up to say that, well, the one thing you shouldn't do is be able to distinguish between good and evil. Now, I know the literal thing is that you can't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But come on, what do we think that means? Clearly, eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil allowed Adam and Eve, as we'll see, to distinguish between good and evil. And that's what God didn't want them to be able to do. And that's jacked up, really jacked up. So again, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die. The Lord God said, it is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him. What? All of the other animals, he said he created these animals and they're going to be fruitful and multiply, but he just created man, one man. And he thought that the man, at least in his first pass, he said, okay, I've got a man. Good. He actually had to say as an afterthought, you know what? I think you need a helper. Now, notice, he doesn't say, I think you need to be able to procreate. No. He doesn't say, I think you need companionship. I think you need love and affection and romance and, all these other things that we would want from a loving partner. No, he doesn't say that. He says, I think you need a helper. Like someone's going to help you carry firewood in when it's cold or something. I don't know. Someone is going to help you grind flour for bread. I guess you need a helper. If you wonder if you've ever, I don't know who would think this, but if you've ever wondered how misogyny becomes replete throughout religion, this is it. You're not here as a partner or a companion. I just need a helper. I need someone who's going to change the kids' diapers and wash my laundry, damn it. Okay. But I will make a helper suitable for him, said the Lord God. Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. What an effing day. Could you... How many hours was this day? I mean, it couldn't have been 24. It had to be some supernatural 500-hour day. Like, did he sleep? Did he get to take there's 2,500 species of fleas. How many of these did he name? Now, okay, I guess he didn't know that there were that many species, so he probably just called all of them fleas. But even if we don't get that technical about it, oh my gosh, that's a lot of animals. That's a lot of time. What a day. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. Now, I love how the previous verse says that the Lord God formed out of the ground all the wild animals, all the birds in the sky. And then he says he brought them to Adam to name them. All right. The previous verse does not say he brought them to Adam to pick your helper, but I guess he was kind of doing double duty. I guess God brought all these creatures to him one by one and said, name them. And oh, by the way, if you really like them, that one can be your helper. Okay. That's cool, God. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. I guess I'll just go jerk off over here because I don't know. Oh, I don't even know how to process that. So, but for Adam, no suitable helper was found. None of the animals were proper helpers for him. I guess that's a good thing for Adam. That's a good sign for Adam, a good sign for mankind. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. I like how it says he didn't close the flesh. He closed it up with flesh. That's God. I guess he's got an extra pile of flesh. Like his workshop. He's got flesh, he's got bone, he's got, sinew and all this. He's like, here, let me put the flesh in there. Okay. So he closed it up with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. The man said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman. I feel like you have to say it that way. You have to say it in the Neanderthal kind of way. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. What? The man said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. What? I thought it was just because it's not cool to try to raise a family in your parents' house. That causes all kinds of problems. You can't get freaky. But I guess this is why. So, sure. Adam and his wife were both naked, and they felt no shame. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of today's reading. That it takes us through Genesis 2. So obviously in the next video, we will take on Genesis 3, maybe 3 or 4, we'll see. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for enjoying all this deep wisdom and religious righteousness that is the Christian Bible. Hope to see you soon. All right. Well, welcome back to Skepticus. And the series is An Atheist Reading the Bible. If you tuned in earlier, you saw us go through the first couple chapters of Genesis, and we're chugging right along. I'm only going to add one small point before we dive in, and that's just that it is amazing to me. It shouldn't be amazing anymore, but it's amazing to me how if you don't walk into this text presupposed to love everything about it and to eat everything up, it's amazing how fast and how early wrong things, bad things, illogical things just start jumping off the page at you. It's not like you need to go through the Bible with a fine-tooth comb and nitpick at a few little details here or there to find something that doesn't add up. Literally, we are about to start chapter 3 of the first book of the Bible, Genesis, and already we've seen that the basis for Christianity being monotheistic is pretty shaky according to the text. We've already seen that the Christian God is one that loves to play some vicious games, and we've just seen a lot of other stuff that's, let's just say, goofy, to say the least. But without further ado, we're going to jump right in. Now we are at Genesis 3. This is the fall. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die." "You will not certainly die," the serpent said to the woman, "for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be open and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." First of all, the serpent, he's right on track. I love how we're supposed to see the serpent as evil and tempting. Some would even say that it's the first instance of something like Satan. But yeah, he's right. First of all, you won't certainly just die. I mean, you will die eventually, but he's not going to strike you dead. And all that's going to happen is you're going to know the difference of good and evil. But he's right. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, triple bonus, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked, so they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Now, I know I talked about this during chapter 2 in the last video, but I want to just highlight again how sick this whole test is. This is God we're talking about. God has made this whole scenario. He made us, supposedly. He made the trees and the animals, even the crafty serpent. He made Eden and put Adam and Eve in it. And then he said, "Eat anything you want, but don't eat from those two trees," knowing damn well, of course they're going to eat from the trees. If you didn't want them to eat from one of those two trees, then don't put the trees where they can reach them. Put it in another garden. Put some kind of magical force field around it. I mean, you're God after all. Put it wherever you want, but don't put it right there where they can grab it. Now you could say, "Oh, that's the point of the story. It's like they have to have free will, and but if they fall, then it'll be the fall of man." But here's the deal. I don't think Christians often enough think about the fact that this alone in the origin story itself creates a horrible conflict for our view of God. Okay, so this is really simple. We want to talk about free will. Well, if God is omniscient, then he already knew that they would fail the test. And if he did know that, and he made this test and let them fail it anyway, that's kind of cruel. I mean, if you're just going to banish them out of the garden and tell them that she's going to have pain during childbirth and he's going to have to work the land, I mean, you could have done that right up front. If you already knew that's where we're going to end up, you could have just done it right up front. But instead, he sets up this whole simulation, if you will. Like he knows what everyone's going to do, but he's like, "Oh, we have to go through the work so that we can make a good book for the creation story," I guess. I don't know. What's the point of that? Now, if he didn't know, if we truly have free will and we can do things that God can't see, that means that God is not omniscient. Well, so which one do you want it to be? Do you want it to be that he is omnipotent, all-knowing, all-powerful, omniscient? Because if he is, then that means that this whole little game he's playing with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is pretty jacked up. And if he didn't know, then he just, because he's not an omniscient God, which, I don't believe in God anyway, but I could certainly believe in one more that's not omniscient, truly omniscient, than one who knows everything, sees everything, knows everything that will happen, and still sets up games like this. It's gross. Also, the simple fact is that, as I talked in the last video, this is all in the service of him ensuring that you don't know the difference between good and evil. Now think about this for a minute. If you are walking around, eating, living your life, conscious, some degree of intelligence, but you don't know the difference between good and evil, what does that make you essentially? It makes you one of the animals. Now, Christians get their panties all in a bunch because, God forbid, we ever talk about the idea that maybe man is himself actually an animal. just another species on the earth. Like, we have to be special. We have to be above everyone else. But I'll tell you what, if you take someone, even with a higher intelligence, conscious and can live their life, but if they cannot tell the difference between good and evil, that is an animal. Cows know something that hurts or doesn't hurt. They know something that's danger or safety. They know comfort or discomfort, but a cow doesn't know what good and evil is. A cow can't discern between the two because a cow has no idea what those concepts even mean. They're completely foreign to the cow. So cows, while they may not be as smart as us, at least most of us, they are conscious. They have some degree of intelligence. They can live their lives as they see fit, and yet they don't know what the difference is between good and evil, which makes sense. They're animals. That is what your God wants from you, apparently. Is that really what you want from your God? If you don't know the difference between good and evil, you know what that makes you? Utterly subservient. Not just a little bit, but utterly subservient, completely dependent upon this higher being to basically protect you and tell you what's good and evil and tell you, do this, don't do that. Because you have to somehow know what to avoid and what to move away from. And if you don't know yourself, you have to completely lean on someone else. And that someone else, I'll tell you what, the people or the entities that don't want you to know the difference between good and evil, that's because they are evil. If you don't know how to navigate these things yourself, it means that you are dependent upon someone else. And those who would make you dependent in such a way do not ever have noble causes in mind. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to the text. Let's see. So they found themselves some new garb, some awesome fig leaves. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." Now, first of all, they're hiding from God. I mean, maybe that's just how stupid Adam and Eve were. That's very possible. But God is calling out, "Where are you?" Again, is he not omniscient? This is his garden. Like, how long could they have hidden from him if they tried? I mean, maybe with a little camouflage? I don't know. I mean, I get the feeling that maybe they could have hidden from him for quite a while because God himself is saying, "Where are you?" That's not very comforting if you really want to believe in the idea of an omniscient God. But okay, God doesn't know where they are. He has to call out, "Where are you?" Adam answers, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree and I ate it." Now, please take note of this. This is the first historical context ever of someone backing up the bus. Well, see, the woman, she gave me the fruit. So why, man, he just threw her so hard under the bus. God came calling, "What's going on? Did you eat the fruit?" And the first thing Adam does is, "It's the woman. She was the one who did this." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, the serpent deceived me and I ate it." And if you've been in the military, you know that you've heard the phrase that shit rolls downhill. Well, we're going to keep this blame game going until we find someone who's not going to pass the buck. So the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head and you will strike his heel. Now, maybe that seems logical. I mean, after all, the serpent was sort of the start of this whole problem, right? But all I can think to myself is, first of all, he was cursed to crawl on his belly before he offered Eve the fruit. Did he have legs? Because that wouldn't really be a serpent now, would it? So did God curse the legless creature to not have legs? That's what it sounds like. And then he throws in this thing about, her offspring, she'll have enmity toward you, and her offspring will crush your head and you will strike his heel. Well, that also applies to like scorpions and spiders. I mean, all sorts of things that you might accidentally step on. And if you don't step on them, they're going to bite you on the heel. I mean, are they all cursed too? Was there like a whole little cabal and they were all actually offering them the fruit at once, the spider and the scorpion and the serpent? Or was it just that somehow that curse just kind of spread to a whole bunch of other creatures by association? I don't know. I don't know, but it seems to me like God took the legless creature and said, I will curse you by being legless. Okay. To the woman, he said, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. Now, I just want to point something out. At this point in the story, they have had no kids. Cain and Abel aren't here yet. I mean, Shem and like Seth, excuse me. None of them, like, we haven't heard of them having any kids. So this is like me telling you, because you did a bad thing, this thing that you might do in the future will be painful, that you've never done, and you have no context of it. But trust me, man, when it happens, you'll wish you hadn't done this. Like, that's the dumbest punishment ever. And then it says, your desire, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. First of all, that's a dick move, okay? I mean, because God set up this whole silly trap for them, and shockingly, they fell into the trap. Now, because of that, your husband will rule over you. Wow. But I also want to point out that the whole way she came on the scene in the first place is because Adam needed a helper. So you're only there to be a helper anyway. It sounds like God really didn't have you in very high esteem from the beginning. I mean, whether you'd eaten the fruit or not, he was still going to have you subservient to the man. So, yay, Christianity. Woo! To Adam, he said, because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you. Okay, clearly God's never been married. Because if he had, he would not punish Adam for listening to his wife. God is a bachelor. Because, man, if he had any clue, he would know why Adam did what his wife told him to. To Adam, he said, because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil, you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return. From ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I'm not mad about that. It's kind of poetic. Adam named his wife Eve, which I didn't realize at this point she didn't have a name, but okay. Adam named his wife Eve because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. I hope that means animal skins, because when I read that, it sounds like some really sick Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of thing, or Buffalo Bill. I don't know, but made garments of skin. I mean, I guess there were no other humans, so they had to be animal skins. But then again, he's got a workshop with flesh in it, so I don't know. Let's just assume it's animal skins. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. This is the end of chapter 3. But I want to hammer this home again. And the Lord God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil." He's not just talking to himself. And I'm sorry for people that just want to say, "Oh yeah, that's the Trinity." He's talking to the Holy Spirit. There is nothing in the text here to indicate that. Now you can draw these inferences by looking at other references far deeper into the Bible. But don't tell me you're going to try to take everything this book says literally, and then on this sentence, and this isn't the first time it's happened, he's talking in the plural to a group. He's saying us and we. He's saying he's now become like one of us. This is not monotheism. I'm sorry. And I don't really care. I don't care if Christianity has 500 gods or one. To me, it still doesn't make any sense. But I just can't help but hammer on this because those are not the words of a sole monotheistic God. Those are the words of someone working in a pantheon. Now, we may not have met the other members of the pantheon, and apparently we will not, but don't tell me that is one celestial being. That doesn't make any sense. And I know everyone would be like, "Oh, it's the Trinity. It's the Trinity." Okay, dude, whatever. I mean, if you want to keep buying that, I got some land in Florida, some swampland that's going to be, man, when it comes in, it's going to be really great. So I can't wait for that. Okay. We have now moved on to Genesis 4. Cain and Abel. Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain, which is a great statement. I don't know why we needed the first part of that sentence. If it just said Eve became pregnant and gave birth to Cain, I mean, Adam's the only dude there. I think we would have put 2 and 2 together, but okay, good for you. You made love to your wife, your helper, who you rule over, but okay. Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man." Later, she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now, Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord, and Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel in his offerings, but on Cain in his offering, he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry and his face was downcast. The lesson to be learned from this verse is that God loves him some bacon. He loves the fat portions of them animals. Like he likes some bacon, some fat back. I mean, he likes some cracklings. That's what makes God happy. So if you want to make God happy, bring him some bacon. But he did not like Cain's offering. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it." You hypocritical piece of mud. Oh my gosh. This is horrible. In one verse, it says he got offerings from Cain and from Abel. Cain, who worked the soil, brought fruits of the soil. Okay? He doesn't have animals. He works the soil. Abel brought fat portions from his animals because he has a flock of animals. How is it that he looked with favor upon Abel and did not look with favor upon Cain? And that's not even what gets to me. Then he has the nerve to turn around and look at Cain and say, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? Well, apparently not, because he tried to make an offering to you of what he already had, and you did not look on him with favor. But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. Like, you self-righteous piece of, my gosh, you are the one causing this conflict. And then you turn right around, and instead of acknowledging it and saying, yeah, you know what? I was more favorable to one of my children than the other, and I should not have done that. I'm sorry. No. Instead, he has the nerve to lecture Cain. Chris, you know where this is going. Cain wasn't having it. So now Cain said to his brother Abel, let's go out to the field. Yeah, take a walk in the field. Who knows what could happen? While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Dun, dun, dun. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is your brother Abel? Again, is this dude, he doesn't seem to have any omniscience, at least in this foundational part of the Bible. I mean, this is always, Christians talk about God like he's watching you all the time. He sees everything. He's like Santa Claus, but more violent. But I'll tell you what, the text does not back this up. So God's saying, where's your brother Abel? I don't know, he replied. Am I my brother's keeper? Which that is just the most beautiful, I don't know. I haven't seen him. It's not my turn to watch him. That is the first recorded incidence of not my circus, not my monkey. Okay. Like, he's like, God, I don't know. You go. I haven't seen him. The Lord said, what have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground. Now, the blood is crying out, but he still was asking him. I guess you could argue he's asking him because he wants to hear Cain come clean. I don't know, but it just does not sound like he really knows what's going on. But again, the Lord said, what have you done? Listen. Listen as though Cain can hear it. Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth. Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me. I want to be clear. In the previous verse, the Lord said, you will be a restless wanderer on the earth. So Cain's like, I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me. First of all, who's we? Or who are these whoever? Who are the whoever's that will kill him? Adam? Eve? Some new sibling that hasn't been born yet? Because at this point, as far as the text tells us, we have Adam and Eve, and we had Cain and Abel, but Abel's not there anymore. So as far as we know right now, there's Adam and Eve and Cain. But he's afraid that whoever finds him is going to kill him. So he must be looking way down the road on this one. That's all I can figure out. But the Lord said to him, not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Which, that's quite a flip, from how dare you kill your brother to, oh, but if anyone kills you, they'll suffer vengeance 7 times over. Like, okay. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. The Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him, like, what is this mark? Is it like a big do not kill sign? Is it like a tattoo on his foot? Do not kill him, signed the Lord. Is that what it said? Like, what is the mark you put on someone that's the international symbol of do not kill this man? I would like to see what that mark looks like, because I first of all, I'd like one myself, put it, you can put it on my forehead, whatever. I mean, if it keeps anyone from killing me, I'm down. But okay, God put some kind of mark on him so that no one who found him would kill him. Keep in mind, too, that I don't think anyone has writing at this point. No one's reading. So it's got to just be some crazy symbol that's like, a murder with an X through it or something. I don't know. But somehow that would tell everyone not to kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain made love to his wife, which, congratulations, because we haven't heard of her yet, but whoever she is, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. Wait a minute. Wait. We just heard from the Lord God himself and from Cain affirming it that he will be a restless wanderer on the earth. And now, 2 verses later, it says Cain was then building a city and he named it after his son Enoch. I mean, even if it's just a village, building a city is not exactly being a restless wanderer on the earth. Like, do the people that wrote this, which I guess is God, right? It's divinely inspired. Did they even look a few verses before? Because it doesn't make sense. But okay, as he's restlessly wandering the earth, he's building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Mehujael. I'm going to screw all these names up. And Mehujael was the father of Methushael, and Methushael was the father of Lamech. So some lineage, yay. Lamech married 2 women. Good job, Lamech. One named Adah, and the other Zillah. Adah and Zillah. That'd be a weird house to be calling people's names in. Adah gave birth to Jabal. He was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. Oh, that's confusing. Adah gave birth to Jabal, Jabal. He was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play stringed instruments and pipes. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. These father of things, they're kind of weird. From Jabal, he was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. So, is every person who's lived in a tent and raised livestock a descendant of Jabal? And if you have played it with stringed instruments and pipes, are you a descendant of Jubal? And what if you're like a farmer who raises livestock but plays a violin? Like, was there crossbreeding? I don't know. That's confusing to me. It has a lot of notes to me of like what the Catholics do with the patron saints. Jabal is the patron saint of tents and livestock, and Jubal is the patron saint of stringed instruments and pipes. But oh well, I guess they're trying to indicate tendencies that these families had. Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, listen to me, wives of Lamech, which for all you dudes out there, the next time you talk to your wife, say, Mary, listen to me, wife of Adam. That is the way to get, man, women are going to love that. That's chef's kiss right there. Adah and Zillah, listen to me, wives of Lamech. Hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. Okay, so what we're to gather from this quote from Lamech is that he's a dick. He's a real dick. Out of nowhere, he comes and says, Adah and Zillah, listen to me, wives of Lamech. Hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. Like he just barged into his tent with his wives, and he just wanted to let them know that, you know what? Lamech puts the smack down. No one messes with Lamech. Okay, dude, He's awesome. What a man. Okay. I'm glad we put that in the Bible because that's a great example for everyone to live off of. But all right. Adam made love to his wife again. Good on you, you romantic bastard. She gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him. Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. That's the end of Genesis 4. That's just a really weird sentence that they're on the end of it. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. Did they not call on him before? I don't know. It's just kind of strange, really. Whatever. It is what it is, but it seems like a weird way to end that. Moving on. What do we have coming up next? Genesis 5. We need like ring girls to walk around, 5. You have bikinis, and that would be really great. That'd be really great for atheists reading the Bible, ring girls, bikinis. We can have people like doing evil, sinful things behind me as I read. Like that would be awesome. But okay, I needed a budget for that. We'll get there. Genesis 5, from Adam to Noah. Okay, I'm going to kind of go through this quickly because it's a little bit sleep-inducing. All right, so bear with me. This is the written account of Adam's family line. When God created mankind, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them, and he named them mankind when they were created. Yeah, we've covered that, okay? When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived a total of 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had, if you say you've lived a total of 930 years, you'd think that, and then he died would be understood, but you'll see why it's not, I guess. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. After he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived a total of 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Kenan. After he became the father of Kenan, Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enosh lived a total of 905 years, and then he died. I don't know why. He swallowed the fly, and then he died. When Kenan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mark. After he became the father of Mark, Kenan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Kenan lived a total of 910 years, and then he died. When Mark had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. After he became the father of Jared, Mark lived 830 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Mark lived a total of 895 years, and then he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. After he became the father of Enoch, Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jared lived a total of 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked faithfully with God for 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 365 years. Really didn't last long, did he? Enoch walked faithfully with God. Then he was no more because God took him away. And it doesn't say he died. It just says God took him away. That is just I've heard some Christian, philosopher types that just ruminate on that statement endlessly. Is like the only man in the Bible that we know did not die because God just took him away. Okay. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech, the jerk. After he became the father of Lamech, the dick, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived a total of 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech, the dick, had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah and said, "He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground the Lord has cursed." He's still Working on that curse. After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived a total of 777 years. And then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. That is Genesis 5. Now, clearly, a lot of it is pretty hard to get through. It's just the, so-and-so begat so-and-so, and so-and-so had these many kids and lived this many years. I cannot pass this chapter, though, without just talking about how utterly freaking ridiculous it is to read these lifespans. Now, I know you could say, well, it's just, it's part of the Bible. That's what we believe. But nowhere, anywhere is it explained why some people in olden times lived 500 or 800 or 900 years, and yet now no one lives that long. Although there is, I guess, something that you can draw from it in a few other chapters we'll get to very shortly. But it's not that I expect this book to read like a documentary, because it is not. But here's the deal. If you want me to accept all of this fantastic stuff, at some point you have to at least be able to tell a good story. You have to be able to get me to suspend my disbelief. If you've ever read or written fiction, you know this term, suspension of disbelief. Suspension of disbelief is very simple. Like when I read Game of Thrones, I don't sit there and scoff when I hear that there's a dragon, because in the context of Game of Thrones, I have suspended my disbelief in dragons, because in this world they make sense and they exist. Now, if you were reading something like some modern story like George Orwell's 1984, and halfway through the book, a dragon lands on a crowd, that wouldn't make any sense. It would take you out of the story. It would ruin your suspension of disbelief. I point this out because if you want to make crazy claims like this, fine, it's an origin story, it's legends, it's the oldest stories in the world to some extent. Fine, make whatever stories you want, but don't just dump this stuff on us and say, oh, so-and-so was, Methuselah was around for 960 some years, and Noah was alive for 500 years. Like, what? You can't just throw that on me. I think it's funny because part of the reason I'm doing this series is because if you read a normal book that purported to be an accounting of history, but was not brainwashed into you, if it was not beaten into your brain from the time you were a child that these are stories you have to believe, you would hear these things and you would say, wait, what? No, that doesn't make sense. The only reason you don't do that when we read this book is because you've been trained since you were 5 inches tall that this shouldn't be questioned, that this is just the way it is. And it's like we've abdicated all of our rational thought because someone slapped a mark on it that said, Bible, do not question. I'm not saying you have to throw out the Bible because of some of these weird facts that don't seem to line up or make sense. You can still be Christian and you can still believe in a lot of things that are in the Bible, but I am saying that we should just always, whether it's the Bible or any other book, reevaluate these things, especially things that we came to know as children, because you may be surprised at how much of it just doesn't make sense if you take off your blind accepting hat and realize that, wow, this is a weird book. Anywho, let's get through one more book in this session. Let's go on to Genesis 6. This is a doozy. Wickedness in the world. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. What? The sons of God. Who are they? Where did they come from? the sons of God. I mean, I remember the first time I read this, I think I assumed this was like a poetic way of talking about men, like Adam and, and then Cain and Abel. But that's giving it a lot of leeway. And that's not even what most biblical scholars think that means. The sons of God is referring to like a whole different race that we've never even mentioned. Also, keep in mind, again, supposedly God is a single entity, but God, he has sons, apparently. Now, I don't know if he procreates sexually, if he needs a partner to do this, or if he just pops them out of his head like Athena coming from Zeus. I'm not sure. But even if he doesn't have a partner, he at least has sons that aren't men. And this is almost never talked about with Christians. Like they just boot monotheism's great. Yep, love it. But when human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. First of all, that sounds kind of gross. Like, I don't know if these, I guess we're made in God's image. So I guess the sons of God would look like us too. I guess it's not like animals were coming to grab us, but the sons of God, who apparently they're not human, at a minimum, they're at least a demigod if we use Greek rules, like, if a god mates with a human, they at least end up with a demigod. So at a minimum, these sons of gods are demigods. And they said, wow, those human chicks are hot. And they married any of them they chose. Okay. Then the Lord said, my spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. Okay. So I guess maybe that's why everyone lived, 900 years before. And finally, God said, my spirit, I can't deal with these humans anymore. It's too long. 900 years, that's too long. I can't deal with them that long. So he just pops out 120. Like, I don't care, but like, where does that number come from? And also keep in mind, this is God. This is God who apparently is immortal and has been around from time eternal and will be around through time eternal. So if for him to say that what appeared to be the previous lifespan of somewhere between 500 and 1,000 years, that's too long for him. I mean, you think it would all be a blip to him, but there's something kind of snarky about what he's saying. He's like, oh, my spirit, it will not contend with the humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. So he's like, look, I'm putting a cap on this shit. Like, I'm done. No more of this. It gets weirder. The next verse, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Nephilim. Is there a land called Nephil? And the Nephilim are the ones from... No, that's not it. There was not a land called Nephil. Nephilim does not mean people who come from Nephil. In fact, if we're being really frank about it, to this day, people don't exactly even know what Nephilim means. But in the ancient translations of it, sometimes it's in fact, in the Jewish, the Septuagint, the Jewish translation, the Hebrew translation, this is translated often as giants. So if we read it that way, the giants were on the earth in those days, and also after it. So some translations actually say giants. I think the King James Version says giants. The giants were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. Okay, first of all, just to drop that on someone, and again, to drop in this idea of sons of gods, and then to drop in this idea of Nephilim, with no explanation, it's ridiculous. And it really makes me wonder, why does anyone read this book and say, yeah, this is stuff I want to follow? Like, this makes sense to me. Yeah. The Nephilim, the giants. Okay. Now, to be fair, if you look at the older, the ancient Greek translations, they chose a translation for this word that meant someone who is exceptionally strong and powerful, and maybe even a large person, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're a giant. So, I've seen stylized images of people saying, oh, there were giants on the earth, and they show some person like 50 feet tall standing next to some biblical person. It may be that this is some reference to very strong people. I don't know. But regardless, to just throw this out there. And this verse actually, many people have read this and say they don't actually know what it means, because let me read it very slowly. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. Now, reading that sentence, it's actually impossible to know definitively whether the inference is that the sons of God were the Nephilim, and the children that they had were the heroes of old, men of renown, or whether the sons of God, who we know grabbed human daughters and thought they were hot, then proceeded to give birth with their wives to Nephilim. We're not sure, because you can't tell from that sentence. You can't say definitively from that sentence exactly what that means. That's okay, though, because they'll make it clearer here in a few verses. Oh, right. They won't at all. Once again, they just throw in some weird shit in a verse and just like, boom, there you go. Let's move on. Come on, man. That's horrible. But okay, weird stuff about sons of God and Nephilim, and we're just supposed to move it right along. Nothing to see here, folks. All right. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. Okay, wait. What? First of all, I don't know exactly what the time frame, and I think it's supposed to be about 1,000 years from the times of Cain and Abel to now, if we follow that lineage that we went through before. But actually, I think it was a couple thousand years. So I don't know. First of all, I wonder what kind of population are we talking about? I mean, it wasn't a village, but are we talking about 1 million people, 5 million, 50 million, a billion? I mean, I'm sure it wasn't a billion, but how many humans were even on the earth? They're never going to tell us. But regardless of what the number is, he just decided, you know what? This whole human thing, this was a mistake. These dudes are evil. Which really gets under my skin, because it's like, you made us. You are all powerful. You are all knowing. You made us, and now you ain't happy because I guess we're just not righteous enough for you. And really, like, we're all only evil all the time. The human heart was only evil all the time. Now, either I should infer from that people back then maybe were far nastier than today, which I find hard to believe, or I'm to infer that God is the kind of person who would just look at the average Joe going down the street, who might have some positive factors, might have some negatives, and just say, oh, he's all evil all the time. Because I find it hard to believe that people were just inherently so much nastier back then. In some respects, maybe they were, because they didn't have the same social ideas, etc. But I mean, they were people. But you're telling me that they were all evil. And then your solution to it, the all-knowing, all-powerful God, your solution to it is to wipe the freaking slate clean. And think about this. The animals. Were the animals wicked? Why does he say that I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground. Like, holy crap, did the birds piss you off? Did the squirrels and the mice, were they evil too? Like, what the hell, man? You really had to. This is genocide usually refers to just wiping out a group of people, but this is like multi-species genocide, and all because the all-powerful God can't think of any other way to fix it and doesn't like what he has created. Yay, God. Yeah, you're awesome, man. That's awesome. I can't wait to praise you this Sunday. I'm gonna get on my knees and just like, thank you, God. Thank you, God. That's so awesome. Okay. Noah and the flood. This is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I want to point out here, there are so many times in this text, I mean, not just this chapter, but I mean, all the way through the Bible, where there's this weird whiplash. We previously heard that Lord said, and I quote, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. That sounds sour and nasty and resolute. In the very next sentence, but Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. Like, dude, make up your mind. And then we're going right into how Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. I love the fact that it keeps talking about violence. Because if you know anything about the rest of the Bible, it's like, really? The problem is violence? That's what you're upset with? Because let me tell you something, the rest of this book is not really going to back up what you're trying to talk about here if you are nonviolent. But still, I digress. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. Ooh. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am going to put an end to the violence by annihilating every single one of them. That is how you cure violence. Yes, that makes so much sense. I am going to solve violence by murdering everybody. So cool. Great God. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. I love how he says, and the earth. Like, which he didn't do. Like, the earth was still there, but like, man, for a second, he's like, all of it is just going to I'm not going to blow it up. I'm just going to like nuke it or something. Like, he's going to crack it open. God's going to fix violence by murdering everybody. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof of it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to bring flood waters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish. That's our God. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, because you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you, y'all good people. You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them. Noah did everything just as God commanded him. Now, here's a few things I want to cover here. We're going to wrap this sucker up. I've already talked about how God's going to solve the problem of all those violent people by murdering everybody. Here's the really funny thing. At least in America, there's a whole group of fundamentalist people who actually truly believe that the flood happened and that Noah is a historical person and the ark really happened. And they will twist themselves in the most violent knots to try to make a case for how this could happen. Now, if you're in America, you've probably heard of this, but there is some rich delusional jerk in Kentucky who actually created a theme park called, I think, the Ark Experience, where they created what they believed to be a life-size version of the Ark. And you can go through there, and of course, it tells you all the stuff about how dinosaurs were never there and about how all the animals came into the ark and blah, blah, blah. Of course, it's utterly freaking ridiculous. This is one of those stories. Now, there are things in the Bible that we know happened. We know that some of the people that it talks about lived, and we know some of the events that it talks about happened. There is not a shred of evidence for this anywhere. First of all, when it comes to the ark itself, there is no explanation you can come up with that doesn't require massive repeated invocations of faith. Because I don't care if they told you how many cubits it was and everything, 2 by 2 of every animal, that just doesn't freaking fit. It doesn't fit. Now, I've heard that if you go to this ark experience, they try to work around this because, it'll say 2 of every kind of bird and of every kind of animal. So like you didn't have to have every species of finch. You just had to have 2 finches, right? But they don't realize that that works against them too, because if you only brought one species of finch, a pair with you on the ark, then that means the fact that we have 1,000 different species of finch now means that they've evolved since then? Oh, wait. We shouldn't be talking about evolution, right? But so you either brought an example of every species on the ark, or you just brought one of every kind of bird or kind of animal, which even just limiting it to kind makes it virtually impossible to think about fitting all of this in this ark, or the fact that a 500-year-old man built it, or anything else. Okay, it's all just superfluous to think about like these crazy facts, because none of them are facts at all. None of them actually fit. But then the idea that you either had every species, which should be hundreds of every type of insect and hundreds of every type of cat, etc., or you just brought one of each kind, like one pair of cats and one pair of lions, etc. But now, since we have so many more species that are types of cats or types of fleas or whatever on this earth, that means that they must have evolved since the time of the flood. So either way you look at it, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. And they'll talk about how there's, first of all, let's talk about flooding the earth with rain. If every cloud that's currently hovering above the planet's surface suddenly released all of its water, the entire accumulation on the earth would be less than an inch. I'm not going to pull up the reference for it, but you can Google it. Okay. I know you have Googling skills. I trust you. I didn't even make that up. I got it from Google, which I'm not saying that means it's infallible, but the point is, even if it's wrong, okay, maybe it's 2 inches or 3 inches of rain you would get from emptying every cloud that is above the water right now. And of course, the water's a zero-sum game. So you could say, well, a whole bunch of extra water had evaporated and was in the clouds. Well, that would mean that there was less, that the water level was lower than before the rain started. So either way you think about it, it doesn't matter. If it rained all the rain that it could, we might get a couple inches of rain across the world. Now you might think, well, no, I've seen massive floods all over this, this country or the world at times. And that's because those are localized effects. That's because a huge amount of rain coming from clouds accumulates over a relatively small area and then dumps it all on that area. So yes, they flood. And even then, those floods are usually driven also by other effects on the ground, like swollen rivers that are spilling over their banks, etc. It's pretty rare you get a massive flood that comes from nothing but rain in the sky. Usually it's a combination of water flow on the surface and more rain coming from above. But the point is, you can't cover the earth. You can't cover a state. You can't even cover a foothill on the earth by just emptying the clouds. It doesn't work. Now, if you want to say that this is just a localized event, that would make sense. But you'll see in further chapters, another video, that they claim, no, it was the entire earth, which means that we had to, I guess, be importing water from somewhere. Maybe that's why Mars doesn't have any water anymore, because during the flood, God moved it all from Mars to Earth to flood it. I don't know, but it just doesn't make sense. They try to talk about there being archaeological evidence of the ark. And of course, there are people who have claimed to have found bits and pieces of an ark, or they claim to have found an ark. None of that has ever been confirmed in any scientific or empirical way. It is nothing but a movement of faith. And I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with that, but don't show me your book here and try to claim that this is evidence of something happening, because this is ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. But even if we just move past the physical aspects of whether or not this 500-year-old man could make this boat and get two of every creature into it, I still just love the fact that God is so pissed off with violence that he's going to murder everybody, not just the people, all the animals, everything. Yay, God. Yay, Christianity. That's so cool. All right, I'm going to sign off this, but we will trudge on through Genesis in the next video. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you're enjoying atheists reading the Bible. Hello, and welcome back to Skepticus. We are once again going through the Bible in a little series I like to call An Atheist Reads the Bible. So we have made it through the first 6 chapters of Genesis, and we are diving right in now. We are in the middle of the wonderful story of Noah, where God decides that because men are wicked and violent, he's going to solve the problem by murdering everybody. Yay. The Lord then said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of every kind of clean animal, a male and its mate, and 1 pair of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate. And also 7 pairs of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep their various kinds alive throughout the earth. 7 days from now I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made." First, I want to point out that literally in the last chapter, he said, go get a pair of every animal, okay? Every kind of animal. And granted, it makes more sense if you're trying to keep a species alive to have more than just 1 male and 1 female. I understand this. But then literally a few verses later, he's saying, oh, well, all the clean animals, you need 7 pairs of them. And all of the birds, you need 7 pairs of them. Now, I don't know why you don't need 7 pairs of lions or 7 pairs of, monkeys, but apparently you need 7 pairs of the clean animals and the birds, and you only need 1 pair of the unclean animals. I guess the idea is if something goes wrong and the unclean ones can't continue to recreate, hey, they're the unclean ones. Sure. He says, I will wipe. He says, to keep their various kinds alive throughout the earth. Well, what would have been a really great strategy for keeping their kinds alive throughout the earth? Not wiping out everybody, not murdering all the people and all the animals and everything that walks the land and flies over the land. Why not just avoid mass genocide? And we could avoid this whole problem, this whole idea of how we try to keep the animals alive when you are specifically going out of your way to wipe them all out. Just seems odd and so counterproductive and violent as hell. And why? This is God. If he wants to kill all the people, he could Thanos snap them. Instead of killing half of them, he could just say, you know what, everyone but Noah and his buddies, boom, they're gone. I mean, this is God we're talking about. But instead, he decides to send a flood to destroy everyone and everything. And then he has to give us all these complex plans on how we actually maintain the animals so that they can repopulate the earth again. How about you just don't wipe them all out to the point of extinction or within a breath of extinction? How about we just don't do that? That would seem to be so much simpler. Oh, that's right. It would kind of make sense. But no, none of this makes sense. Even though we're trained from birth in most cases to accept these stories and to love them. I want to point out here that these stories that I'm reading, of course, this is Genesis. It's the foundational text of the Bible. But of course, these stories are. It's not like these are stories. There are some stories in the Bible that kind of get glossed over. Unless you're a real Bible reader, you may not even be that familiar with those stories. But these stories are told to everyone. They are told to our children repeatedly in Sunday school classes. They color pictures of the ark and all the animals marching into the ark. And, does no one stop to think about the idea that what they're coloring is an event of mass genocide, the likes of which this planet has never seen. And that's what we're celebrating and holding. We sing songs and, the animals and ones and twosies, like this is the stuff we're telling our kids because this is the God we want them to know, apparently. And that's fine. I just can't believe how many people have read this story and promote this story as something that they want to boast about their God about. That blows my mind. Anyway, I digress. And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters came on the earth, and Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and of all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark as God had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days, the floodwaters came on the earth. I guess it's nice that God had the creatures come to him, because that really would have sucked to have to go out and capture a pair of every one of these animals. Instead, I guess they all just came marching up and, by ones and twosies. That's great because that's about the only favor that God did for him here. This is a 600-year-old man and you have him creating an ark and stewarding all these creatures. This has to suck. But okay, he does all this. What I also want to know that's never mentioned in the text is, at any point in time, did Noah think, maybe I should just at least warn other people? God has told me, maybe that sounds self-defeating because God said I'm going to kill them all. But even then, he could at least tried to let a few people know. They had to see he's building this giant freaking boat. That alone the neighbors had to wonder, what the hell's going on over there? Really? You're building a boat? In my front yard, if I were to build a tool shed that doesn't match code, I'm going to have people all over me. But apparently Noah was just creating this massive naval vessel and everyone's just like, do. And Noah as far as we know, never said to anyone, yeah, you might not want to buy any green bananas. You might want to invest in boats. Maybe you want to do a little boat making of your own. I mean, like, did he just sit back quietly and assume, well, God's going to murder everyone? Oh, well, I don't know. It probably would have been seen as some type of heresy by God if he had told anyone else. But what a horrific move of betraying all fellow men by not at least saying, guys, I know this sounds weird, but I think God's been talking to me, and he says he's going to murder everyone. If you put any faith in that account at all, maybe you want to get some higher ground or something. I don't know. It definitely seems like Noah is at least somewhat complicit in this. Anyway, in the 600th year of Noah's life, this poor dude, on the 17th day of the second month, on that day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth. First of all, you can't flood land by springs coming up, okay? I mean, because where did you think that water came from? It came from under the earth. So, I mean, you can temporarily flood a small region if a bunch of water started flowing up under the earth, but you can't flood the earth like this, just like you can't flood the earth by emptying the clouds. That would be an inch or two of rain over all the land. Oh, well, okay. Anyway, on that day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Also, if all the clouds that cover the earth right now were to start raining immediately, they wouldn't even be able to last 40 days before there were no more clouds. But all right, this is God. I guess he went and got the water from Mars or something, or he pumped it up from some well. Who knows? On that very day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind. Here we go again, according to their kind. All livestock according to their kinds, every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to, that's right, its kind. Okay, everything with wings. Pairs of all creatures that have the breath of life in them came to Noah and entered the ark. So, no zombies. Good deal. The animals going in were male and female of every living thing as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. I love that sentence. Like, was there a lock on the outside of the boat where God was just like, okay, you're locked in. You know, we're done. You can't get out. Did he have to open it back up at the end for them to get out? Like, that's weird. It's like God was tucking them in or something. Like, here you go. I've locked the door behind you. For 40 days, the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. That's kind of what boats are supposed to do. Thank God it floated. Otherwise, it would be the world's first submarine disaster, and a doozy one at that, that would lead to the end of all humanity. So, yeah, good thing it floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. So I guess Mount Everest was covered. I guess that the Rockies and the Himalayas and everything, they were all covered, even though all the clouds on the earth would give you a couple inches of rain tops. But okay, somehow we imported all this water. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. So apparently Mount Everest was 15 cubits below water. Sure. Every living thing that moved on land perished. Birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life in its nostrils died because God murdered them all. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. People and animals and the creatures that move along the ground and the birds were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark. The waters flooded the earth. for 150 days. This is Genesis 7. I want to take a quick aside here. I want to point out that I can hear the protestations already of some Christians who would say, look, these are biblical stories. You're not supposed to take all this literally. And it's, maybe it's unfair, even mean-spirited of me to point out just the raw, factual impossibilities of what's happening here. But that's fine. And if you are a Christian who believes that the Bible should not be taken every word literally, then good on you. Kudos on you. Even though I don't hold your faith, at least I can have more respect for your sanity. But as I said when I started this series, I am going to take a lot of these things in here literally and exactly as they are in the text, because this is what gets thrown in our face all the time. I don't mean atheists. I mean anyone who's conversing with a Christian, anyone who's trying to use this crap as a basis for law or for archaeological study or as a basis to argue against science. They pull out stuff like this, and it makes no sense. So if you're not taking these things literally, that's great, and I'm not trying to attack you. But there's a lot of people, unfortunately, especially in this country, in the good old US of A, who are taking this crap like every single word of it is gospel and should be taken literally as the God's truth. And not only does none of it add up factually, but I love those who say, yes, let's take it all as God's truth. Yes, you are giving us an account of your God deciding that he didn't like what he created, so I'm going to kill everyone. I'm going to murder the planet. Not just the people, but the animals too. Like, what is the point of that? You have the ark so you can repopulate the earth. Were the existing squirrels wicked? Did he only take 2 squirrels that were godly and righteous and put them in the ark? Or maybe he just could have left the squirrels there. Maybe you could have left the birds there. I mean, even if we can find some way to justify murdering every human on the planet, you still don't have to kill all the animals. And you could still find any number of different ways to wipe all of humanity. But instead, he takes this clumsy, idiotic approach and says, I'm going to flood the whole damn surface of the earth. And then we're going to have to rebuild it again because, oops, I killed everything. What the hell? Okay, so that is the joy of Genesis 7. Let's move on to Genesis 8. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark. I'm glad he didn't forget about them. And he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The water receded steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down, and on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat, which I'm pretty sure is in present-day Turkey. But the waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. I can't get over that because that makes no damn sense. I mean, if this was a localized event, you still wouldn't cover the mountains. You wouldn't come close to that. But okay, if it was a localized event, you could say it was the worst flood we've ever seen, 20, 30, 50 feet, or 20, 30 meters of water. But that still doesn't mean that every mountain would be covered. That's just silly. I mean, really, we hold this stuff up and we read this like, this should be the basis of your Bible study. This is what you should believe in. And if this was anything other than the foundational book of the religion that was drilled into you from the time you were a child, you would think this sounds ridiculous. If I read this to you, if you hadn't heard this story, and I said, this is the Hindu creation story, you'd think, wow, those Hindus are silly. I don't know what the Hindu creation story is, but the point is that you would think this is all utterly ridiculous if it wasn't brainwashed into you from an early time that this is just de rigueur. This is normal. This is what God does, and these are the stories that make our religion, and we should just be happy with them. We should teach them to our kids. We should teach them this is why God is great, because he murders everyone. That's okay. After 40 days, Noah opened a window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven, and it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch because there was water over all the surface of the earth, so it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. I guess this is basically old-timey radar or sonar, like send it beep, beep, send a dove out and see what it comes back with. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Now keep in mind, any tree on the earth has been submerged underwater now for months. But apparently, as soon as the water recedes, we have an olive tree with olive leaves that are still good. Hey, I'm not saying that every tree would have died, although I think a large number of them would have. But the idea that as soon as the water recedes a little bit, look, he came back with an olive leaf. Where the hell was that growing? That makes no sense. Okay, then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. Smart dove. By the first day of the first month of Noah's 601st year, that poor man, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. Which makes me wonder, how long was the ark sitting on dry land before Noah finally went, oh, you know what? The water's gone. Were days where they're just sitting inside, and it turns out they weren't even floating because the water had receded. By the 27th day of the second month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number on it." First, did God have to tell him that? Because, if he didn't, would Noah have just left them all in the ark? How much instruction do you need to give these people? I don't know. And again, I'm just going to point out, instead of trying to get all these things to multiply, it would have been great if he just hadn't murdered them all in the first place. But hey, apparently I don't properly know how to commit mass multi-species genocide. So if I were God, I would know this made sense. So Noah came out together with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives, all the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground and all the birds, everything that moves on land came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease." I have talked to Christians who think that this is affirming, that this is wonderful, this is God's covenant with us. He'll never do this again. Okay. If you believe that this has actually happened, I don't care if he's never going to do it again. It's still a crap thing to do. And it reeks of megalomaniacal, evil, murderous intent. And I love how after going through all this, and you have 7 pairs of the clean animals and all this time in the ark, and the first thing you have to do when you get out of the ark is sacrifice some of these animals. I mean, you have a gene pool now for these animals that is vanishingly thin. For the clean animals, we have 7 pairs, all right? 7 pairs of animals to rebuild the entire Earth's population of wildlife with. And yet, the first thing we have to do when we get out of that ark is burn some of them. And it says the Lord smelled the pleasing aroma. Lord loves barbecue. Man, he loves a good cookout. He loves that. He loves the fat portions. He loves that pleasing aroma of them cooking up. He's like, yeah, it's dinner time. He's loving that. But the idea that you would get out after all this, I know obviously you could say, well, of course Noah is grateful because he's been saved. I don't know. I mean, granted, it's better than not being saved. But if you come to my town and you murder every other person that's there and every other animal, every other living thing, at the end of that, even if you spared me, I'm not coming out of that ark and saying, oh God, thank you. Let me make offerings to you. I'm saying, dude, that was messed up. How dare you? But I guess this is what they teach us in the Bible, that it doesn't matter how perverted and nonsensical and outright violent God's actions are. In the face of all of it, what we're supposed to do is say, thank you, sir, may I have another? Thank you, sir, may I have another? And that's what's happening here. You've got nothing but a handful of each species left to try to repopulate the earth. And are we using them to try to make sure that they have as many healthy offspring as possible? No, we're burning them so God can enjoy the pleasing aroma of his barbecue. Okay. That's Genesis 8. Let's look at Genesis 9. God's covenant with Noah. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. Well, yeah, you've got it all to yourself now. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth and on all the birds in the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. Okay, you didn't have the non-green plants before. Now you've got them all. Sure. This whole idea that the way that this is written is actually kind of creepy. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth. What? Now, I understand if you're hunting or something, or if you're, about to kill an animal on your farm, livestock. If the animal understands what's happening, it's going to fear you. It's going to be, understandably freaked out. But just the idea that it says, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth and all the birds of the sky," and like we're going to become these horror movie villains or something. Like, what the hell? And that's what we're supposed to be praising God for. Sure. But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. And for your lifeblood, I will surely demand an accounting. I will demand an accounting from every animal, and from each human being too. I will demand an accounting for the life of another human being. Okay, whoever sheds human blood, by humans shall their blood be shed, for in the image of God has God made mankind. Okay, that applied to all the other people who you just murdered. He's just wiped out the population of the earth, the humans and all the animals and all the creatures. And now he wants to pull this self-righteous crap about there will be an accounting. And, if whoever sheds human blood, by humans shall their blood be shed. Like, dude, read the room. That takes some nerve. Like, wow, talk about being just completely clueless to what you've just done. And also, it's kind of weird to me that now is the time we start to see the first indications of kosher food, kosher eating, because this is there's a number of things that make food kosher, but one of them is that they can't have blood in them. And quite frankly, I think it's more of a sanitary thing. Like you can make food last longer if you bleed it. It's less likely to go bad faster. But it just seems like a weird spot to throw this in. Like, I guess your steak needs to be drained of blood before you throw it on the grill. Why? This stuff just gets randomly thrown in. Like God's like, oh, and by the way, no more lifeblood in your meat. Oh, okay, sure. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number. Multiply on the earth and increase upon it. He keeps saying this to his chosen people, that you will be fruitful and multiply, that your descendants will be like the dust, and there will be more than you can count in the stars. And that's all great. I know a lot of people in the past and even today care about things like legacy and genetic heritage, and like something like a third of us have some DNA from Genghis Khan or something like that. That's great. I mean, personally, and maybe it's because I'm an atheist, I don't care. I mean, sure, I want my offspring to be successful. I want my descendants to be as successful as possible, but I don't care if 10 generations from now or 50 generations from now, some great grandson of mine is a king somewhere, or has his own nation or whatever. Like, I'll be dead. Who cares? But this is the carrot that is hung out for so many of God's subjects. This idea that you won't just have a good life, but man, your people are going to dominate the world at some point long after you're dead and gone. Sure, I guess if that's important to you, that's great. I personally think it's pretty damn shallow, but fine. I mean, I think it's cool if you want the human race as a whole to flourish. You want all humanity to thrive and multiply and make advancements. That's cool. But if your only concern is whether or not the people that rule the earth in 2900 AD have your last name, dude, like, this isn't Monopoly. Like, you don't get extra points just because you have more people with your name on the board. Who cares? I mean, it's so shallow. But anyway, then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, all those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. Okay, we get it. I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. That's a really jacked up sentence, a really jacked up verse. I'll tell you why. It's just, people are like, oh, he's creating this covenant. He's never going to do this again. Well, first of all, a few verses earlier, he's like, well, despite the fact that you're all evil and, inherently evil, I'm not going to do this, which really kind of gives you side eye towards anything else he says in these chapters. But then when he says this at the end of this, he says, never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. How about you just say, never again will I commit mass genocide by any means? Why do we have to throw in the disclaimer, by the waters of a flood? So in other words, okay, you're not really saying you're not going to do this again. You just won't do it with the flood, which is probably makes more sense because, like I've said, I think the flood is pretty damn inefficient and a stupid way to do this. But okay, that doesn't make me feel any better. When you burn down my house and you come by and say, I will never destroy your house again with fire. That doesn't make me feel good. That doesn't make me feel good at all. In fact, I'm thinking, what the hell was that? That's like the worst thing you can say. I'm sorry I burned your whole house down. I will never destroy your house again with fire. what? How about you just don't destroy my house ever again? Is that too much to ask? But here's the promise, the covenant he makes for us. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Thanks. Thanks for that. What a stand-up guy. And God said, this is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Again, it'd be nice if you just said, never again would I destroy all life, but whatever. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on earth. But first, I kind of want to know, like, did he change the laws of physics? Like, were there no rainbows before this? Or did he just say, you know what, from here forward, the rainbow is the sign of my covenant? Because I don't know. Did he change the laws of light and physics and refraction and all that so that, suddenly now we can see rainbows? I don't know. I also am a little disturbed by it because he says, I will, whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you. Does he really need this? Like, if this is true, how many times between Noah and today has God been so close to doing it again? And then he sees the rainbow and he's like, oh yeah, crap. I said I wouldn't do that. All right, stand down. No more flood. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to think that he didn't actually need to have the rainbow there. And if anything, maybe it's more for us, but he doesn't say, I'm just doing this to remind you that I've made this covenant to you. He's saying, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures. That's scary and kind of jacked up. So God said to Noah, this is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on earth. Now, then this chapter ends on this lovely, paradoxical, completely effed up thing. The sons of Noah. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth, which they've told us this like 4 times now, but okay. They're hammering it home. Ham was the father of Canaan and the Canaanites eventually. These were the 3 sons of Noah, and from them came the people who were scattered over the whole earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. Good on him. Okay, he's got to get a little vino going on. I like this. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his 2 brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backwards and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned the other way so that they would not see their father naked. When Noah awoke from his wine and found out what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers." He also said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend Japheth's territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem. And may Canaan be the slave of Japheth." After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. Noah lived a total of 950 years, and then he died. That's just weird, okay? The fact that they throw this in, and it makes no sense, okay? Noah becomes a grape farmer, has a vineyard, getting himself a little, getting high on his own supply there, which is fine with me. And he gets a little too drunkeny one night, and he passes out in his tent naked. And Ham sees him in the tent, tells the other brother, hey man, dad's passed out naked in the tent. And apparently from that, a couple things happen. First of all, the reaction of his brothers is hysterical to me. They take a garment and put it across their shoulders and they walk in backwards because God forbid that anyone see dad's junk. I don't want to see my dad naked either. And it's probably a little embarrassing if dad got so messed up that he's passed out naked on the floor of his tent. But at the end of the day, who cares? He was 900 years old or something at this time. I mean, well, actually, I guess at this point he was 600 some years old. So if the guy wants to get a little drunk and pass out in his tent naked, who cares? And apparently all it says is that Ham saw his father naked, went out of the tent and told his brothers, dad's passed out again naked. They came in to clothe him, walking backwards, because Lord forbid they see their dad's junk or see his butt or something. And then when he wakes up, he proceeds to curse Ham. Cursed be Canaan. The lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers. He also said, may Canaan be the slave of Shem. I mean, he's saying to these guys, hey, the son of Ham is now going to be your slave because his dad had the audacity to stumble into my tent accidentally and see me naked when I was drunk. The hell? What is that? You get too drunk one night, your youngest kid comes in and sees you naked, and your answer is that your son will be the slave of these others, and you will be cursed from here forward. Like, what the hell is that? I will say that I'm not the first person to think that this is a weird verse and seems to come out of nowhere. There is speculation amongst other biblical scholar type people that this wasn't just a case of Ham seeing his dad naked. There's at least maybe a slight inference here that he did something to his dad, may have molested him in some way, or did some kind of gross sexual incestuous act with his dad while his dad was drunk. It also says, it says here, when Noah awoke from his wine and found out what his youngest son had done to him. That seems to imply a little more than just I saw him naked. But that being said, I can't give too much credit to this theory just because the book is so damn vague. All it says is that Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his two brothers outside. Boom. And how did Canaan have to feel about this, finding out that because my dad saw my grandpa naked and passed out, now I'm cursed and I need to be the slave of Japheth and the slave of Shem and, all this? Like, what the hell? That's just random and really gross. So you can read into a little, maybe Ham did something much more insidious, but it doesn't say that in the text. And for all the people who want to sit here and talk about how we should read this text literally, well, fine. I'm reading it literally, and none of this makes sense. The only way it can start to make even a little bit of sense is if you assume that some kind of assault happened that is not explained here in the text. And even then, if that happened, why is Ham's son the one that's cursed? What? That makes no sense. And this is what we're holding up as this great example of religion and what we should follow. Okay, that's great. That was Genesis 9. Genesis 10 is the first example where I'm actually just going to skip the chapter. I'm not trying to gloss over anything here. This is one of those lineage chapters. It talks about the sons and the sons of sons and what lands they went to and what tribes they they founded, and there is certainly maybe some interest in this to those who are, love to trace these lineages and draw inferences from them and try to figure out what people settled in what area and all that. But it's really just a lot of, these sons were born to Shem and these sons were born to, Ham and et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to gloss over Genesis 10. Feel free to pull it up if you care to and read through the lineages that it's going through. So then moving on to Genesis 11. This is the last one we'll do in this video before moving on to the next video. And once again, because the hits just keep on coming, once again, we have one of the more jacked up stories in the whole Bible as far as I'm concerned. The Tower of Babel. Now, the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other." Once again, here's the us. Okay, he's not by himself. And if this is him talking to the Holy Spirit or him talking to a not yet close to being born Jesus, then he's also potentially insane. But there's a pantheon there, or maybe he's talking to the angels or the Nephilim or the sons, the sons of God. I don't know, but he's definitely talking to others, and the others are not humans. But okay, so he says again, he says, "Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. I'm sure you've heard this story before, if you know anything about Christianity. This was like all these other stories was told to me when I was a young child, the first time I read it. It's amazing to me now when I read it, just how morally bankrupt it is and how scary it is as to what it says about the nature of the Christian God. Here's why. When I was a kid, I was usually taught something along the lines that this was done as a type of retribution for our hubris. Like, oh, we were going to build a tower that reached to the heavens. How dare we? And God had to take us down a peg and teach us a lesson. But if you read the text, it doesn't say, it says a tower that reaches to the heavens. I'm sure the people knew it actually is not going to get to the highest spot in the stratosphere that you can reach. Saying that it reaches to the heavens is a figurative thing, especially because he said they're making it not with stone, but with brick, and they're using tar for mortar. Given the building practices that I'm aware of from that time, and I'm no scholar in that area, but this may have been a 5 or 6 story building. Really, if you brace it with wood beams, you could you use that the brick as more of a shell. In other words, if you use wood as almost like we would use steel today, you might be able to get this sucker up to like 5 or 6 stories tops. Especially considering that you weren't using stone, so it wasn't like the pyramids or something. You can just keep stacking the stone on top of it. At some point, that brick is going to crumble under its own weight. So my point is that no one thought this is actually rivaling God, okay? And the text doesn't say in any way that they think they're rivaling God or that they're going to rival God. The text actually, I think, is kind of sad and poignant because when it talks about what the people are saying, they're saying, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens so that we may make a name for ourselves. Maybe there's some hubris there, but that doesn't come across as being incredibly arrogant. You're just saying, I want to make a name for myself. I want us to make a name for ourselves. Just like they did with the pyramids and everything. You know, these become cultural touchstones so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth. Now, I don't know how making a name for yourself is supposed to keep you from being scattered over the face of the whole earth. That connection there isn't really clear to me. But I will say this. It is very clear that these people, according to the text, just wanted to make a name for themselves. And what they feared specifically was being scattered over the face of the whole earth. So what does the Lord do? Well, first of all, of course, he famously confuses their language, and then he scatters them over the face of the whole earth. He does the exact thing that they apparently were afraid of happening anyway. And his punishment for them having the audacity of actually creating a tall building was to do the one thing that they feared terribly, which was being scattered all over the face of the earth. And God said, screw you, I'm scrambling your language, and I'm scattering you over the face of the whole earth. And why did he do it? He did it because he saw that we were accomplishing things. We were cooperating and accomplishing these tasks by working together. And he just couldn't have that. That was unacceptable to God. If as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. What's wrong with that? Oh, how dare they actually cooperate and do great things? That's sick. What he says here is, I think it's beyond gross. Because he's literally saying, you know, if they can do this together, then they can do anything they want. And I can't have that. We got to put a stop to this. So the rest of the gods in his pantheon, he says, come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. Now, I honestly think the reason this story is here in the first place is like, I don't think it has a whole lot to do with the Bible. I think it comes down to someone trying to provide some type of storytelling tradition that explains why we have all these languages and cultures today. When in theory, if we all started from Adam and Eve, okay, and, you know, the apple never falls too far from the tree. So, you know, if this is, you know, their kids and their kids' kids and everyone's working together and living sort of close together, then in theory, wouldn't we have one language today? Now, the way that language evolves, that still isn't true. You would still end up with different variations of language that would change over time. But I think the people that wrote this originally did not understand how these things would be how these languages would be evolving. So they said, let's create this story that basically says why we have all these languages and all these different people. Even though we all came from Adam and Eve, this is why we have all these languages. I think that's really what they were trying to convey in the story. But the sad thing is, what they ended up conveying is that God is gross. The Lord is really gross. Apparently, his big fear here is that will be nothing that we plan will be impossible for us. And Lord knows we can't have that. Oh gosh, that's just not acceptable. We have to have some way of keeping people down. I mean, this is crab pot mentality right here. This is like, no, don't let these people get too good. Don't let them, figure out how to build grand things and make cool buildings. No, we have to stop this. We have to nip this in the bud. And what he does, not only does it stop the building, but he does the one thing that they said that they feared, which was to scatter them over the whole face of the earth. What a dick move. I mean, this is really a dick move. And yet this is told to our children in Sunday school, like, yeah, this is the story of the Tower of Babel. Come on, Johnny. Let's tell you all about how God just was pissed off that we were doing things cooperatively and achieving great things, and he decided to put a stop to it. This is your God, your Christian God. And you hold up these stories like this is what you're proud of, I guess. Again, if this was a story from a different culture, you would probably think it's gross. But because it's from your holy book in the religion that was drilled into your head from the time that you were a small child, it doesn't really faze you the same way. And I think that's kind of sad. The rest of this chapter is more that I'm going to skip because the rest of the chapter is more accounting of lineage. It's from Shem to Abram. And when we do the next video, we're going to get into Abram, who you might know more regularly as Abraham, one of the most seminal characters in the Christian Bible and in the in the Christian Bible, in the Hebrew Bible, and even in the Quran. He's revered in 3 different religions, and he's an absolute psychopath. He's a scary psychopath, and he is one of the fathers of the of Christianity and of Judaism and Islam. But we won't get too much into that until the next video. So thank you for tuning in again to Skepticus. This particular series is An Atheist Reads the Bible. I'll be doing other videos besides just reading the Bible, but I really want to keep on this one because I just think that there's so much in here that we hand wave away. And we act like, oh, that's just normal. That's the Bible. That's the Old Testament God. Or, we have all these different ways of hand waving away the grossness. But the simple fact is that you don't have to look hard to find stuff here that doesn't make sense, to find stuff here that makes God actively look bad, and to really wonder why it is that this belief system is revered. Thank you for joining. And next time, in the next video in this series, we will be jumping into Abram with Genesis 12. Hope you have a good day. Welcome back to another episode here on the channel Skepticus. Once again, this is an atheist reading the Bible. We ended the last video at Genesis 11, so we're diving into 12. I am going to do something just slightly different. Maybe it's a little bit of cheating or what have you. In the last video, we ended with the story of the Tower of Babel. And there was one key point there that I wanted to make, and I forgot. So I'm going to backtrack just a little bit and talk about the Tower of Babel really quick before we get into Genesis 12. The people were creating a tower that they said was going to go to the heavens. I think you have to take that with a big grain of salt. It says right in the text that they were making the tower with bricks and tar for mortar. It says they did not use stone. Now, even with stone, there's only so high you can get, but with stone, you could get like something as tall as a pyramid, let's say, without just piling large stone, pieces of stone on top of each other, and using the building techniques of ancient times. I think this tower that they're talking about was probably no more than 4 or 5 stories. Maybe 6 stories, although that probably would have stretched the structural integrity of anything that they were trying to build with these bricks and tar for mortar. I bring this up only because the tower was somehow offending God. And the problem was that we were basically cooperating and doing great things and working together as a people, and God couldn't have that. So that's when he scrambled our language and scattered the people all across the earth. But there's a real contradiction here, because since those times, of course, even with many different languages and many different cultures scattered all over the earth, we obviously have managed in the last couple hundred years especially to figure out how to build ever taller structures. And for a tower that couldn't have really been that tall by today's standards to have drawn such a horrific rebuke from the Lord, it's weird to think that now we have these massive skyscrapers in cities all across the globe. And these skyscrapers would no doubt make the Tower of Babel look quaint in terms of their overall scale. But we have not seen a repeat of this from the Lord. God has not come down and splintered our languages again, or scattered us even more, or done anything else that has caused any kind of turmoil. We just keep building skyscrapers. And as these things tend to go over time, they slowly get taller and taller. One country or one city or one company wants to make the new record, and they build something bigger and bigger, the Burj Khalifa and all these different structures. And somehow those aren't garnering any rebuke from God. And yet, the first such example of us trying to build tall structures inspired one of the craziest, most extreme reactions from God, which was to scramble our language and scatter us across the earth. So it's kind of comical the way the story is very firmly put that in biblical times, this was something God could not have us doing. And yet, in modern times, we do this all the time, and it doesn't seem to be a problem. So take that for what you will. Maybe God's gotten cool with it now and just doesn't care. Or maybe it's completely inconsistent, or maybe there is not a God there that's doing these things. I don't know. You can make that up for make that decision for yourself. But clearly, a given behavior that garnered this really strong rebuke from God in biblical times now doesn't even seem to get on his radar. You take from that what you will. So, with no further ado, we're going to get into the new reading here. We're going into Genesis 12. This is about Abram, one of the most famous people in the Bible. He's one of the founding fathers, essentially, of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. He's revered by many religious people, although I would tell you that he's clinically insane and a horrible individual. But we'll show you more of that as we go through the text. Also, just a quick note, in the story, he starts off as Abram, and over some time, God then renames him and says, "You will be Abraham." His wife, Sarai, becomes Sarah. So if I mix those names back and forth, that's why. Even though at the beginning of the story it starts off as Abram, but I might sometimes say Abraham interchangeably because, of course, Abram becomes Abraham, Sarai becomes Sarah. So without any further delay, here is Genesis 12, the call of Abram. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." I talked about this in the last video, but this is once again a scenario where the big carrot that God's hanging out here is that, hey, I'm gonna make you into a great nation. You're gonna have all these people that will be part of your lineage, and your sons will be kings, and all this, and that's great. I think it's kind of shallow, but whatever. So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. You'll see Lot's his nephew. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Did you catch that? All the possessions they had accumulated and the people they had acquired in Haran. So this is, as far as I can tell, the first instance in the Bible of many where slavery is at least talked about as a de rigueur kind of thing. And you can say, well, it was ancient times, slavery was a thing. But as you'll see, the heroes of the Bible often have slaves, do horrible things to their slaves, and not a word of it, not a word in the Bible condemns this in any way. Now, Christians will tie themselves in the most exquisite knots trying to explain this, and they will do everything to tell you that it's not what you're thinking. No, it's not bad slavery, it's good slavery, or it's the slaves wanted to be there, or they will come up with so many horrific excuses to justify slavery, and they will do it because the book endorses it. So they feel like they have to tie themselves in these knots to justify it, because if they don't, it basically shows a horrible contradiction in their own Bible. Although we've already gone through many, many contradictions in the Bible, and we're only in Genesis, but nevertheless, I just wanted to point that out. I don't need to go through that in much more detail here. This will come up again. But yeah, Bible plus slavery, they're down with it. They got no problem with it. It's all good. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh at Shechem. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." Sure, the Canaanites would not have appreciated that, but he said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on toward the hills east of Bethel and pitched his tent. No, he really did pitch a tent. Get your mind out of the gutter. With Bethel on the west and I guess Ai, with Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued toward the Negev. Abram in Egypt. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife, Sarai, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." We're going to come back to that. When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarai was a very beautiful woman. She's a hottie. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, because you need some more slaves, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife, Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Abram. "What have you done to me?" he said. "Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here's your wife. Take her and go." Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram to his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first recorded instance of history of someone being a PIMP. Abram pimped his wife the hell out. I mean, that is absolutely what happened. First of all, he says, okay, there's this famine, so we need to go to Egypt, because apparently the famine wasn't hitting Egypt. But he's like, man, if we show up, me and my hot wife, and we're foreigners, and they're not going to be down with us, and they're going to grab you and kill me. And I can hear that. Like, I understand that, but you're telling me the only place they could go was Egypt. Like, there wasn't any place else they could go to escape the famine. They had to go to a land where he was certain that he would be killed so they could take his wife. But fine, you got to go to Egypt. I don't know if that really was true, that he had to be there, but They went there anyway. And then he said, hey, I don't want them to kill me. So we'll say that you're my sister. And I'll be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared. Well, yeah, he was treated well for her sake. He was also given all kinds of stuff. Sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. He pimped her the hell out. This wasn't just a case of him saving his own life, although he did that, but he took his wife, who was going to be sexually taken by the Pharaoh, because that's what's happened. Pharaoh married her, made him one of her wives, or made her one of his wives. So this isn't just like, hey, we're going to tell everyone this little white lie just so that nobody messes with us. No, he was basically offering up Sarai as a way to protect his own ass. And in the process, get kind of rich doing it too, because now he's essentially brother-in-law to the Pharaoh, right? And the Pharaoh's like, hey, I'm really liking your sister. She's hot. I like this. So, you're good with us too. So I'm gonna give you all this stuff, the sheep and the cattle and the servants and all this stuff. Dude pimped his wife out. And as you'll see later, this isn't the only time he does it. This is like a pattern with him. But that's apparently cool, I guess. Like, I understand he didn't want to die. But I guess that was more than enough justification for him to say, yeah, we're just going to go to Egypt and you can go do the Pharaoh and be his wife. And as long as I'm alive and get rich, who cares? I mean, I'm not a traditional relationship person, okay? And I'm not going to get into all my relationship habits, but I am more in line with open relationships. But there's nothing about this that says open relationship. This is just pimping your wife out and totally lying, because it's not like he came there and said, hey, I don't want to die, so here, take my wife. No, they made it sound like she was single, just so that she could then become the Pharaoh's wife and he could get his riches. This is gross. This is really gross. The last part of this, it says, but the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai. I hope that doesn't mean that she had STDs. Like, did the diseases actually come from Sarai? I don't know. That's reading a little into it, maybe being a little snarky, but I mean, it's definitely not out of the question. I don't know. But finally, when the Pharaoh finds out, he's not happy. He's like, dude, you lied to me. He says she's my sister. And this is a founding father of Christianity and Judaism and Islam. And this is what we're holding up. We're holding this up as a great example. Yay, Christians. Okay. We're going to move on. I'm going to read. Now, I'm going to do something I don't do a lot. I'm going to read 3 chapters like in a row. And the reason I'm going to do this, I'll just tell you up front. I actually don't have a lot to say about these chapters. They're kind of just like, this happened and this happened, kind of historical, etc. Maybe I'll stop and make some comment. But for the most part, there's these 3 chapters, Genesis 13, 14, and 15. I'm just going to read them, okay? And if I feel like stopping for anything, I will. But for the most part, we're just going to go through them. Genesis 13, Abram and Lot separate. So Abram went up from, remember, Lot is Abram's nephew. So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. Yeah, from pimping out Sarai. From the Negev, he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There, Abram called on the name of the Lord. It's like a pager, like a text, like, yo, God. Yo, God, you there? All right. I need some attention. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, but the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herders and Lot's. The Canaanites and Perizzites were also living in the land at that time. So Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me, or between your herders and mine, for we are close relatives. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot looked around and saw that the whole plain of the Jordan towards Zoar was well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set out toward the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. Of course, we're going to come back to that, aren't we? The Lord said to Abram, after Lot had parted from him, "Look around from where you are, to the north and south, to the east and west. All the land that you see I will give to you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone could count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. Go, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you." So Abram went to live near the great trees of Mamre at Hebron, where he pitched his tents. There he built an altar to the Lord. So basically, this is the splitting of Abram and Lot. Genesis 14. Abram rescues Lot. At the time when Amraphel was king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim, these kings went to war against Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the Dead Sea Valley. For 12 years they had been subject to Chedorlaomer. That's a weird name. But in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out and defeated the Rephaites in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zusites in Ham, the Emites in Shaveh Kiriathim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazezon Tamar. This is a lot to slog through. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goyim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and the Arioch, king of Elasar. 4 kings against 5. Sounds like Game of Thrones. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food. Then they went away. They also carried off Abram's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. I know when I read this the first time, I was like, what is this whole history thing about the kings? I'm like, okay, I guess this is what it gets to, is that essentially in the process of this war, they ended up capturing Lot and his possessions. Abram's nephew. A man who had escaped came and reported this to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre, the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the women and the other people. So I guess Abram laid the smackdown. After Abram returned from defeating Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. And he blessed Abram, saying, Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth. And praise be to God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand. Then Abram gave him a tenth of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sodom, With raised hand I have sworn an oath to the Lord, God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or the strap of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, I made Abram rich. I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten and the share that belongs to the men who went with me, to Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them have their share. So essentially, Abram, after laying the smackdown, does not want to be beholden to the king of Sodom. Genesis 15, the Lord's covenant with Abram. After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward. God is your reward? That sounds creepy. Okay. But Abram said, Sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless, and the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir. Then the word of the Lord came to him, This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir. He took him outside and said, Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them. Then he said to him, So shall your offspring be. Once again, the same promise over and over again. Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. He also said to him, I am the Lord, who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land and take possession of it. But Abram said, Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? So the Lord said to him, Bring me a heifer. Heifer, please. Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon. They're about to have barbecue. It's God's time to have barbecue again, because he loves some barbecue. Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. Then birds of prey came down on the carcasses, but Adam drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. When the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking firepot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, To your descendants I give this land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaites, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites. Man, a whole lot of people just got their future given away from them, from the Lord. I love there's one thing I'm going to add here. He says, Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterwards they will come out with great possessions. That's not cool. I mean, you're God, and you're saying, okay, I mean, I already said, I think this whole obsession with your descendants and how many there will be and whether or not they'll have great riches and all this is kind of shallow and misplaced. But okay, let's just assume for a second that that's meaningful, and you want to make sure that you have as many descendants as the stars, and that they're fruitful and they multiply, and that they are great, a great nation. Blah blah blah. It's still not very comforting to me if you tell me, well, for 400 years they're going to be enslaved and treated like crap. But don't worry, because after 400 years, I'm finally going to do something about it. I'm going to make it right after they've suffered for 400 years, which means many generations of people will have been born and lived and died under these slaving conditions. They're not going to get to enjoy any of this escaping slavery and come out with great possessions. Most of them will have lived and died under this oppressive Egyptian regime. And what do they get for it? Nothing. But God's like, don't worry, in 400 years, I'm going to make it right. Really? You're God. Why don't you just not let them get enslaved in the first place, or make it right shortly after they become enslaved? But no, he has this master plan where they have to be enslaved for 400 years, which means that many generations of Abram's descendants are going to live in abject misery. Thanks, God. That's really cool. What the hell, man? This is okay. This is what we're supposed to be thankful for. So that was Genesis 15. Now things get really good. Okay, let's go on to Genesis 16. Hagar and Ishmael. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave. And I'm surprised because in this case they actually call them a slave. Sometimes they just call them servants. Sometimes they call them possessions. They call them different things. But in this case, they're saying, no, she's a slave. But she had an Egyptian slave named Hagar. So she said to Abram, the Lord has kept me from having children. Go, sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Okay, put a pin on that for a second. Abram agreed to what Sarai said. Of course he did. He's like, oh, I get to go bone her Hagar. Okay. Abram agreed to what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian slave Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, you are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. Your slave is in your hands, Abram said. Do with her whatever you think best. Then Sarai mistreated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from and where are you going? I'm running away from my mistress, Sarai, she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, go back to your mistress and submit to her. The angel added, I will increase your descendants so much that they will be two. Jesus, this again? We're doing the descendant thing again. Here's all this crappy stuff that you got to deal with, but it's okay. We're gonna increase your descendants. You're gonna have a ton of descendants. Who freaking cares? That's gross. The angel of the Lord also said to her, you are now pregnant, and you will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility toward all his brothers. Thank you? Okay. She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her. You are the God who sees me, for she said, I have now seen the one who sees me. That is why the well was called Bir Lahai Roy. It is still there, between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the sons she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. This whole chapter is so many levels of jacked up. Oh my gosh. This is gross on so many levels. First of all, they want to have kids, and Sarai is too old to have kids, and she's not been able to have any kids. So she's like, you know what? Go sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Let me be very clear what this is. This is called rape, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as being a slave, I'm not saying that Hagar went kicking and screaming and crying and all this. I mean, I don't know what her disposition was when she was tagged for this duty, this assignment. But when you are someone's slave, and then they decide that they are going to have sex with you and impregnate you, I don't care how much you think that you're down with the idea. This is rape. This is sexual assault. And this is what is endorsed right here in this chapter. It's not just mentioned as, well, this is something that a bad person in the Bible did, and we're sorry it happened, but it's part of the story. No, this is one of the guiding lights of Christianity and Judaism and Islam here, and the way that he and his wife first decided to try to have a family with Sarai was instead, here, go grab my slave and screw her. Or to be more specific and blunt about it, go rape her. That might solve the problem. Then she gets pregnant, and shockingly, this causes tension between her and Sarai. And who'd have guessed that? Wow. Never could have pegged that one. That causes tension. Hagar might have been kind of snotty to Sarai, but Sarai gives it right back to her. Sarai definitely does not treat her with much grace, according to this text. And Sarai basically comes back to Abram and says, look, this is what's going down now. She despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. And what does Abram do? Does he do anything to try to calm the situation? Does he say, look, you're my wife, Sarai, but now I've impregnated this woman and we're going to treat her well? No, she says, your slave is in your hands. Do with her whatever you think best. This slave is carrying his child. This is now going to be the mother to his first child. And when tension breaks out between Hagar and Sarai, Abram's response is, do with her what you will. She's your slave. You want to beat her? You want to kill her? You want to put her out back? You want to sell her somewhat? Like whatever. Whatever you think is best. Dude, cold as hell. Horrible, horrible shit. But this is what's in our Bible. Like, yeah, this is a great story. Let's bring all the kids around and we'll read this with them. And this is going to be great family time. So then what happened? Sarai mistreated Hagar. I mean, Abram just basically endorsed it. So Hagar flees. And then it gets more gross because Hagar flees. And then an angel of the Lord comes. It says, basically, what are you doing? Where are you going? And Hagar is like, the mistress is all mistreating me, and I had to get out of there because that was not cool. So what does the angel say? Go back to your mistress and submit to her. You're getting all kinds of abused. Abram, who's impregnated you, has endorsed the idea that you're getting abused by the mistress. He's down with it. So you have no friends there. You were raped, and now you are being told to go back to your mistress and submit to her. I guess this was before the Me Too movement. Yeah. But wow. That's gross. That's just really sick. And we're supposed to hold this guy up. He's a holy dude. Yeah, that's not what I want to see as holy. And then the angel like just kind of makes it worse, like saying, okay, you're going to have this son. He's going to be a wild donkey of the man. Like, what? Dude, what the hell? Oh, gosh. This is so gross. This is just so gross. I don't know how people think that this is some great example of godliness. Like, this is what we should hold up as an example to our children, and they should read this in church. And oh, this is so gross. So moving on, Genesis 17. I gotta take a breather there, because that's a lot to deal with. Genesis 17, the covenant of circumcision. Ooh, goody. This gets better. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you, and will greatly increase your numbers. Yeah, we get it. He's going to have numbers. Jesus, man, doesn't that ever get old? Abram fell face down, and God said to him, as for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham. For I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. I mean, wouldn't he be their God regardless? Oh, okay. The whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God. Again, are you everyone's God? Like, even if they don't agree with it? Like, what the hell? And you got to feel like the Canaanites, like, their whole land is basically just being given to someone else now, which I guess is happening probably because Canaan was cursed, not because of what Canaan did, but because his dad, Ham, saw Noah naked. So now this is what's happening to the, like, oh gosh, man, this is so gross. Then God said to Abraham, as for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you. Jesus, you just said that. The covenant you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring, whether born in your household or bought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. Let's be really clear about this. God's covenant is we're going to introduce genital mutilation. Yay. Yeah. Like, oh, we could pinky swear, we could, blood oath or something. No. What we're going to do is we're going to do genital mutilation. And even though it's everyone at 8 days old, there's no grandfather clause built in here. So everyone needs to be circumcised, even if at this point you're 99 years old. We need to cut off part of your PP. Yeah. Because God just had a conversation with Abraham. All right. It like specifically says your slaves, like the people that you bought, like all of them, they just cut off all the, a piece of everyone's dick because it's my covenant with you. God also said to Abraham, as for Sarai, your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her. Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, if only Ishmael might live under your blessing. Then God said, okay, I'm sorry. And Abraham said to God, if only Ishmael might live under your blessing. So it's nice that Abraham at least gives a rat's butt about Ishmael. Then God said, yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. Yay, more genital mutilation. Yay, lots of genital mutilation. That's awesome. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great... Who freaking cares, man? But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God went up from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born in his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that very day, and every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. Just think about this for a second. This 99-year-old dude comes back from talking to God, and when he does, what does he have to tell everyone else? Oh, guess what? Everyone's got to get a piece of their pee-pee chopped off today. Yeah, everyone here. If you're living in my house, you got to get a piece of your pee-pee chopped off today because God told me to. The hell? And that includes the slaves? I mean, there's no good way to couch the life of a slave, although, again, Christian apologists will find plenty of ways to do it. But just imagine any slave that any Christian that actually wants to make excuses for slavery in the Bible. I mean, there's all kinds of sick stuff in here, but this is a great one to throw in their face because you just have to say, look, because you were a slave in someone's household and Abraham decided that he was talking to God today and decided that the way forward is that everybody who lives in his house has to have part of their dick chopped off. That now the slaves have to submit to that today. And that's cool. And you think that that's not a problem. You have no problem with this because, hey, it's in your Bible. So who cares? It's all holy. Oh, man, this is sick shit. This is really sick. But this is what's held up as just the great Abraham. Okay. Chopping everyone's dick off. That's great. Let's go to Genesis 18. Yay. The three visitors. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw three men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, if I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed and then go on your way, now that you have come to your servant. Very well, they answered, do as you say. So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. Quick, he said, get 3 seahs of the finest flour and knead it and bake some bread. Like, go get some food, woman. Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice tender calf and gave it to a servant. So choice, so succulent. wonderful little calf, who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where is your wife, Sarah?" they asked him. "There in the tent," he said. Then one of them said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent, which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, "After I am worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" She's that poor woman. She's like, "Oh, I'm so worn out." Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Will I really have a child now that I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." First of all, there's a lot that's too hard for the Lord. Okay, figuring out how to murder the entire population of humans without also killing all the animals and going through all this crap about a flood. I mean, that was too hard for him. He had the clunkiest way ever of committing mass multi-species genocide. Sometimes it seems like even just finding Adam in the Garden of Eden is too hard. So it seems like there's a lot that's too hard for him. Even doing a proper curse, he cursed the serpent to have no legs. He cursed a serpent to have no legs. I think there's a lot that's too hard for him. But okay, he's saying, "Hey, is anything too hard for the Lord?" He's like, "Dude, I am the Lord." He says, "I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, "I did not laugh." But he said, "Yes, you did laugh." That always makes me laugh, because I'm like, this is very matter of fact. She's like, "I did not laugh." He's like, "Yes, you did. You certainly did." Abraham pleads for Sodom. When the men got up to leave, they looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be blessed through him, for I have chosen him, so that he will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just." Like genital mutilation. That's awesome. And slavery is right and just. "So that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him." Then the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great and their sin so grievous that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know." Now, keep in mind, he just said, like, well, is there anything the Lord can't do? Well, apparently what he can't do is already know what's going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. He has to physically walk there and investigate. All right. It seems like the antithesis of omniscience right there. The men turned away and went towards Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all earth do right?" The Lord said, "If I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Then Abraham spoke up again. "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city for lack of 5 people? If I find 45 there," he said, "I will not destroy it." Once again he spoke to him. "What if only 40 are found there?" He said, "For the sake of 40, I will not do it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there?" At this point, if I'm the Lord, I'm starting to get pissed off because this is getting tiring. He answered, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." Abram said, "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there?" Jesus. He said, "For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there?" It's like, dude, can't you cut to the chase on this quicker? He answered, for the sake of 10, I will not destroy it. When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left and Abraham returned home. Okay, first of all, I'm telling you, Abraham is clinically insane. I'm not saying this to be snarky. Listen to this. The three visitors. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. So when you say that, like, okay, the Lord appeared, like I'm expecting trumpets and angels or some shit like that. No, it says, then it goes on to say, Abraham looked up and saw three men standing nearby. Three men. That's how the Lord came to talk to Abraham. Just as three men. And of course, we know that it was God because Abraham just knows when a man isn't a man, but is God, I guess. Yeah. No, he's not crazy at all. No. He's these three men. He's like, oh, the Lord has come to me. All right. Wow. And then this stupid bargaining game at the end. Here's the saddest part about this. I mean, for the sake of 20, I will not destroy it. If I find 30 there, I will not do it if I find 30 there. Why does the Lord have to physically walk into a city and then count the people who are righteous and not? Shouldn't he just know? And if he doesn't know, if there's even any doubt that there might be one righteous person there, first of all, in a modern sense, we could argue, look, even if the whole city is wicked, then is that right? Is that justified to wipe them out? But let's just assume, using Old Testament logic here, that if the city's wicked, they should all die. Okay, I don't agree with that, but let's just say if they're wicked, they should all die. But don't you know whether, like, Santa Claus knows if you're naughty or nice, but apparently God doesn't know. God's got to walk there and walk around and he seems kind of wicked. Maybe he's not. I guess he just has to manually walk around and make these judgments, or does he know as soon as he sees you? I don't know, but apparently he's deciding to wipe out the city, and he doesn't actually know how many righteous people are there. He doesn't know if it's 50 or 40 or 10. He's not sure, which is really discomforting. God doesn't know how many righteous people are in the city. He may know that in general the city's wicked, bad things happen in Sodom, but he doesn't actually know how many righteous people, or if any, are there. So much for God hearing prayer, right? Because if God hears all your prayers, then these righteous people would be praying and he would know they're there. And if he's hearing nothing, then he would know there's no one in that city praying. I can't believe any of them are righteous. Now, you don't have to be prayerful to be righteous, but I'm just saying, thinking of things the way that they would think of them in this narrative, righteousness would be akin to God, to fearing God, right? So how is it then that God doesn't know? I mean, this narrative is basically proof that God ain't hearing your prayers. And you may not want to hear that. I know if you're Christian, you don't want to hear that. But how does this not prove that? God doesn't know if there are righteous people in the city, and he doesn't know if there are, how many there are. And if there are righteous people there, they've got to be praying. Well, again, according to the way that they're thinking of righteous in this text, in the Bible. So the idea that he doesn't know is wrong and just really gross. And it just proves that God's not listening to your prayers. I mean, maybe he's listened to some prayers. I think he really listens when you throw in some barbecue, because he likes the tasty, the pleasing aroma, like all the meat parts and the fatty bits and all. He likes the barbecue. So if you're going to throw some barbecue in, he'd probably listen. But if you just oh Lord, please listen to what I did today, and here's the problems I have. According to this text, I don't think he's hearing it at all, which is kind of sad if that's what your whole worldview is based on. But hey, oh well. All right, we're going to do one more. We're getting long on this, so we're going to do one more. Real good stuff here. Genesis 19. Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. As we go through these, I keep thinking this is one of the most effed up stories in the whole Bible. And then you get, a few chapters later, you're like, no, this is one of the most effed up. It's like they're all competing with each other to be the worst stories ever. And this is, the greatest story ever, which I know that's supposed to refer to Jesus, but, all of this is like the greatest story ever told. It's the grossest. It's disgusting. But, okay, let's get into this. Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. So those two other men that were with God, because they're all just men, I guess, but I guess the other two were angels. Even though I guess they all looked to Abraham like men. But he knows that when regular men aren't just men, I guess, because he's not insane at all. No. The two angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. "My lords," he said, "please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and then go on your way early in the morning." "No," they answered, "we will spend the night in the square." But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them." Okay, we'll get back to that. Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof." Okay. "Get out of the way," they replied. "This fellow came here as a foreigner, and now he wants to play the judge. We'll treat you worse than them." They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness so that they could not find the door. The 2 men said to Lot, "Do you have anyone else here, sons-in-law, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place. The outcry to the Lord against this people is so great that he has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters. Okay. He said, "Hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished." When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and of his 2 daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. Your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to him, "Very well, I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it." That is why the town was called Zoar. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those things, destroying all those living in the cities, and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. Lot and his daughters. This just gets worse. Lot and his two daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his two, even though he had fought to be able to go to Zoar because he said he wouldn't live in the mountains, he is now living in the mountains. He and his two daughters lived in a cave. One day the older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children, as is the custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink wine and then sleep with him and preserve our family line through our father." That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Last night I slept with my father," which that's a weird way to say it because you'd say our father, but let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and sleep with him so we can preserve our family line through our father. Believe it or not, this does not take place in West Virginia. So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. Oh, goody. The older daughter had a son. She named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Oh my gosh. This entire chapter is just gross from beginning to end. I mean, where do we start? Okay, let's go back to the top. So these angels that are going to destroy the city of Sodom, Lot has brought them in. And okay, first of all, this just sounds too over the top. This is, before they go on to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom. I mean, how big is the city? 1,000 people? 5,000? I don't know. All the men, so I guess hundreds, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them." Now, this just feels like something that was put in here just to make it painfully obvious to us, the readers, that, oh, this city's wicked. I mean, really, every man in the city decided to come beating on the door of this house to say, "Bring those two visitors out. We want to squirt them." What? I mean, even in very immoral places amongst immoral people, this is just over the top. I mean, I guess we just have to take it at face value because that's kind of the exercise we're doing. But this just sounds like someone really wanted to hammer home this point. So they came up with this crazy, over the top story of every man in town coming and beating on the door saying, "Give up the two other guys you've got because we're going to have sex with them." What? That just feels really weird and over the top. I guess you could say, well, but if that's what happened, it's a wicked town. Yeah, but come on, man. Really? Like, the entire town just got together and said, "Oh, let's go bang on that door. We're going to grab those two new dudes." Come on. And then what Lot does, how does this ever get into a Bible, a holy book? Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing." Okay, that's cool. "Look, I have two daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them." The hell? What is that? And there's not a word here about that was gross or how could anyone do it or he's wicked also. Like, and after offering up his daughters to the sexually depraved mob, then he is let out by the angels to survive the catastrophe because he's not a wicked guy. He just offered his two virgin daughters to a sexually depraved mob of men, but Lot's not wicked. Let's save him. Come on, man. Really? This is the crap you want your kids to read about. This is how your God wants us to be. Like, really? I understand there's this is extreme, but this is to some extent an extension of the whole idea of uh, sheltering visitors in your home, guests' rights. This in certain cultures that takes on extreme meaning. But even in the most extreme case, I have never heard anyone imply that because you brought guests in for the night, and sure, you should feed them and you should give them a place to sleep and you should be nice to them and all this stuff, guests' rights or whatever. But I've never heard anyone say that if a mob comes to rape them, you should offer up your daughters instead. What? That? No. This is the height of immorality, and this is someone that the angels saved because somehow, I guess, he's not wicked. Make it make sense. It doesn't. It just doesn't. So they keep banging on the door, and the angels had to strike them blind so that they can't find the door, which, I guess when they went blind, no one was touching the door. So then he goes through this whole thing of, bargaining, like how far away do we have to go? Even the whole thing with his Lot's wife. I didn't realize until I reread this just how much of a throwaway line this is. Thus he overthrew the cities and the entire plain, destroying all of those living in the cities and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt. It's just like thrown in there at the end, like, oh, and then Lot's wife became a pillar of salt. What? That's horrible. I mean, if she was worth saving, if she was not wicked, like offering up your virgin daughters to a sexually depraved mob, if she's not wicked, then her one crime was turning back and looking back, and that for that she deserves to become a pillar of salt. Okay, fine. And then, as if all of this weren't enough, then they have to put the big incest cherry on the cake and say that they're living in the cave, and the daughters are like, there's no men and we're not getting knocked up, so we're going to have to get dad drunk. What? If you want to assume that some of this is supposed to be some kind of historical account, okay, I get people do bad things. Even good people sometimes do bad things, okay? So I don't have necessarily a problem with the idea that there's this narrative that says this is how his daughters became pregnant because they both decided to get dad drunk and get knocked up by him. It's gross, but I'm not necessarily bothered by the fact that it's even in the story at all. But if you're going to have this in the story, there should be some kind of narrative, God speaking to us or something that's saying, that was wrong. That wasn't cool. The same thing with the slavery thing. Like, okay, slavery was a thing in biblical times. I get that. You can't get away from that fact. And sometimes even people that were looked upon favorably by God may have been involved with slaves. But there's nowhere that God just comes out and says, but this is wrong. This shouldn't be done, or you shouldn't have done this, or you shouldn't do this going forward. No, there's nowhere that says this is a bad thing. There's just this story about, yeah, Abraham had a bunch of slaves, and he decided he had to cut off a bunch of their dicks because their covenant with me. Cut off part of their foreskin so that even though they're grown ass men, but because I made a covenant with Abraham, now he's going to come in and say, guess what? You're all getting a piece of your dick chopped off today. And nowhere is there any mention of like, maybe this isn't cool. Maybe this isn't the way you should treat people, even slaves. Maybe you should just not treat people this way. Nowhere does it say that, these daughters did this thing and it really wasn't cool, but it is the story. This is how his daughters got pregnant. No, there's no context given for it. You might say, well, but this is more of an account. They're not going to have context. But if anyone is here to give us context, you'd think it would be God. God's always giving these decrees about what's right and what's wrong and who's going to have 1,000 offspring. And at any point, he could say, no, that's not cool. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be offering up your daughters to a mob of sexual deviants. That's just not cool. It's gross. But at no point does anyone step in to even provide any kind of moral clarity on this. They're just ticking this stuff off like, here's another effed up thing that happened. Yay, God. It just gets worse and worse. And I didn't realize, I think the last time I read the Bible was probably 10 years ago. I didn't realize until that time when I read it again, like just how much stuff in here is really, really not just a little off. There's a lot of stories that don't age well. And you could say, oh, it's a different time. That doesn't really read well today anymore. But there's so much stuff in here that goes beyond that. It's not just, oh, I don't understand the cultural context, or I don't understand what it was like to live in those days. Like, there's so much of it that's just gross. And I don't care whether it was 5,000 years ago or whether it was 5 hours ago. It's gross, period. And there's never anything said in this book that some of these things, while they may be an account of what happened, were wrong and shouldn't be done. You think the Bible would give guidance on this stuff, and yet it doesn't. It just throws these out here, and it says these are things that were done by godly men, the men that the Lord smiled upon, and we're just supposed to go, oh, okay. It is morally bankrupt. That's what it really is. It's not just that I don't agree with some pieces of it. There's so much of this. It's just morally bankrupt. It's the only way I can say it. I don't want to just attack a religion or a sacred text. There's some pieces in here that are not horrible, but there's just so much of it that you can't defend. I shouldn't say you can't. The Christian apologists will defend it all day. Like I said, like the slavery issue. They will tie themselves in the most exquisite knots defending all this slavery. And the fact that all the biblical heroes, not all of them, a large number of them are known, according to the accounts, to have had slaves. And they'll just, do everything they can to tell you it was cool and it's not slavery like we were thinking of slavery and it's really more of a job. No, it's not. When you're giving your slave to your husband so that he can impregnate her and try to use that as your pseudo family, that's not a job. That's slavery. And one of the worst manifestations of slavery is slavery that comes with sexual abuse. This so often happens with slavery. When you decide that all the people in your house, meaning your slaves, need to have genital mutilation today because you talked to God, that's gross. And there's no defense for that. It's just really gross. Anyway, that's as far as we're going today. This one's gone a little long. That's okay. But there's more good Abraham stuff coming up. We ain't done with the Abraham. I mean, we haven't even reached the grossest part of the Abraham. This is like just warm up. Just a warm up. So stay tuned because the next one's going to get real fun. Really fun. Thanks for tuning in to Skepticus. Hello, welcome back to Skepticus. We are continuing our journey through the Bible from an atheist perspective. Last time we went through Genesis 12 through 19, which, as usual, had all sorts of disgusting things in it. We saw, kind of working backwards, we saw that once again, God decided that mass murder is a great way to solve the problems of humanity as he wiped out Sodom and Gomorrah. We saw that one of the more righteous men to be one of the only men to be saved from Sodom because he was righteous was the same man Lot, who would offer up his virgin daughters to a horde of sexually depraved strangers to do with as they will. We saw that Abraham is quite literally insane. Just sees visions of God and decides that based upon these visions that we're going to instantiate a new ritual for all eternity of genital mutilation. And he's going to bring that right back home to his home as fast as possible, including all of his slaves, because Abraham and God, they loved them some slaves. We've even seen where there's apparently no problem in the Bible with women deciding that the only way we can continue our family line is to get dad drunk as hell and to do him. Yeah, this is the Bible. So holy, so wonderful. Before we get into the next things about the more insanity about Abraham, I want to give you a quick side story here. As you watch some of these videos, I'm sure you've noticed that I have these images I throw up behind me, mostly for some visual variety. I think you don't necessarily want to just stare at my face for an hour or something as I'm talking about these Bible verses. So I throw up these images, and if you know anything about AI, you've probably recognized, at least on a couple of these, that that looks AI generated, and they are AI generated. I know some people don't like that. They have certain feels about that, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and try to manually draw out hundreds of these images when I have no skill for that whatsoever, and I don't have any money to pay an artist. So they're just generic images. But I bring this up because it is hard to get AI to actually generate some of these images. Because when I describe, even in very vague terms, these scenes or just general ideas of things that I'm trying to illustrate on screen, AI keeps telling me, oh, we can't do an image like that. That violates our terms, our content policies, because essentially everything that we're talking about here is gross. It's violent. It's abusive. It is. It brings up imagery of sexual abuse and just all kinds of violent, nasty things that ChatGPT and other engines say, no, we won't make those images. Even when I tried to get more specific and say, this is just me trying to do a very generic illustration of something that comes from this Bible verse. Sometimes it would come back and literally say, yes, we understand you're trying to represent that Bible verse, but because of our content policies, we cannot represent that imagery. In other words, even AI knows that some of this stuff is just really gross. And that's so sad, because this is what Christianity holds up as the awesome stuff that it wants to have in its foundational texts. But hey, that's why we're doing this, because I believe firmly that if you have any doubts about Christianity and you're not sure what to really believe. I mean, you don't have to make things up, and you don't have to go to people just for their opinions. Christianity will give you the receipts. The receipts are right there in their holy texts that are not flattering whatsoever. Now, to be clear, the Christian apologist, there's nothing that a Christian apologist cannot make an excuse for. So I'm not trying to tell you that I've said anything in this series so far, or that I will say anything at any point in the future that a Christian apologist cannot hand wave away, because it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if their holy heroes have murdered and raped and bought and sold slaves. It doesn't matter what they've done. For a Christian apologist, for the really hardcore ones, they can find a way to hand wave anything away. But if you are not already a hardcore Christian apologist, then it's not hard to look through these texts and see that there's a lot here to dislike. So with that being said, we're going to dive in now to Genesis 20. Genesis 20 is a furthering of the narrative of Abraham. Yes, this insane, slave-owning, raping, genital mutilating dude. And it's kind of scary. We haven't even reached the best part yet. So this is Genesis 20, Abraham and Abimelech. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but we'll see. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar, and there Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." Then Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. Does this sound familiar? Because it really should. Yes, once again, the world's first bona fide PIMP is at it again. Not once, but now for the second time. This is one of Abraham's favorite tricks. He has to move somewhere else where maybe they won't be welcomed. And apparently his wife is hot, although at this point she's like 100 years old, so that she had to be one of the world's great beauties, because apparently everyone is just into her. And rather than, I don't know, just lay low and make sure you don't get in the king's way, no, he is so worried about his own backside and making sure that he is safe and continuing to be rich and richer, that he is more than willing to pimp his wife out to a king. It's happened once already with the Pharaoh in Egypt, and now here it is with Abimelech, king of Gerar. Once again, he is pulling this lie, saying, she's my sister. And what comes of that lie? Well, Abimelech says, I like me some Sarah, so he took her. Now, to be clear, that means he took her with Abraham's blessing, because it's clearly he didn't fight this. He came up with this idea. He's pimping her out. After Abimelech took Sarah, I think you should take that in every way possible. It says, but God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, you are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman. Now, that's great of God, but, first of all, why would he do that before? And second of all, why is it that he's threatening Abimelech when it is Abraham's idea, and Abraham has lied, and Abraham has pimped her out? I don't know. But apparently Abimelech is the one who is as good as dead, because the woman he has taken as a married woman, even though how would he know that? Because everyone lied to him about it. Now Abimelech had not gone near her, so he said, Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, she is my sister? And didn't she also say, he is my brother? I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands. So clearly Abimelech's like, look, everybody's lying to me. Why are you coming to me on this? They've all lied to me. Abraham and Sarah have both said that they're siblings. What did Abimelech do wrong? And that's exactly why he's protesting. Then God said to him in the dream, yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. So I guess they were together, but I guess he hadn't actually done the nasty yet. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you and you will live. But if you do not return to her, you may be sure that you and all who belong to you will die. Here's a really crazy idea, God. Maybe you should talk to your boy Abraham and say, stop this shit. Really? Who gave you the idea to keep doing this, to keep going around and pimping out your wife to kings and saying, oh, she's my sister? Maybe God should say, stop that. That's gross. Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officials, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, what have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should never be done. And Abimelech asked Abraham, what was your reason for doing this? I love this because he's just calling, just like Pharaoh did. Pharaoh did the same thing. And he was like, dude, what the hell? So Abimelech's like, what was the thinking for this? Abraham replied, I said to myself, there is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife, which is the same excuse he used last time. Besides, she really is my sister, the daughter of my father, though not of my mother, and she became my wife. So he's like, dude, it's not really a lie. She's my half-sister. Ew. And when God had made me wander from my father's household, I said to her, this is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, he is my brother. This is how you can show your love to me. Go screw other kings. Yeah, that's how you show love to Abraham. Okay. Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham. What did I tell you? He's pimping her out. This is the same thing that happened with Pharaoh. And he returned Sarah, his wife, to him. And Abimelech said, my land is before you. Live wherever you like. First of all, Abimelech, I guess, had God come and, lay the verbal smackdown on him. So it's not like he's doing this out of entirely goodwill. He's basically trying to buy himself out of an awkward situation that he had no fault for being in the first place. Because Abraham and Sarah are liars. To Sarah, he said, I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver, your brother who's also your husband. This is to cover the offense against you before all who are with you. You are completely vindicated. What offense? There was no offense. They lied to him. Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves so they could have children again. For the Lord had kept all the women in Abimelech's household from conceiving because of Abraham's wife, Sarah. Now, I brought this up before because it said that when they pulled this crap in Egypt, that the Pharaoh's house had diseases. And I couldn't help but wonder, does Sarah have STDs? Now, keep in mind that some types of STDs can absolutely make you sterile, and she had not been able to conceive a child with Abraham until finally the Lord intervened, far late in her life, and she could have Isaac. But otherwise, she was apparently infertile, barren, if you will. And now they're saying that in Abimelech's household, the Lord had to heal them, because his wife and his female slaves, they could have children again. This sounds a lot to me like Sarah's got some kind of STDs, and everywhere she goes, she spreads these. She's apparently really hot, even for an old lady now. She spreads these STDs around, and she lies to everyone about not being married, and then Abraham works all of this for his profit because he's a PIMP. Yeah, this is one of the founding fathers of Christianity. Good stuff. Good stuff, guys. Loving this. And now we get to the birth of Isaac. Genesis 21. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him as God commanded him. Yeah, got to cut off that foreskin. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him, which would mean I think Sarah was like 10 years younger. So she's like 90 at this point. Still finding other kings to screw and then spread diseases to their family and then use it as a way for them to get more money. Great. And by money, I mean livestock and slaves, because those are the currencies of Abraham. Sarah said, God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me. And she added, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children, yet I have borne him a son in his old age? Hagar and Ishmael sent away. Remember them? The child grew and was weaned, and on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham was mocking. And she said to Abraham, get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac. The matter distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son. But God said to him, do not be so distressed about the boy and your slave woman. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the slave into a nation also, because he is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down about a bow shot away, for she thought, I cannot watch the boy die. And as she sat there, she began to sob. God heard the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, what is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer. While he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. The treaty at Beersheba. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do, you pimpant bastard. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you now reside as a foreigner the same kindness I have shown to you. Abraham said, I swear it. Yeah, because his word's really good. Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servants had seized. But Abimelech said, I don't know who has done this. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today. So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs from the flock, and Abimelech asked Abraham, what is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs you have set apart by themselves? He replied, accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well. So that place was called Beersheba because the 2 men swore an oath there. After the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. So what does Genesis 21 tell us? Well, first of all, it confirms that Sarah is absolutely still a hardcore bitch. She is the one who had originally said, here, go rape this slave, because maybe that will be how you have descendants. And then as soon as Hagar was pregnant Sarah decided she didn't like this arrangement after all. And now that she has her own child by Abraham, of course she's going to be a complete bitch and try to get Hagar out of the picture, which she does. Because you know what? Abraham ain't stopping her. The first time this came up, Abraham said, she's your slave. You do with her what you want. This is when Hagar was pregnant with his only child at the time. And now that he has this child, he's just like, yeah, we'll send him away. We'll send him away. And the situation was so dire that Hagar believed that they were going to die in the desert. And I love how clueless the Lord and his angels are when they come to talk to people like this. Because here it says, God heard the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, what is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. She's dying of thirst in the desert, dumbass. That's what's the matter. Okay? Don't sit here and act like, why would you be afraid? Your son is about to die of thirst. You put him under a bush. Like, come on. Don't be obtuse. You're the freaking Lord. Don't be a dumbass. Oh my gosh. You know damn well why she's crying. Because you did nothing to protect her. She's out in the desert now. Your boy Abraham has completely just shunted her aside. And who cares? Because she's a slave. And all this talk about, oh, he's going to have his own nation. That's great. But I'll tell you what, it's just so ignorant and so purposely obtuse to sit here and act like you don't know why she's sitting there crying. It's gross. So, let's see. They just go through the rest of this with this well and Abimelech, and they make their little treaty. So that is Genesis 21. Now Isaac has his official son. He already had Ishmael, the donkey man, but now he has Isaac. So, of course, we're going to take Hagar and the son and just shove them out the back door because, hey, they're slaves. And why would people get treated any differently as slaves in the Bible than they are in modern times? Oh, that's right, they're not. No matter what the Christian apologists try to tell you, slaves are not in some better social class just because it's biblical times. It's not any less gross. It's slavery. Genesis 22. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, Abraham, here I am, he replied. Like, do we really need that? Like, is that even providing anything to the, thanks for that. Then God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. I'm sure you've heard this story before, but I'm going to hammer this sucker home because God just told Abraham, go sacrifice Isaac. Sometime later, I'm not sure if they say how old Isaac is here. He's definitely not an infant because he speaks in this narrative. He's clearly old enough to carry things. So I think this is like teen years. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship and then we will come back to you. Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, Father? Yes, my son, Abraham replied. The fire and the wood are here, Isaac said. But where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham answered, God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. And the 2 of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Here I am, he replied. Do not lay a hand on the boy, he said. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God. Now I know that you fear God. Now I know. Because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son. Abraham looked up, and there in a thicket he saw a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called that place, the Lord will provide. And to this day it is said, on the mountain of the Lord it will be provided. The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Here we go again with the damn descendants. We get it. He already told him he's going to have 1,000 descendants. What good is this? Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring, all nations on earth will be blessed because you have obeyed me. Of course, he also told them that your descendants will be enslaved in crappy conditions in Egypt for 400 years. Make up your mind. Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Nahor's sons. Sometime later, Abraham was told, Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor. Uz the firstborn, Buz his brother. Yes, Uz and Buz. Okay. Kemuel, the father of Aram, Kesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. Milcah bore those 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Ruma, also had sons, blah, blah, blah. Okay, more lineage. Okay, let's go back on this for a second. God comes to Abraham. Have I mentioned that Abraham is stark, raving, freaking lunatic, mad, insane? I mean, all God has to do is, just apparently appear to him in a dream, or some guy comes to his door and he's like, oh, this is God. I mean, he's willing to believe that anyone and anything is God. And he's willing to believe that he talks to God every day, and nobody thinks that's strange. Apparently, that's just all cool. God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah, sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain. I want to be very clear with you here. When we read the story of Sodom and Gomorrah several chapters back, when God said, I am going to wipe out the city of Sodom, Abraham's instinct was to negotiate with God, to bargain with him. He said, what if I find 50 people there that are righteous? And God said, okay, if you find 50, I will spare them. And he said, what if I found 45? And God said, fine, if you find 45, I'll spare them. And it's actually ridiculous how many they went to 40, and then they went to 30, and then they went to 20 and 10. Every time God said, fine, if you find that many righteous people, I will spare them. And aside from the fact that it's very disturbing that God didn't know how many righteous people, or if there were any righteous people in Sodom, that we talked about that last video. The fact is that Abraham pleaded basically on the side of humanity. But when God comes to him and says, murder your son, he doesn't ask any questions. He doesn't negotiate. He doesn't do anything but just say, yes, sir. Okay, let's go get the donkey and head up to go murder Isaac. Not even a question. No question whatsoever. Just, sure, let's go kill Isaac. If that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is the same man who at 99, God said, you're going to cut off a piece of your dick. And Abraham went, okay. And then he went that day and did it. And then he made sure he did to everyone who lived in his house, including all the slaves and his brothers and his children and everything. They all had to have a piece of their dick cut off. And Abraham didn't have a problem with that. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised, because he believes once again that he has talked to God, and the message that God gave him was go murder your son. And he was just like, okay, let's go do some murdering. It's murdering time. It did. I mean, just even the way he does it, it's pretty creepy and gross. You know, he gives, Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac. Here, go carry all the wood to the top of the mountain that we're going to use to burn your body, because we're going to murder you. I mean, he doesn't say that, but how gross. It's like forcing someone to dig their own grave. I mean, it's total insult to injury. And this is what he's doing with his son. And then even when his son speaks up, he's like, Dad? And Abraham's like, yes. He's like, we have fire and we have wood. Where's the lamb? And Abraham's like, oh, don't you worry about that. We're going to have a lamb to sacrifice. Knowing damn well he's talking about killing his own son. I want to harp on this because this is, I mean, even Christians will tell you that this is a tough story. It's a problematic story, but this is held up as this great example of someone who had the ultimate faith in God. God says, go sacrifice your son. And he just says, okay, Lord. God says jump, and he says how high. And it doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. And we all know, if any other 100-year-old man came back and, decided that he had just talked to God, and the result of his conversation with God was that he had to murder his son, we would hold that man up as being a homicidal, insane maniac. In any other context, this is one of the grossest stories you have ever heard in your life. And yet, when it's in the Bible, now it's the subject of Sunday school talks. Now it's the subject of sermons from the pulpit. There is no discernment given to this, the nasty and horrible nature of these stories when we wrap it in the ultimate deodorizing blanket of religion and the Bible and our foundational religious texts. We take every aspect of our brain and just go, boop, let's just set that right over there. Won't be needing that anymore. And now we're just going to blindly accept anything that's written in this book. It doesn't matter if it's criminally, homicidally insane. It doesn't matter if it is morally bankrupt. Not only will we not apply even the most basic of human logic to this, but we will pervert it so badly that we will take this story and we will hold this man up as a hero of God, as one of the most righteous and important men in the entire Bible, just because it's part of the Bible. That's really gross. That is really gross. And there's no way to defend this. I mean, you really can't. I mean, it's amazing that they still found a way to make him more gross. This is after he had, on the suggestion of his wife, raped his slave and then told her, fine, do whatever you want with that slave. I don't care. I don't care if she's pregnant with my kid. This is the same guy who lied to not one, but two kings about him not being married and about Sarah just being his sister so that he could pimp her out and get richer at their expense. And I'm pretty sure from the text that also resulted in her spreading diseases to the courts of two kings in this process. I mean, just every part of this is disgusting. This is a man who joyfully embraced the idea of genital mutilation and imposed it upon every member of his household, including all those poor involuntary slaves who just happened to be unlucky enough to be under the thumb of a 99-year-old maniac who believes he just talked to God and said, you got to cut off a piece of your penis. And in spite of all that, they find some way to make it worse. As if that wasn't enough, they had to find some way just to make it even worse. And they did. Go murder your son. And yeah, I know it has a happy ending, I guess. You know, the angel comes down and stops them. And I think maybe that's supposed to teach us something too. But first of all, Isaac, he should be traumatized by this. And if he's not, I mean, maybe he's not, because he's probably being raised to be just as delusional as his father. But this should traumatize the hell out of you. It never even says either, like, did Isaac struggle? I mean, it's sad to think about, but it says when they reached the place God had told them about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. This is, of course, after he told them the cheeky little lie about, oh, don't worry, the Lord's going to provide a lamb for the burnt offering. Yeah, don't worry. But at some point, Isaac had to he was already putting two and two together as they're going up the mountain. So at some point when he starts getting bound, does he fight back? Or is he so brainwashed by his geriatric jerk of a dad that he actually went along with it? I don't know. But the whole thing is horrific. And this is another thing I know ChatGPT won't even let me generate an image for, because it's too gross to generate images for. This is disgusting behavior. It's violent. It's child murder. I mean, it's insane. And why would any religion hold this up as being something that they should be proud of in their religious texts? I don't know. I don't know why these things get no scrutiny. All right, moving on. Genesis 23, the death of Sarah. That's just a shame. She was such a wonderful person. Sarah lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan, and Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, I am a foreigner and stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead. The Hittites replied to Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will refuse you his tomb for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land, the Hittites. He said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zohar, on my behalf. So he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belongs to him and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city. No, my lord, he said, listen to me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead. Again, Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, Listen to me, if you will. I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me so I can bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, Listen to me, my lord. Are they not? Do they have any doubt that they're listening to each other? Because do they have to start every sentence with listen to me? Otherwise, the other person doesn't listen? Like, just some of this structure is so banal. Ephron answered Abraham, Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver, but what is that between you and me? Bury your dead. Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weight current among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah near Mamre both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field, was deeded to Abraham as his property in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterward, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is at Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site. This is Genesis 23. After having read all that now, I only have one simple question for you. Why? What's the point of this whole chapter? I mean, Sarah dies, and I understand she's a pretty central character because she's, just such a delightful bitch that we had to make sure to note her passing. But, okay, she was Abraham's wife and very important, the mother of Isaac, blah, 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 even if she was a horrible human being. So I understand that maybe they felt it worthy that we should talk about the fact that Sarah's died. But I mean, this whole thing, this back and forth about, no, just pick a tomb and bury her. No, I will pay you for this land. And blah, 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 blah. Listen to me. Listen to me. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Okay. All we really needed to know was that Sarah lived to be 127 years old, and she died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. There you go. That's all we really need to know from chapter 23. I mean, if we even needed to know that, but I mean, that's done. That's all we need. It's so weird because, these verses and these chapters, on one level, they are very, very terse. It's not like you're reading Game of Thrones. It's 300, 400, 500, 600 pages thick, this really, really small text. One chapter sometimes can be read in 5 minutes, right? Some of these chapters. The verses are essentially a sentence or two each is a verse. I don't even know why they list them as verses. I'm sure biblical scholars can tell you this. But the point is, on one level, they're very, very terse. And yet, on the other level, sometimes they spend so much time repeating crap that doesn't need to be repeated or going into weird little bits of minutia that nobody cares about. Like, it doesn't tell you anything about morality or the nature of God, or it doesn't even enhance the historical aspect of the text. It's just like, wow, you felt like we needed to go on for 6 or 7 or 8 paragraphs about Abraham negotiating back and forth with the Hittites for a burial plot. Sure. Whatever. Who cares? Okay. So Sarah's dead. Yay. Genesis 24, Isaac and Rebekah. Remember, Isaac is the one who was almost killed. Abraham was now very old, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to the senior servant in his household, that is, slave, the one in charge of all that he had, put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac. First of all, I want you, put your hand under my thigh. What? I mean, is that a thing? I don't know. Was that like a common way to swear an oath back then? Put your hand under my thigh? I mean, it sounds perverted, like hey, servant, come here. What's in my pocket? Put your hand under my thigh and swear an oath. Like, okay. Are we swearing on the Lord here? Or are we swearing on something else you had in your pants? I don't know. But he said, put your hand under my thigh. Sure. I mean, the slave's going to do whatever you tell him to, unfortunately. And then I guess he just has to prove to us that amongst all of his other stellar traits, he's also a bigot. Because all he really cares about is that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites. No matter what you do, don't go to those filthy Canaanites. I mean, this has all the wonderful romance and nuance to it of like some old white Confederate dudes, calling someone to his side saying, no matter what happens, make sure my son doesn't marry any colored folk. I mean, that's what it really sounds like. It sounds like he's just got this big bigoted aspect and view toward the Canaanites. And that's all he cares about is come put your hand under my thigh and what? And swear to God that you won't find a wife for my son amongst the Canaanites. All right, I don't know. Maybe the Canaanites didn't have a love for deodorant, or maybe they didn't have a great reputation for being eloquent or intelligent or good looking. I don't know. But I'm assuming that the entire land of Canaanites was not full of idiots or horrible people or unclean people. I think it's just that Abraham was a bigot, because being bigoted would go along so well with all of his other wonderful traits. The servant asked him, what if the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from? Make sure that you do not take my son back there, Abraham said. The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me on oath, saying, to your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, bonk her over the head and... No, it doesn't say that. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master, Abraham, and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Did they swear the oath like this? Or like, okay. Then the servant left, taking with him 10 of his master's camels loaded with all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor. He had the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was toward evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, Lord God of my master Abraham, make me successful today and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a young woman, please let down your jar that I may have a drink, and she says, drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. This is a really convoluted dating match game here. I mean, if you think Tinder is a pain in the ass, this idea that I'm going to... First of all, he's stalking the water well. I mean, this almost seems like gators that are waiting by the water, for crocodiles, for you to come up and they're going to snatch you. This seems creepy as hell, but okay, he's going to go stalk the well so that when all the women come to replenish the water jugs and such, he can then essentially creep on them. Okay. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. Which basically means that she's Isaac's cousin, I guess. Something like that. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. Somebody's sentence. Okay. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin. Well, okay, I guess the text tells us that, but I mean, it's not like these two are connected. Like, oh, she's beautiful, she must be a virgin. And then it says, the woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. Yeah, that's what virgin means. I mean, I guess they wanted to make sure that there was no ambiguity, that we weren't thinking like virgin olive oil. No, like virgin, like never had sex. Yeah, that's what we mean. I knew that's what we meant, but they had to make sure we knew that anyway. Sure. The servant hurried to meet her and said, "Please give me a little water from your jar." "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too until they have had enough to drink." So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. Which, by the way, he could have done this. This is like the cheesiest little game. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing a beka and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. Then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" Keep in mind, when they say he took these out, it's not like he just took them out and then moved them to a different pocket. I mean, this dude is like flash and bling, as it would like, look at this. I've got a gold nose ring. I've got 2 gold bracelets. Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your house? Like, oh man, this is creepy. This is like some dude who has like really ostentatious rings who then like plunks them down on the table in front of you in this gross way and then tries to act like, tries to get you all excited about what's on his hand. She answered him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son that Milcah bore to Nahor." And she added, "We have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as room for you to spend the night." Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, "Praise be to the Lord." And did he do this right in front of her? Like, he just like gets on his knees like, "Praise God, I've found a woman for my master. Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives." Yeah. He's finding Isaac's cousin. Nice. The young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now, Rebecca had a brother named Laban, or Laban, I don't know, Laban, named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had seen the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, notice they're on his sister now, so that's why he brought these out, and had heard Rebecca tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. "Come, you who are blessed by the Lord," he said. "Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say." "Then tell us," Laban said. So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy." First of all, they know who Abraham is. It's their cousin, okay? Or their uncle, or whatever. I mean, he has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife, Sarah, has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, "You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites." No, never the Canaanites, "in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son." Then I asked my master, "What if the woman will not come back with me?" He replied, "The Lord before whom I have walked faithfully will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. You will be released from my oath if, when you go to my clan, they refuse to give her to you. Then you will be released from my oath." When I came to the spring today, I said, "Lord God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a young woman comes out to draw water, and I say to her, 'Please let me drink a little water from your jar,' and if she says to me, 'Drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too,' let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son." They've just told us this story. Why do we then have to read the part where he says the whole thing again? like I said, these chapters are very small, and yet they take the time to tell us the story at the top. And then someone says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Here, let me relate the whole thing to you again." And so then we have to read it again. This is horrible. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebecca came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I said to her, "Please give me a drink." She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, "Drink, and I'll water your camels too." So I drank. She watered the camels also. We know this because we just read it. I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him," which is the same thing she said 10 verses before. Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arm, and I bowed down and worshiped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn. Laban and Bethuel answered, "This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed." When Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He's basically buying the bride. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, "Send me on my way to my master." But her brother and her mother replied, "Let the young woman remain with us 10 days or so. Then you may go." But he said to them, "Do not detain me. Now that the Lord has granted success to my journey, send me on my way so I may go to my master." That's a dick move. You just showed up, basically said, "Hey, I need your daughter to marry my master's son." And they've been cool about it. They accepted all your bribery and everything, but they've been pretty cool about it. And all they said is, "Hey, can you give us 10 days? Because you know that once he takes her, who knows? They may not see her again for years." And they're like, "Can we get 10 days?" And he's like, "No, man, I got to go. Do not detain me. I got to get on my way." What a jerk. Then he said, "Let's call the young woman and ask her about it." So they called Rebecca and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" "I will go," she said. She's still looking at the gold bracelets. So they sent their sister Rebecca on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebecca and said to her, "Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the cities of their enemies." Because apparently this is all those people cared about. Then Rebekah and her attendants got ready and mounted the camels, went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer Lahai Roi, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant, "Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. "He's going to be your new husband. Get ready to bone." So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother, Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. What a beautiful love story. That is the story of how you go to your neighbor's land and buy the next bride for your master's son. Lovely. Okay, I think we are going to, yes, we have spent plenty of time. We're going to cut off here, and then we will get to go later on into Genesis 24 and read more of the good word. Thanks for checking me out on Skepticus. I hope to see you again soon. Hello and welcome back to God-Free Bible Study. Today, before we jump into it, I'm going to show you here our scorecard. So feel free to score along at home as we go along, or if not, I will also show you the scores as we go through the text itself. But if you're like one of those old school baseball heads that likes to score the game as you're going along, then you can absolutely do the same here. Today, as we go through these chapters, we're going to have instances of Bible magic, contradiction, drama queen, fairy tale lifespan, God on speed dial, misogyny, oppression, pointless lineage, racism, and translation lulls. Doesn't that sound like fun? Let's dive right in. Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. Of course you did, you dirty old man. And right away we have our first social, so everyone drink, for oppression. Why is that oppression, you might ask? Well, it's very simple. At this point, they don't give Abraham's exact age, but you'll see shortly that he dies at 175 years. I don't know exactly how long before his death that he hooked up here with Keturah, but he was not a spring chicken. Even if we're going to take these lifespans at face value and not assume that he was actually younger, he was 150, 140. I mean, even if it was realistic ages, this is an elderly, old ass man. And I know that Keturah probably didn't go unwillingly. This is a dude who's fairly rich by the standards of goat herders of his time. I'm sure he had some means about him at this point. So she probably didn't mind hooking up with him for safety and security, all of that. But come on, there's no way in hell that she was attracted to this ancient dude, this nasty old man who then she has to bed and squeeze out all these kids with. So this, I'm sorry, but this is some serious oppression, and this is textbook Abraham dirty old man shit right here. She bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. And standard disclaimer, I'm sure I'm screwing up all these names. I don't really care, but I'm trying to get it as close as possible. And good on her, man. She tore into it, didn't she? There was no holding back there. So that's 6 kids that she had with him. Zokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Letushim, and Lumim. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanok, Abida, and Elda, which also bring us to our second social already. Everyone please drink for pointless lineage. Yeah, that's good stuff. You know, I just bring this up because some of these lineages, well, they all seem pointless to me. Some of these lineages I know have some meaning for certain people who are really anal retentive, biblical, historical kind of people, because they will go deep into like conspiracy rabbit holes, and they will chart out all the family trees and all this. And for some people, I guess they give a crap about that. I also know that for some people that this is moderately important, because they try to draw lineages from this. They want to show that, oh, David is part of this lineage. And yes, ultimately, Jesus is part of this lineage. And all these other important people are part of this lineage. But there are also a number of times here in the Bible when they throw out names like this, and you're never going to hear that damn name again. And in those cases, I always wonder, why even put the names in the book? I mean, this is the Bible, which, depending upon your worldview and your theology, you know, it is one of the most important books in the history of man for both good and bad. Whether you love the Bible, whether you hate it, it's hard to deny the fact that this book has a massive influence on all of human history from then right up till now. And yet, some of the stuff that they choose to put in here is just ridiculous. Imagine if I'm writing a history of the U.S. This is a very historical kind of document. And I talk about the Founding Fathers, and I talk about 1776, and I talk about the Continental Congress. And then at one point, I put in a paragraph that says, and these were the names of Benjamin Franklin's kids. And then you never hear those names again. Like, why? I mean, it's not ahistorical. I guess technically you could argue that it belongs in the book because you're trying to document this kind of chronicle, but it just sometimes feels kind of pointless to me. But anyway, here are these names and the sons of Midian and blah 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 blah. All these were the children of Keturah. Abraham gave all he had to Isaac, but to the sons of his concubines Abraham gave gifts while he was still living, and he sent them away from his son Isaac eastward to the east country. Eastward to the east country. I'm glad he didn't go eastward to the west country, because that could have ended very lost and very badly. So at least he went eastward to the east country. That's good on you. And for the third time in one paragraph, we now have another social. Everyone please drink to misogyny. Yay. Why am I calling this misogyny? Well, it's pretty simple. Let's read this again really quickly. Abraham gave all that he had to Isaac, because in Abraham's patriarchal old world view, Isaac was his really only son. Now, he impregnated slaves, he had concubines, he had other wives, but in his worldview, this was just all Isaac all the time. But it says, Abraham gave all he had to Isaac, but to the sons of his concubines, Abraham gave gifts while he was still living, and he sent them away from his son Isaac, eastward to the east country. Wow, how nice of you. What a dad, you know? Like, yeah, he knocked up all these concubines, and he gave them some gifts and then said, get the hell out of here. And notice what he's doing is he's getting them the hell out of there so that it makes everything easier for Isaac. And it's not that I don't understand these things. I get it. You know, you have this one son who is going to essentially carry on your name and your line and all this, but I know this happened all the time in ancient times and even sometimes in semi-modern times, but it's still gross. It's gross to think that the Bible tells us about Abraham with all his wives and all the concubines that he knocked up. But then when he dies, or right before he dies, he gives everything to Isaac, except for a few gifts that he throws at his kids from his concubines, and then says, yeah, get the hell out. That's real sweet. What a good dad, you know? What a loving, wonderful dad. So, carrying on. This is the length of Abraham's life, 175 years. Okay, there we go. Let's all drink to a new social. This is fairy tale lifespan, because I don't care how literal you want to be. That MFer did not live to be 175 years old. And if you believe that, then dude, I've got an arc to sell you. Okay? Come on, man. This is ridiculous. Even now that it's much lower than the 900 years and the 800 years, that dude did not live to be 175 years old. Hell no. But we will drink to fairy tale lifespan. Abraham breathed this last and died in a good old age. Old and full of years. Yeah, I mean, Keturah knew exactly how old that rickety man was, but she still climbed on, didn't she? And he was gathered to his people. Good riddance. His sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar the Hittite, east of Mamre, the field that Abraham purchased from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. Yeah. There he was buried with his wife, Sarah, because screw Keturah. Now, don't get me wrong. Keturah, I'm sure at this time was still alive. So it's not like they were going to bury her at the same time. But I don't think that she got to be buried with Abraham at any point. Keturah was just the latest side piece after Sarah had died. But even as Keturah's still alive, they're going to be like, yeah, bury him with Sarah, because that's the real love of his life. What a smooth move. After the death of Abraham, God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac settled at Beer Lahai Roi. Ishmael's descendants. These are the descendants of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's slave, bore to Abraham. There we have another social. I'm not even going to count that as a social, because that's definitely one of oppression, but that's a story that we already heard, so they're just referencing it here again. So I'm not going to count that one under oppression today. We've already gone through that. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, named in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael. I love how it says named in the order of their birth, and then it says Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael. You don't need both of those statements. Either tell us that they're just named in the order of their birth, or say Nebaioth, the firstborn. But the two of them together, there's so many times when I just wonder. I know that this is translated, of course, from ancient Hebrew, and maybe in the dialect and the way that ancient Hebrews people spoke, maybe this is a common way for them to speak. Maybe these are just things that hit our ears weirdly because it's translations. But still, I read this and it's like named in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn. Yes, I know he's the firstborn because you named him first, and you already told me they will be named in the order of their birth. Firstborn of Ishmael, and Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Tema, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedema. Again, I'm sure I'm butchering half of those names. They won't be around to tell me that I screwed it up, so I'm okay. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their villages and by their encampments, 12 princes according to their tribes. And yes, let us drink again for pointless lineage. Why do we care? I don't know. This is the length of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. Okay, and we have another fairy tale lifespan. Drink again. He breathed his last and died and was gathered to his people. That comes up over and over and over again. This isn't a commentary, good or bad, but and was gathered to his people. And I guess that's just, I wonder if that's like part of some ancient Hebrew, almost like a chant or something, like, and he was gathered to his people, and he was gathered to his people. You know, like they use that so often. And even in places where they don't explicitly say that someone died, like later on in other books, when they say and was gathered to his people, that means dude died. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it's just kind of interesting. It's almost poetic. They settled from Havilah to Shur, which is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria. He settled down alongside all his people. Now, that's not the same as gathered to his people. He settled down alongside his people. These are the descendants of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham was the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean of Padan Aram, sister of Laban the Aramean. Laban, something like that. Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord granted his prayer. Okay, there we go. Let's get another social. That is God's on speed dial, because I guess Isaac, he's in the club. He just prays, and you know, he's got that direct line, that hookup with God. So he prayed to the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord granted his prayer, and his wife Rebekah conceived. The children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it is to be this way, why do I live?" That this line always makes me laugh, because I don't know if this is meant to imply that it was a really hard pregnancy, but the way that it's spelled out is just that the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it is to be this way, why do I live? Like, if she's saying this about, like, why are the two children kind of jostling inside her? Because I'm thinking, does she not know about twins? Twins were not a new invention. I mean, we've been having twins at some vaguely predictable rate throughout history as long as we've been recording births. So it seems really weird that she's like, if it is to be this way, why do I live? You know, is it just that she's being drama queen? I mean, I didn't put this down as drama queen, but you could. You could put this up here as drama queen. I'll let you guys decide. You guys can keep your own score at home, but I'm not going to quite put that down as drama queen. It seems like a weird act of her not knowing what the hell's going on when you have twins, but okay. So she went to inquire of the Lord. Okay, there we go. There's another social that is God on speed dial, because she apparently also has the ability. It doesn't say she prayed. It says she went to inquire of the Lord. Now, you could argue, it's still a prayer. I don't know, but it sounds like God's on speed dial. So good on her. Because here we see, and the Lord said to her, which is, again, doesn't sound like a prayer, because despite what your pastor told you, I do not know anyone who can actually verify that they heard the voice of God after praying. I do know people who will tell you that they have, and they also are going to pass you a plate to ask for money. But anyone who's being really honest, okay, if you prayed and the Lord said to you, okay, that's God on speed dial right there. 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples born of you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other. The elder shall serve the younger. That's kind of a dick thing to do, but okay. When her time to give birth was at hand, there were twins in her womb. Shocker. Why did they tell us this? It says, and the Lord said to her, 2 nations are in your womb. Okay. And she's felt them jostling. These are twins. We know this now. But then it says, when her time to give birth was at hand, there were twins in her womb. Shocking. The first came out red, all his body like a hairy mantle. I need to look up, like, what are other ways to use the word mantle? Because I've never heard mantle used like that. But all his body like a hairy mantle. So they named him Esau. Afterward, his brother came out with his hand gripping Esau's heel. I know this is the legend of Jacob, but I'm just picturing the little baby hand like, no, you come back. So he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. When the boys grew up, Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, while Jacob was a quiet man living in tents. Isaac loved Esau because he was fond of game. But Rebekah loved Jacob. I understand being proud of your son because, especially if you're like this, yeah, we hunt, we fish, we're men, But it doesn't say because he was proud of his hunting prowess. It's just because he's fond of game. So he's like, yeah, I like Esau because that dude feeds me some yummy victuals, It's okay, dude, whatever. Esau sells his birthright. I don't think he got a good rate. You'll see. Once when Jacob was cooking a stew, Esau came in from the field and he was famished. Esau said to Jacob, let me eat some of that red stuff, for I am famished. Some of that red stuff. Okay, so this is what I'm definitely putting down as translation lulls. I'm using the NRSV, and the NRSV is from what I've been hearing from folks like Dan McClellan on YouTube. I think it is the best translation to use if you're trying to get closest to the original meaning and the most faithful translations from the original Hebrew and the original Greek and the original Aramaic into English. So there are some times when they will come up with translations, which I assume is the most faithful translation that they had from the text. And yet you still read it and it says, let me eat some of that red stuff, for I am famished. Like, who walks into a kitchen and says, give me the red stuff? I want the red stuff. I mean, if that's the way it was written, then that's the way it was written. But, very odd verbiage here to say, let me eat some of that red stuff, for I am famished. And then it says, therefore he was called Edom. Now, I could look up what Edom means, but I mean, given that translation now, let me eat some of that red stuff, for I am famished. And then parenthetically, therefore he was called Edom. Does Edom mean eater of red stuff? Does Edom mean I love me some red stuff? I mean, or does it just mean hungry man? Yeah, I could look this up, but it's more interesting to think about, especially since they put the parenthetical right after, let me eat some of that red stuff. Like, therefore he was called Edom. Okay, dude. Jacob said, first sell me your birthright. Esau said, I am about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me? And yes, that's another social, ladies and gentlemen, because here we have drama queen. Drink up. Now, I understand. I've been hunting. I've been out in the field all day. I know that you can get damn hungry. You can work up a hunger, you can work up a thirst, but this, I am about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me? Like, did he really feel like he was about to die of starvation? Was he on death's doorstep? Because if he wasn't, this gets really weird. Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Sold his birth. Esau is a stupid MFer. I'm sorry. Esau may be good at hunting, but he's not good at doing the thinkings too well, because dude just sold his birthright for some red stuff. Yeah, I need some red stuff. Give me here's my birthright, whatever. And I mean, part of me wants to say that Jacob's Jacob's a sneaky little piece of shit here, but the fact is, I can't be too mad at him, because, if you propose something like this, like, hey, how about you give me your whole birthright in return for some red stuff? At that point, if the other party is stupid enough to say yes, I gotta say that's on them. I can't really be too mad at Jacob for this. But I'm further confused, because it says, then Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank and rose and went his way. Bread and lentil stew. Now, I don't know if you guys have eaten lentils. I think they're disgusting. There's no dietary value to them, and they certainly taste like crap to me, but they're like brown. And when you make like lentil stew, any lentil stew I've ever seen is brown. So was the lentil stew the red stuff? Was the bread the red stuff? I'm still flummoxed about the red stuff. Like, what is the red stuff? That just seems like some strange side note here. But whatever it was, whether that was the lentil stew, or whether the bread was red for some reason, or whether the red stuff was other stuff that was cooking, I don't know. But Esau sold his birthright so that he could get something to eat. And then this paragraph ends by saying, thus Esau despised his birthright. Like, dude, don't be bitter. You're the one who sold it for some stew or some red stuff. So I don't want to hear about how you're pissed off because you sold your birthright. Like, dude, don't be bitter. Don't despise your birthright. I mean, maybe you got played, but it feels like you were kind of complicit in this, dude. Or maybe you should just be a better hunter so you weren't starving the whole time coming home. All right. We're about to move to Genesis 26. We're getting through a lot of socials, so I'm going to have to replenish my beverage. Okay, I have reloaded. We're starting Genesis 26, which is sponsored today by Captain Morgan. Yay to you, Captain Morgan. Isaac and Abimelech. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the former famine that had occurred in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Gerar, to King Abimelech of the Philistines. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, do not go down to Egypt. Settle in the land that I shall show you. Reside in this land as an alien, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your descendants I will give all these lands, and I will fulfill the oath that I swore to your father Abraham. Now, I just have to wonder, I know that this is old-time biblical magic-y stuff, but, like, out of the blue, it just says the Lord appeared to Isaac and said, like, and then blah, 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 blah. Hey, what was Isaac's reaction? It was Isaac like, yo, dude, what's up? Hey, Lord, good to see you. Hey, Yahweh, what's up? It's like, does the Lord knock? Does he come floating down? Does he materialize? Does he have, cherubim around him or something? Like, with their trumpets, I want more detail here. I need like some good fantasy novel kind of detail, because just this whole thing of the Lord appeared to Isaac and said, like, appeared how? And that may sound really silly and inane, but also keep in mind that there's conflicting, contradicting verses in the Bible about whether you can or cannot see the face of God. Don't get me started on that. I've done another video on that somewhere else, but there are a bunch of Christians who will tell you, oh, you can't see the face of God. And yet their own book says, yes, you can. So like, I'm just wondering right now, like, Did the Lord just walk up like, yo, bro, I got some words for you. Check this out, you know? Or was it something that actually shocked Isaac? I mean, I know that Isaac and Abraham, I mean, these are people that were apparently in the narrative more accustomed to talking to God on the regular, you know, like they got the digits, they're on speed dial. But I don't know, like it just weird the way they just dropped this in there. But anyway, he's saying to you, I'm going to give you all these lands. They'll fulfill the oath that I swore to your father Abraham, blah, 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 blah. I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of the heaven. Okay, there's another social. I forgot to mention this one at the beginning of the video, but this one is what I'm calling offspring coercion. The repeated and tiring habit of God, Yahweh, whatever, to constantly talk about how many offspring he's going to give you. And they're going to count like the stars of the heaven. And they're going to count like the sands of the beach. And they're going to count like the hairs on your head. Blah, 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 blah. Like, how about you do something for me now, like today, you know, like it's great that you're going to make all my offspring like the stars of the heaven. I don't care. I'll be dead. So it's whatever. But that is a social for offspring coercion. Toast to that. I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of heaven, and will give to your offspring all these lands. And all the nations of the earth shall gain blessings for themselves through your offspring, because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. So Isaac settled in Gerar. When the men of the place asked him about his wife, he said, she is my sister, for he was afraid to say my wife, thinking, or else the men of the place might kill me for the sake of Rebekah, because she is attractive in appearance. We're doing this again. We're doing the whole wife is my sister crap again. Granted, it's the first time in the text that Isaac's done it, but Abraham did it twice. He was a scheming little bastard. I guess you could argue that the apple never falls far from the tree, but what the hell? How is this a repeated theme 3 times now in Genesis? Twice with Abraham, once with his son Isaac. 3 times a dude who's going into some foreign land says to his wife Rebecca, yo, you're hot and I don't want to be hurt, so we're going to tell everyone there that you're my sister. Doesn't this get weird at some point? I have read where some people claim that this is a sign of the multiple authors of this book, and that they were like either purposely or accidentally doing kind of callbacks, and that even they probably didn't think that this happened 3 times. But I mean, that's a lot of conjecture. And as I stated at the beginning of the series, one of my points is to whenever it's reasonable, just take the text at face value. And the text at face value says that now for the 3rd time within a handful of chapters, we have a dude saying in a foreign land, yeah, this wife of mine isn't my wife, she's my sister. And that just feels weird to me. Like, where do you come up with this practice? And I always have to wonder when I read this too, because I know that this is ancient times and kings could kind of do what they want, but they make it sound like no man could travel through a foreign land with an attractive wife without fearing that he was going to be killed and the wife would be dragged off to the king. I mean, I get it. These are brutal ancient times, but was that like a big thing? Is that what everyone did? Like if you had an even reasonably attractive wife, like, did you never leave your country? Did you like travel in secret because, if anyone sees us, they're going to kill me and drag you off to the king? Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. But once again, 3rd time, we see this ridiculous lying of, no, you're not my wife, you're my sister. I guess the best explanation you can give it is that he got this from his father, but this makes no sense. When Isaac had been there a long time, King Abimelech of the Philistines looked out of a window and saw him fondling his wife Rebekah. Okay, that is a translation lulz. A translation lulz for fondling. Now, to be clear, as I said earlier, I mean, if the most faithful translation from the ancient Hebrew is fondling, fine. I just know that in a modern context, when I hear fondling, I don't think of things that I do with my woman in public. But I mean, if he was holding her hand, that to me is not fondling. If he's even like maybe touching her hair or something, has an arm around her back, that doesn't feel to me like fondling. But nevertheless, we have a translation lulls because it says King Abimelech of the Philistines looked out of a window and saw him fondling his wife Rebecca. You go, Isaac. You fondle the hell out of your wife, man. You just fondle away. That's awesome. You fondling bastard, you. So Abimelech called for Isaac and said, "So she's your wife. Why then did you say she is my sister?" Isaac said to him, "Because I thought I might die because of her." Abimelech's, again, is this a common thing? Does this just happen everywhere in the Levant? Like, what the hell? Abimelech said, "What is this you might have done to us? One of the people might easily have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech warned all the people, saying, "Whoever touches this man and his whoever touches this man or his wife shall be put to death." Maybe you should just warn everyone that Isaac is a lying piece of shit. Have you thought about that? Because that might be the more effective way to keep everyone on guard. Say, yo, this dude Isaac that came here with Rebecca, yeah, he's a lying piece of shit. Don't deal with him at all, because dude is telling us his wife is his sister. Who knows what, his dad did this over and over. We shouldn't trust this dude. Isaac sowed seed in that land. Did he sow it while he was fondling his wife out there? I could almost put that as a translation lulls too, but I know that sowed seed in this respect means very literally that he sowed seed. Okay, fine. But in context of the fondling Rebecca out in the courtyard or something, like, Isaac sowed seed in that land, and in that same year reaped 100-fold. The Lord blessed him, and the man became rich. He prospered more and more until he became very wealthy. He had possessions of flocks and herds and a great household, so that the Philistines envied him. Now the Philistines had stopped up and filled with earth all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the days of his father Abraham. And Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us. You have become too powerful for us." A couple questions here. First, it says Isaac sowed seed in that land, and in the same year reaped 100-fold. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean that he put like 1,000 seeds in the land and it sprouted up 100,000 plants? Like, was this a miracle from God? Because I do understand, like, you could have a good planting season, which would mean that most of your seeds sprouted. You could have a poor planting season, which means a lot of the seeds died in the ground or the seedlings died. I have never heard of a scenario where I plant 100 seeds and I get 1,000 plants. Now, to be fair, I get it. It's the Bible. So maybe this is more Bible magic. I don't know. But you'd think if this was a miracle of some regard that they would have actually been clearer about that and said, no, somehow magically multiplied beyond the seeds that he put in the ground. It's another one of those lines where I feel like it's a throwaway line to say that he sowed seed in that land and in the same year reaped 100-fold. I think the indication is, he was really successful and his crops did well. But no, when you read it the way that it's literally put in the text, this implies that for every seed I put in the ground, it sprouted 100 plants. And given that it's the Bible, I mean, if you want to tell me, hey, because miracles, that's fine-ish, but then tell me that the Lord made a miracle and made the plants multiply or something. But that's not what it says. It just says it matter-of-factly, like we're supposed to accept it. Well, if I love God, when I put 10 seeds in the ground, I get 1,000 plants from it if I love God enough. Like, what? That's really weird to me. Also, I'm going to come back to this in a second, because it just says like he's a foreigner in this land. All right. And you can see where we're already talking about like the wells and stuff, like, oh, they stopped at the wells or something. But so he's a foreigner in this land and he sowed seed. Did he own the land? Did he buy it? I mean, they don't say that. Maybe we're supposed to imply that. I don't know. Or did he just show up and be like, yo, that, I think I can start planting over there. I mean, I don't truly know what the status of land management was at this time, this proposed time in the ancient Levant. So I guess it's possible that there was just land available for those who were industrious enough to farm it. But it does sound weird that he's not from here. It doesn't say he purchased any land. And like with his father, Abraham, when he wanted to bury Sarah and ultimately where Abraham was buried, he had to buy that land. And we had a really boring chapter about his whole negotiation with them over buying this land. So clearly it's not just a free for all with land. There's some kind of stipulations, but we're just told that Isaac showed up and just started sowing seeds, like, whoo, there's some seed. Yep, sure. Just make it happen. I'll just, harvest whatever. I don't know. It's another one of those lines where like, if you just read through it quickly, you don't even think about it. Like, oh, he was blessed and he sowed seed in that land and same year reaped 100-fold. That just sounds like his kind of generic God blessing, like, okay, he's a blessed man. But if you really think about it, like, what does this mean? Like, did he own land? And then when he owned the land, did the seeds split in the soil? Like, I'm sure I'm getting way too detailed about this, but my point is that sometimes there are many of these lines, and this isn't just in the Pentateuch. This could be the rest of the Old Testament, even in the New Testament. Sometimes there's lines where you may have read them 1,000 times when you were a kid, or have them read to you in Sunday school or in church sermon, but you don't really think about them. They're just kind of read at you. And I can say that they're read to you. They're read at you. And you just sit there like a good zombie and you're like, yes, mm-hmm. And you follow along and you don't really think to ask many questions. But sometimes when you read it, even moderately critically, it's like stuff starts jumping out at you. Like, this is strange. It doesn't make any sense. So maybe I'm being overly inattentive. I don't know. I'm sure if I had my Christian glasses on and I was God-splaining the hell out of this, then none of this would be strange to me at all. I'd just be saying, yay, Jeebus. Good stuff. I'm also a little confused by this point where it says, now the Philistines had stopped up and filled with earth all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the days of his father Abraham. Was that a competitive thing? I know we talked about this several chapters ago, where this is kind of like bitching back and forth between these people in the desert or arid conditions. I don't know if it's technically desert, but it was arid. I don't know if that, when they say they stopped them up, is that because of competitive shit? Because otherwise in the desert or in arid regions, why would you ever stop up a well? Even if it's someone else's well. Okay. I mean, so you've dug yourself a well. Good luck, dude. You'll get water. Or once they leave, then you can move in and get water from it yourself. Like, why would you throw dirt into a well that was already dug? Digging wells is hard. I'm getting way too much of the weeds. I know most of y'all like what the hell? What does it have to do with digging wells? Like why do we even care? But digging wells is kind of a pain in the ass, especially in ancient times. It's not like you just take a shovel and do a few scoops down and boom, we have a well. Like, no, digging wells kind of sucks. So I find it hard to believe that these people in these arid regions would be just stopping up wells. Like, no, put the dirt in that. We don't need that well. Like, you can never have too much water when you're in the ancient Levant. It's pretty hard to say, no, we got too much water with us. You better just stop up that well. I find that to be very strange. So Isaac departed from there and camped in the Wadi Gerar and settled there. Isaac dug again the wells of water that had been dug in the days of his father Abraham, for the Philistines had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. Again, yes, we just talked about that. And he gave them the names that his father had given them. But when Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of spring water, the herders of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herders, saying, "The water is ours." So he called the well Esek, because they contended with him. Then they dug another well, and they quarreled over that one also. So he called it Sitnah. He moved from there and dug another well, and they did not quarrel over it. So he called it Rehoboth, saying, now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. See, okay, this is why I brought up the sowing of seeds thing earlier, okay? These chosen people of God, they're goat herders. I mean, that's really what Abraham was. That's what Isaac is. That's what Jacob will be in the future. They're herders. They have flocks. They're kind of nomadic. I think that in their own way, like Abraham was fairly wealthy because you couldn't have concubines and such and multiple wives and all this unless you were relatively wealthy. But he wasn't wealthy like a king with a castle wealthy. He was wealthy like he's got a lot of sheep and he's got a lot of servants and that kind of stuff. And the point of all that is this: when they started off by saying that he had sowed seeds and that they blossomed 100-fold, that's why I wondered, like, did he buy land? Because here you see in this narrative, they're wandering around. This behavior of digging wells is something that a herder would have done, a shepherd would have done. Well, not a shepherd, but a herders, because those aren't technically the same thing. But they would have done because basically they need to be able to move their flocks around. And as they move their flocks around, they need to be able to water the flock and they need to be able to water themselves because it's hot out there and they get thirsty. So this was almost like a strategic thing. Like, okay, let's get a well there. And then we're going to, we'll have to move the flock 5 miles. They wouldn't say miles, of course, but 5 miles or 10 miles that way. So let's dig another well over there. So they were at least semi-nomadic. So it's really, I'm not going to put it down as a contradiction, but it is, to me, at least borderline odd. And I would love to hear in the comments from someone who has more knowledge of biblical history or just history in general, if these things are even consistent. To think on one level, he was sowing this seed and reaping 100-fold, and yet he's maintaining flocks and arguing over wells. And he's saying here, like at the end of this passage, it says, now the Lord has made room for us and we shall be fruitful in the land. So in other words, it wasn't until then that they seem to have found a place to kind of hunker down. Being nomadic with herds, flocks, and farming the land are two very different lifestyles. You may think that they're similar because it's like, oh, it's all agrarian, but they're very different lifestyles. The farmer has a set plot of land that he tills and, gets his yield from every year. He's very sedentary, at least not in terms of his daily activities, but in terms of, not moving around across the land. Whereas if these people who had flocks, they had to constantly kind of move because you have to keep feeding your flock. They can't graze on the same little nubs of grass and everything all year because they'll eat the whole thing up. They have to keep moving. So it's weird to me that there's this juxtaposition of him supposedly farming and getting all these yields from his farming, and yet he's also a herder, which is pretty nomadic. Maybe I'm getting too much into the weeds. I don't know, but that's what struck me as odd. From there, he went up to Beersheba, and that very night, the Lord appeared to him and said, again, how did he appear to him? Did he float down? Was it a ball of light? Was it like a 20-foot man? I mean, I want details, dude, especially because of all these arguments later in the Bible about, oh, can you see God? Can you not? But in this early stuff, we just hear that he appeared to him. And when it says appeared, like, does that mean it was like a dream or what? I don't know. I just need more details. He said, I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you and will bless you and make your offspring numerous for my servant Abraham's sake. That is interesting to me because Abraham's dead at this point, but he's talking about Abraham in the present tense. So, of course, I'm sure Christians will say, well, that's because Abraham is like gone up to heaven or something. Fine. But so he built an altar there, called on the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants dug a well. So, okay, there's something I hadn't noticed in this before. Actually, I'm going to add this as a new contradiction. Social contradiction. So why am I naming this a contradiction? when you read through this the first time, there's nothing here that's clearly a contradiction. But maybe I guess you could argue the contradiction comes later, because in Exodus, when God, the Lord, Yahweh, comes and reveals himself to Moses, this is where he has the famous verse where he says, I am the great I am, or I am the I am, or whatever that ridiculous moniker is. But he also, before he says that, he specifically says that he was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But then he says that to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he only revealed himself as God Almighty. This is the specific words from the text. I could pull up the exact verse, but that's probably a little overkill. You guys can look it up. But he says in Exodus, as he is revealing himself to Moses, that he only revealed himself to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty. But here it says, talking about Isaac, so he built an altar there, called on the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. Now, I've done other videos on this before, but anytime you see that Lord, L-O-R-D, with the, all caps, but large L, but smaller O-R-D and smaller caps, that is a translation of the Tetragrammaton, Yad-He-Vah-He, which is commonly referred to as Yahweh. That is the actual name of God. Every time you see the name Lord, it's not Lord in the original Hebrew, it's Yahweh. So here the text is telling us, so he built an altar there, called on the name of Yahweh, and pitched his tent there. You can't call on the name of Yahweh unless you know that his name is Yahweh. You can't call someone by their name unless you know their name. And that's why I'm putting this down as a contradiction, because again, if you fast forward here and go to Exodus, where he reveals himself to Moses, he says there that he did not reveal his name to them, and that they only knew him as God Almighty. That is a contradiction. Despite what the Christian apologists will tell you, the Bible is full of them. Yeah. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, with Ahuzath, his advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his army. Isaac said to them, why have you come to me, saying that you hate me and have sent me away from you? They don't hate you. They know you're a lying piece of shit. And they know that you already lied and that you're gaming the system. And that's why they wanted you out of it in the first place. So don't pull this hate me crap, you whining little piece of, okay. And they said, we see plainly that the Lord has been with you. So we say, let there be an oath between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, so that you will do us no harm, just as we have not touched you and have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of the Lord. So he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. In the morning they rose early and exchanged oaths. And Isaac set them on their way, and they departed from him in peace. That same day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well that they had dug, and said to him, we have found water. He called it Sheba. Therefore, the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. Okay, so we have another social. This is another one that I did not even realize when I did a little bit of note taking before it started the video. But this is a social for time warp. Everyone drink to time warp. Why do I call this a time warp? Well, because higher up in the text, it tells us, from there he went to Beersheba. From there he went to Beersheba. And then only a few paragraphs down, it says, he called it Sheba. Therefore, the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. How can you go to a city that is not, it's like saying that I went to New York, and then I was in New York, then we came up with some reason why it's now going to be called New York. No, like if that's the case, then when I went to New York, it wasn't New York. The only way that this works is if we're time traveling. So that we have, let's do the time warp again. Yeah. And this happens frequently in the book, where you can tell that the author is writing from the perspective of someone who already knows where they are by modern day, well, not modern, but modern for the writer's terms, modern day terms. So He knows that they're going to Beersheba, so he writes at the beginning, a couple chapters up, they're going to Beersheba. And then a few chapters or a few paragraphs down, it says, and here's what happened, and that's why it's called Beersheba. So in other words, when they first went there, it wasn't Beersheba. It was just a nameless city, or is, something else, another name, who knows. But time warping again. Let's do the time warp again. Yes. So drink to that. Esau's Hittite wives. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. All right, Esau, you get that double action. And they made life bitter for Isaac and Rebekah. And they made life bitter for Isaac and Rebekah. That is a really weird sentence. That is thrown in as the last sentence of Genesis 26. And I love how they're just like, oh, they made life bitter. Bitter how? Like, were they just, really bitchy? Did they even, they gossip back and forth? Or were they combative? Or, what? It's like they just throw this out there and say, oh, he married his Hittite women and they made life bitter for Isaac and Rebekah. Sure, I guess. Okay, now we are on to Genesis 27. Isaac blesses Jacob. Oh, this is good stuff. When Isaac was old and his eyes were dim so that he could not see, he called his elder son Esau and said to him, "My son." And he answered, "Here I am." Thank you for providing that bit of dialogue. He said, "See, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now then, take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt game for me. Then prepare for me savory food, just as I like, and bring it to me to eat, so that I may bless you before I die." Now Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to his son Esau. So when Esau went to the field to hunt for game for his father, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "I heard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me game and prepare for me savory food to eat, that I may bless you before the Lord before I die. Now therefore, my son, obey my word as I command you. Go to the flock and get me 2 choice kids, so that I may prepare from them savory food for your father, such as he likes. And you shall take it to your father to eat, so that he may bless you before he dies." So I understand that parents have favorites. Any parent who has multiple kids and tells you that they don't have any favorites, they're lying. It's one of those sad facts of parenthood that whether you want to admit it or not, we all have kids we like a little more and kids we like a little less. Of course, you love them all, but the point is, there are favorites. I get that. But this is just a shitty thing to do to her own son, Esau. This is her conspiring against her older son, technically. They're twins. They came out minutes apart. But she's conspiring against her older son in favor of her younger son. There's a point where favoritism becomes just downright criminal almost. And this, I think, goes well over the line. Like, really? You're going to tell Jacob, you're going to construct this whole conspiracy to get Jacob to conspire against Esau all on your commands. That's a pretty crappy mother right there. You can say, oh, it's a great mother to Jacob, but no, I still think it's a crappy mother regardless, even if you're on the positive side of this, because yeah, you may be getting the benefit of it, but that's a crappy mom and she gets no points. That's just really sad. But Jacob said to his mother, Rebekah, "Look, my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a man of smooth skin. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem to be mocking him and bring a curse on myself and not a blessing." His mother said to him, "Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my word, and go, get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and his mother prepared savory food, such as his father loved. I wonder if it was the red stuff. Give me the red stuff. Then Rebekah took the best garments of her elder son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. And she put the skins of the kids on his hands and on the smooth part of his neck. Okay, a few notes here. I got to mention this. First of all, how freaking hairy is Esau? How hairy are we supposed to believe that he is? I've seen hairy dudes. I'm kind of hairy on this arm or whatever, but to be fooled by a lambskin over, you have to be just super hairy, like carnival freak kind of dude. But the other part of this is it says she put the skins of the kids on his hand. Keep in mind, these are the skins of the kids that she just slaughtered. And you can scrape them or whatever. Maybe you can wash them a little bit. But I mean, dude's wearing like freshly slaughtered sheep skins on him. Like, that's gotta be kind of gross. But okay, whatever. Then she handed the savory food and the bread that she had prepared to her son Jacob. So he went into his father and said, "My father." And he said, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Now sit up and eat of my game so that you may bless me." But Isaac said to his son, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" He answered, "Because the Lord your God granted me success." Like, it does make you wonder how fast was this like 30 minutes later? You know, he comes in like with this game 30 minutes later. His dad's like, "That was pretty fast." Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near that I may feel you, my son, to know whether you are really my son Esau or not." So Jacob went up to his father Isaac, who felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." Again, Esau's got to have some woolly damn hands, man. He did not recognize him because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. He said, "Are you really my son Esau?" He answered, "I am." Then he said, "Bring it to me that I may eat of my son's game and bless you." So he brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come near and kiss me, my son." So he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his garments and blessed him and said, "Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." Okay, so first of all, we have a social. Let's all drink to Bible magic. Yes, yay, Bible magic. And I bring this up because, as you see, in modern context, like, we think of blessings like, "Oh yes, bless you, bless you." Like, everyone sneezes, we say bless you. But this is treated as some like upper echelon kind of blessing stuff here. Apparently it has some kind of like word of law built into it or something, because this ain't just your normal 21st century blessing. This is some Bible magic-y kind of stuff going on here. At least the way that they react to it definitely feels like that. All right. So social for that. Also, we have another social. We have another contradiction. So let's drink to contradictions. There ain't no contradiction like a biblical contradiction. And why do I say this is a contradiction? Because in the blessing, it says, "Be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you." Now, I'm sure that apologists will just hand wave this away as like, "Oh, we just haven't heard of the other sons." But let me be very, very clear. Up to this point in the text, we have heard of no other sons. Now, other than Esau and Jacob. Now, that may not seem like a big oversight. It may not seem like a contradiction, but remember, Rebekah was barren. Isaac had to pray to God to essentially get her knocked up. I mean, it says this in the text. It didn't say knocked up, but you know what I mean? We read this earlier. So it'd be one thing if this was just a normal kind of setup. And you could say, "Oh, of course she's got other sons. Somewhere. We just haven't heard of them." But no, she was barren, and Isaac had to pray just to get these two kids out of her. So this whole idea that "be Lord over your brothers," plural, "and may your mother's sons," plural, "bow down to you." Who are these sons? Who are Rebekah's other sons? We know that she has one other son, Esau, who she's just thrown way under the bus. But other than that, I don't know who we're talking about. This doesn't really make any sense. Again, I'm sure the apologist will hand wave it away. That's not a contradiction at all. Bullshit. That's a contradiction. That is a biblical contradiction, and drink to that, my friends. Esau's lost blessing. This is where we get into more biblical magic. As soon as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, when Jacob had scarcely gone out from the presence of his father Isaac, his brother Esau came in from his hunting. He also prepared savory food and brought it to his father, and he said to his father, "Let my father sit up and eat of his son's game so that you may bless me." His father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" Which is, I understand he'd be confused because he just convinced himself that he was talking to Esau before, but dude walks in. He also has to smell like Esau. He definitely sounds like Esau, which Jacob didn't. And he comes in saying, "I brought game for you." And his answer is, "Who are you?" Like, you would think already he'd know that he'd been duped, but okay. He answered, "I am your firstborn son, Esau." Then Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? And I ate it all before you came, and I have blessed him. Yes, and blessed he shall be." I want to point something out here. Rebecca had him bring 2 kids. And I know I said lambs earlier. That's baby goats. Okay. Still hairy as hell, but baby goats. When she makes these goats, she slaughtered them. She cooked them up. She made the savory foods. All right. I don't know if you've ever eaten goat, which is mutton. Mutton has a very distinct flavor to it. Some people don't like it at all. Some people do, but it's definitely an acquired taste. It has a different flavor to the meat. It's definitely not like beef or chicken or something like that. I only bring this up because he's talking about Esau was going out to hunt game. You're not going to go out in the wild and hunt goats. I mean, I guess you could hunt a ram because I guess they had wild rams running around back then in this region of the planet, the Levant. But for the most part, you're probably not bringing back something that's equivalent to a goat. I only bring this up because when Jacob brought his food that his mom Rebecca had made, that's not going to taste like most things that you're going to bring back from hunting. Most of the things that you would bring back from hunting, again, I guess we could say, well, if he hunted a wild ram, the ram would have probably a very similar flavor because ram, goat, kind of same family. But anything else that you hunt is not going to taste like the kids, the baby goats. It's going to have a very different flavor. So that alone is a weird part of the narrative that no one discusses, that Esau was supposed to go out and be hunting to bring back game. And yet what Jacob brings him from what his mom Rebecca has cooked is these kids that she slaughtered. And that would not taste the same. And that to me is another big glaring hole in this ridiculous story. But okay, fine, whatever. He still wasn't sure. When Esau heard his father's words, he cried out with an exceedingly great and bitter cry and said to his father, "Bless me also, father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully, and he has taken away your blessing." Esau said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. No, he didn't take it away. You sold it like a little stupid idiot." Okay, so let's call a spade a spade. You were hungry and you decided to sell the whole thing for some red stuff and bread. Okay, I can't put that on Jacob at all, but okay. He took away my birthright, and look, now he has taken away my blessing. Then he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "I have already made him your Lord. I have already made him your Lord, and I have given him all his brothers as servants." Again, this reference to brothers, which I'm just going to call a contradiction because I'm not going to do another social because it's the same reference. But what other brothers? We have not heard anything in the text that indicated Rebecca had any other kids, unless Isaac's counting concubines. I guess that's possible. But usually the way that these old patriarchal jerks thought. They didn't even think of the concubines' kids as being really your brothers. So even that doesn't really make sense to me. But okay. And I have given him all his brothers as servants, and with grain and wine I have sustained him. What then can I do for you, my son? I love how it says, with grain and wine I have sustained him. He didn't give him any grain and wine. He just said in the blessing that you would have this, which is, that's what I'm saying. This is really like biblical magic kind of weirdness going on. Esau said to his father, have you only one blessing, father? Bless me also, father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Then his father Isaac answered him, see, away from the fatness of the earth shall your home be, and away from the dew of heaven on high. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. But when you break loose, you shall break his yoke from your neck. That's a blessing? That sounds like a borderline curse. That doesn't sound at all like a blessing. And I'm going to need a handbook on the rules for blessings. I mean, here we have, first of all, the idea that the blessing is some literal thing. Like, I gave him a blessing. I can't give you a blessing too. I can't, like, I have no more blessings to give. Like, is like a checkbook? Like, no, I have no more checks to write. I'm sorry. Like, I wrote the last one. I'm going to have to order more checks. Like, can't you just bless people endlessly? They make it sound like it's this tangible thing, like $100 bill. And I have $100 bill in my pocket and I gave it to your brother. And no, I can't give you another one because I have no more $100 bills. That's what they make it sound like. I'm going to need a whole set of rule books for this, because even if we assume that it's something terribly tangible like that, I still wonder, like, are there no baked in rules for if someone lies to get the blessing? He literally got this blessing through blatant deception. And now both Esau and Isaac, the one giving the blessing, know that it was blatant deception. And I guess there's just nothing you can do about that. I mean, is it not possible for Isaac to go, okay, I'm rescinding your blessing, you lying piece of crap, and I'm now giving this blessing to Esau? I guess you can hand out blessings as easy as you can speak words on one hand, but on the other hand, there's something tangible and binding about them that you can't take them back, even when they were acquired through deception. This makes no sense. This is silly stupidity at its highest. Jacob escapes Esau's fury. Now Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father had blessed him. At any point did Esau consider hating his mom? I mean, I understand. Okay, you're mad at Jacob. I get it. Sibling rivalry, and he stole your blessing, however that freaking works. But did he ever stop to think, yo, mom, what the hell? Really? Like, this is how you do me? Like, there's no mention of him being pissed off at mom at all. And Esau said to himself, the days of mourning for my father are approaching, that I will kill my brother Jacob. But the words of her elder son Esau were told to Rebekah. So she sent and called her younger son Jacob and said to him, your brother Esau is consoling himself by planning to kill you. This is a minor point, but I'm just going to say, in the text, it says that Esau said to himself, which normally is like thinking in your own mind. And then later it says, but the words of her elder son Esau were told to Rebekah. Now, maybe he was talking out loud to himself, or maybe he told it to himself and then told it to all his buddies. I'll let that one go, but it's not consistent in the text. Your brother Esau is consoling himself by planning to kill you. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran, and stay with him a while until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger against you turns away, and he forgets what you have done to him. Or maybe he'll turn his fury to you, Rebekah, for being a lying little piece of crap. Then I will send and bring you back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day? Then Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the Hittite women. If Jacob marries one of the Hittite women such as these, one of the women of the land, what good would my life be to me? And that Ladies and gentlemen, is our final social of the day for racism. Yes, racism away. Let's do this. This is so random. I guess it's not random because at the end of the last chapter, they said that these Hittite women from Esau were tiring Rebecca somehow, but still, this last part thrown in at the end of Genesis 27. Then Rebecca said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the Hittite women. We could also count this under drama queen too. So you can score this differently if you like at home. I mean, some of this is up for debate, but I am weary of my life because of the Hittite women. If Jacob marries one of the Hittite women such as these, one of the women of the land, and you know that's a nasty dig, one of the women of the land, you know that's not thrown in there randomly. What good will my life be to me? Not these Hittite women. Yeah, that's a good way to end this on a nice hearty dose of racism, you hateful woman. That's really horrible. So let's figure out what our scorecard looks like at this point, shall we? All right, so let's look at our scorecard. We have one instance of Bible magic, 2 contradictions, 1 instance of drama queen, 2 fairy tale lifespans, 2 times of God on speed dial, 1 instance of misogyny, 1 instance of offspring coercion, 1 instance of oppression, 2 instances of pointless lineage, 1 instance of racism, 1 of time warp, and 2 translation lulls. What a great dive into Genesis 25 through 27. Thank you again for joining us, and please stick with us. We will be marching all the way through this disgusting book that people call the Bible. In the meantime, I would like to make sure that if I have said anything that is out of line, if Yahweh or Jebus or anyone else would like to object in any way or add any clarification, I'm listening. Guys, this is your time. Okay. Yahweh has endorsed this video. Thank you for being with me all the way through to the end. Please like, please subscribe, please do all the things. And until I see you again, I will say, lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical. Hello and welcome back to God-Free Bible Study. I am your host, Adam of Nola. Today we are going through Genesis 28 through 30. So before we get into that, I want to make sure that you, first of all, have a drink ready because we are going to be drinking through this. I recommend flavored vodka and ginger ale, but you know what? You do whatever you want to do at home. It's up to you. And I'm also going to give you today's scorecard. So today's scorecard will include, drum roll please, Bible magic, contradiction, drama queen, God of ignorance, offspring coercion, polytheism, prostitution, racism, and sexual assault. If it feels like that is a lot of stuff to be cramming into only 3 chapters of the Bible, maybe you haven't read your Bible recently. So let's go ahead and get right into this, starting at Genesis 28. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him, you shall not marry one of the Canaanite women. Okay, there we go. We have our first social of the day for racism. Oh yes. You shall not marry one of the Canaanite women, because Lord forbid that Jacob actually hook up with a Canaanite woman. Oh yeah, we got to get that racism in there real early today. Also, I want to point out here, before we go on reading this, that Jacob, at this point in the narrative, had already been blessed by Isaac. The whole thing with the goat skins and stealing Esau's blessing. So it's amazing to me that now we're hearing once again that Isaac is blessing Jacob. Why do I say that? Because when Jacob stole Esau's blessing, Isaac looked at Esau like, what do you want me to do? I've already given away my blessing. There's nothing else I can do. And now, within the span of just a couple chapters, we are seeing that he is blessing him again. So despite the fact that he didn't seem to have much in the way for Esau's blessing, and when he did finally bless Esau, it was more or less like a borderline curse. Nevertheless, he now sits down to bless Jacob again. But again, he says, you shall not marry one of the Canaanite women because, that would be bad. Go at once to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take as wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Take as wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Now, look, I know that intermarrying was much more common back then. And I know that they did not have the same knowledge of genetics and don't marry your cousin and all this kind of stuff. But still, you're going to tell me that it was preferable to go marry a cousin rather than marry a Canaanite woman. That, ladies and gentlemen, is racism. I don't care how you want to package it, but if you don't think that that's racism, you're not paying very close attention. Now, to be clear, the racism that we see so many times in the Bible, especially in the early parts of the Bible, isn't the type of racism that we often see like in America, for example, where it's very much based upon skin tone. Instead, a lot of times these are ethnicities, these are tribes, these are different ethnic groups that they don't want to intermingle. They want them to remain pure. Yeah, for all of that implies. But nevertheless, it's still disgusting to think that it was far preferable for Jacob to go marry a cousin than it was for him to possibly go find a Canaanite woman. Yay, racism. I also want to point out quickly here before we continue reading that at this point, God really hasn't demonized the Canaanites yet. We'll see in later books where he talks about the Canaanites as though they are truly demon spawn because they have these horrible practices. They do child sacrifice and they're supposedly just the worst people on earth. But that is not at all clear at this point in the text. I just want to point that out because this is not racism coming down here from God. This is racism from God's chosen people occurring naturally with them saying, we don't want you to be with those Canaanites. So then he says, may God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and numerous, that you may become a company of peoples. May he give to you the blessing of Abraham, to you and to your offspring with you, so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien, land that God gave to Abraham. So first of all, that's a social. We're going to drink to Bible magic because apparently in the context of these old biblical days, these blessings were not just, oh, bless you. Oh, I hope that your life is good. It wasn't a wish. It was more like this promise of law almost, like something that was almost enforceable. So that is why I have us drink again to Bible magic. I also want to point out here that the wording here is odd to say the least. Now, I know the practical reasons. I'll talk about this in a second, but it says, this is Isaac speaking to Jacob, his son. And he says, may he give to you the blessing of Abraham, which, oh, by the way, is Jacob's grandfather, to you and to your offspring with you, so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien, land that God gave to Abraham. I mean, who does that? Who would not say land that God gave to your grandfather? Of course, the real reason why it's written this way is because this isn't some direct journalistic quote of what Isaac said to Jacob. These are authors who came in years later and are writing down land that God gave to Abraham, even though they didn't really stop to think about the fact that this is not how Isaac would speak if this was a direct quote from Isaac. But they put this in quotes as though it's a direct quote from Isaac, and then they have us to believe that Isaac is referring to Jacob's grandfather as Abraham. Even in ancient Hebrew tradition, that really doesn't make sense, but c'est la vie. Thus Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. Yep, got to go to your uncle to get you a bride. Esau marries Ishmael's daughter. Now Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padan Aram to take a wife from there, and that as he blessed him, he charged him, you shall not marry one of the Canaanite women, and that Jacob had obeyed his father and his mother and gone to Padan Aram. So when Esau saw that the Canaanite women did not please his father Isaac, Esau went to Ishmael and took Mahalath, daughter of Abraham's son Ishmael, and sister of Nebaioth, to be his wife in addition to the wives he had. This to me is just hilarious. This is wonderful. So Esau's pissed off at Isaac. He's pissed off at Rebekah. He's pissed off that he didn't get his birthright. He didn't get the blessing. So what does he do as this wonderful act of spite? Since his parents are racists and they seem to hate Canaanites, Esau says, oh yeah? You don't like them Canaanite women? Well, I'm going to go get me a Canaanite woman. And that's exactly what he did. So good on you, Esau. Good on you for getting another member of your harem. And oh, by the way, as a bonus, pissing off your parents. He sounds just like that Catholic school girl who purposely wants to go out and date the rebel biker guy just to piss off her parents. You know, he's just like, oh yeah, I'll show you. That being said, there is also a part of this passage that quite frankly makes no damn sense, because in the previous chapter, when it left off, Esau was pissed at Jacob. In fact, Esau apparently wanted to murder Jacob. And Rebekah said for Jacob to flee because Rebekah wanted Jacob to live. But here it says that Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, which makes me think, like, did you actually physically see it? Did you see this second blessing take place? But even if we take that in the more colloquial sense, he saw that this had happened because, you know, at least a lot of times we'll say that like, oh, I saw that this thing happened. It doesn't necessarily mean that you saw it with your own eyes. So even if that's the case, even if he didn't literally see it, he knows that Jacob went to Padan Aram to take a wife. Now, if Esau was this murderous bastard and he had this rage, why would he not then follow him to Padan Aram to kill him? I guess you can argue that maybe his temper calmed down with some thought, but it's very inconsistent with, I'm not going to call it a contradiction, but it's extremely inconsistent with the text that we just read in the previous chapter about how Jacob stole his blessing and Esau was furious and Esau was planning to murder Jacob. And now we find out just a few paragraphs later that Esau knows that Jacob went to Padan Aram and apparently he's not going to do anything about it. Sure. Bible logic. Jacob's dream at Bethel. Jacob left Beersheba and went toward Haran. He came to a certain place and stayed there for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down in that place. And he dreamed that there was a stairway set up on the earth, the top of it reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And the Lord stood beside him and said, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring, and your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and all the families of the earth shall be blessed in you and in your offspring. Know that I am with you and will keep you wherever you go and will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. Okay, let's go back on this a little bit before we keep reading. It says, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, your father. Okay, that is the social for contradiction. Why am I calling this a contradiction? Because this is the dream of Jacob. This is the Lord speaking to Jacob in the dream. And he says, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. Abraham is not Jacob's father. Isaac is Jacob's father. Now, I don't know if there were supposed to be different parentheses or commas or a different structure of the sentence. I don't know if this is a translation laws or whatever, but I'm taking this at face value, okay? And it says in Jacob's dream that God, the Lord, is talking to him, and the Lord tells him he's the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. So either we are to believe that this is just massively mistranslated, which I find hard to believe since this is the NRSV and it's usually pretty good on these types of things, or we are to believe that God simply doesn't know that Abraham is not Jacob's father and Isaac is Jacob's father. or it's just a weird kludge of text that doesn't really make sense, because there is no reason why the Lord should be speaking to Jacob and then making reference to Abraham, your father. That just doesn't make sense, and it's a pretty bad contradiction. Then he goes on to once again give us offspring coercion. So let's all drink to offspring coercion. Once again, God starts promising that your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and they'll spread all around, and they're going to be everywhere. And oh, that's great. Don't you care about that? And I know that some of these ancient people did, but the frequency with which God falls back on this sad promise is just that. It's pretty sad. There's also a really weird part of this sentence. It says, and your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and all the families of the earth shall be blessed in you and in your offspring. How is it that all of the families of the earth are blessed in Jacob and his offspring? I understand where maybe you could say that all of the Jewish families, being theoretically descended from Jacob, are blessed in him and his offspring. Maybe you could argue that the lands traditionally occupied by the Jews, like Israel, are blessed in Jacob and his offspring. But how are we supposed to believe that all the families of the earth are blessed in you and your offspring? And before you start giving me this crap about, well, ultimately his descendant is Jesus, and that is how all of the families of the earth will be blessed. I mean, keep in mind, at the point of this writing, Jesus is not going to come around for like another 1,000 years. So we are to believe that all of the families of the earth, all the families in Asia, and all the families, the Aboriginals in Australia, and all of the families in India and the rest of the Mediterranean, and even throughout Africa, that they are somehow blessed in Jacob and his offspring. I'm sorry, that just makes no damn sense. Back to the text. Know that I'm with you and will keep you wherever you go and will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. And he was afraid and said, how awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. So at this point, Jacob believes that this random spot in the desert, or the wilderness at least, is the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven, because he had a dream. Now, I understand sometimes you can have a really profound dream and you can wake up and it can, stick with you and really make you think, oh my gosh. But wouldn't this dream have come to him no matter where he was sleeping? So how is it now that it is this spot of the earth that he concludes is the gate of heaven because he had a dream there last night? Fine. Okay, Jacob, you go with that. So Jacob rose early in the morning, and he took the stone that he had put under his head and set it up for a pillar and poured oil on the top of it. He called that place Bethel, but the name of the city was Luz at the first. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, if God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God, and this stone, which I have set up for a pillar, shall be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will surely give 1/10 to you. So first we have a social here for polytheism. Let's all drink to that. Maybe you didn't catch polytheism here, so let me make this clear to you. So he says, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God. And I'll be clear, this is one of those cases where I think that the Lord is a poor translation here, because what we're really seeing is a tetragrammaton. So the true translation of this should really say, then Yahweh shall be my God. In other words, he is saying that if you do all these things for me, then Yahweh, this specific God, will be my God. He's saying this because there are other gods referenced repeatedly throughout this narrative. So he is absolutely saying, fine, if you do all these things for me, then Yahweh will actually be my God. Although that comes to several other weird questions in my mind. Notice here that God came to him in the dream. God said, yo, bro, I'm going to do all these things for you. And then when he woke up, he's like, wow, this is amazing. I'm going to put a pillar here, which, by the way, the pillar is the saddest thing ever. It's the stone that was under his head. So if you're resting your head on a stone, that stone couldn't have been more than like this big, right? He took a stone that he's calling a pillar, poured some oil on it, and he's like, oh, yes, this is the house of God. I'm sure that God feels very grateful for this amazing house that you have built for him, this single little crappy stone that you poured some oil on. I mean, if you were laying your head on it, which of course is a crappy pillow, but I get it. You're out in the wilderness. You have nothing else. If you're laying your head on it, it's not that big of a stone. And this stone with a small amount of oil poured over the top of it is now God's house. If I'm God, I'm looking at this like, really, bro? That's my house. Wow. Thanks. But the deeper part of this that I find fascinating is that God came to him in the dream, promised him all these things. And what is Jacob's response? Jacob wakes up, builds his little pillar, and then says to him, if God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then Yahweh shall be my God. This dude just laid out 5 conditions. If God will be with me, if he'll keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear so that I come again to my father's house in peace. If those 5 things are met, then Yahweh will be my God. And I don't have a problem with him negotiating this way. But if you talk to any modern Christian and you say that, especially as an atheist, if I said, look, your God will be my God if he pays my rent this month, and if he deals with this boss that's been giving me a headache, and if he gives me some good food to eat and some drink, and he makes sure that I get safely back to my place after this next trip, then your God will be my God. What do you think most Christians would say to that? They would shoot that down so fast. They'd be like, oh, well, you can't do that. You can't put conditions on God, and you can't actually put him to the test like that. And you have to have faith. And that's not our place to tell God what to do. But you know what? Your boy Jacob did. Jacob is one of the seminal figures of the entire canon. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 3 patriarchs. These are 3 of the most admired men in the Old Testament. And one of them, Jacob, sat here even after he had been promised these things from God, because God came in the dream and said, oh, I'm going to give you all the offspring like the dust of the earth. And he woke up and said, okay, fine. You'll be my God if you do all these things for me. Finally, I'm going to say it's just a little weird to me as well, because you think that if Abraham's God was Yahweh and Isaac's God was Yahweh, you would think that Jacob's God would be Yahweh. I mean, at least in modern times, the most common way that any of us get our religion and our gods are from our parents. It's taught to us from birth. So it's really intriguing to me, even bordering on odd, to think that Yahweh was not already Jacob's God, and that furthermore, when God came to him in the dream, and even though Jacob was so impressed as to build a house of a stupid little stone with some oil on it, he didn't just say, fine, this will be my God. He said, hey, if you do these 5 things for me, then you'll be my God. Again, go bring that back to most Christians and see what they think about whether or not you should be able to do that in modern times. And if they don't think that you should do that with God in modern times, ask them why. Why not? Because Jacob did it. Why can't you do it? Why can't I do it? Why can't anyone do it? I don't know. All right, now we're moving on to Genesis 29. This is where Jacob meets Rachel. Then Jacob went on his journey and came to the land of the people of the east. As he looked, he saw a well in the field and 3 flocks of sheep lying there beside it. For out of that well the flocks were watered. The stone on the well's mouth was large, and when all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the mouth of the well and water the sheep and put the stone back in its place on the mouth of the well. Thank you for explaining to us how wells work. Jacob said to them, my brothers, where do you come from? They said, we are from Haran. He said to them, do you know Laban, son of Nahor? They said, we do. He said to them, is it well with him? Yes, they replied, and here is his daughter, Rachel, coming with the sheep. Bow chicka wow wow. He said, look, it is still broad daylight. It is not time for the animals to be gathered together. Water the sheep and go, pasture them. But they said, we cannot until all the flocks are gathered together and the stone is rolled from the mouth of the well. Then we water the sheep. As boring as this sounds, there's kind of a point to this, which is basically to hammer home this idea that we're going to see later that Jacob really knows how to be a herder and a shepherd. He knows how to take care of these flocks. While he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. Now when Jacob saw Rachel, bow chicka wow wow, the daughter of his mother's brother Laban, and the sheep of his mother's brother Laban, Jacob went up and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of his mother's brother Laban. I wish they would put mother's brother Laban about 4 more times in that paragraph. That would be great. Yeah. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. And there we have a social for a drama queen. Imagine this scenario. Rachel doesn't know at this point who Jacob is. She's probably heard of him because he's a cousin, but she's never met this dude. And what does Jacob do? He kisses her and weeps aloud. Could you imagine like some dude just like comes up at the well with your flock and kisses you and weeps aloud like, oh, I don't think that's a good way to make a first impression, but it seems to have worked for Jacob. We'll keep reading. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's kinsman and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. This dude at the well is freaking weird. When Laban heard the news about his sister's son Jacob, he ran to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. Jacob told Laban all these things, and Laban said to him, surely you are my bone and my flesh. And he stayed with him a month. I will point something out really quick. Jacob told Laban all these things, and Laban said to him, surely you are my bone and my flesh. I think the inference here is that they haven't met before. Laban's probably never met his nephew. And so whether or not this is truly a member of his family depends on the stories that Jacob can tell. So this is essentially a way of Jacob confirming his identity because nobody had driver's licenses, you know. Jacob marries Laban's daughters. Then Laban said to Jacob, because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be? Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was graceful and beautiful. Her eyes were weak. I really want to know, did she have a lazy eye? And then the inference is that that's what made her not as becoming? Or is this some kind of turn of phrase that they used back then to say that she was kind of fugly? I'm not sure. I think it means that she had a lazy eye or lazy eyes, and that would make her not as attractive to a lot of men. But I'm not sure. Jacob loved Rachel, so he said, I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter, Rachel. I love how Laban says, tell me, what shall your wages be? And Jacob's first answer is apparently, I will serve you 7 years for your daughter, Rachel. You have to remember that Jacob is supposed to be like the crafty one here, and compared to his brother, at least. He's supposed to be this kind of schemer. I mean, he got Esau to give him his birthright for some red stew or something. But in this case, he seems like the opposite of crafty. Laban just asks him, what would your wages be? And all he does is blurts out like, I'll work for you for 7 years for Rachel. Was that the going rate? Is there an exchange rate? Like, how long do you have to work for anyone's daughter in order to get her? Well, 7 years is the default. I'm not sure. But it seems really weird that he just blurts this out. Laban said, it is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to any other man. Stay with me. So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because of his love for her. I know that's supposed to sound all romantic, like, oh, it seemed but a few days because of his love for her. But all I can think of is like, dude, you need to learn to negotiate better because, man, you really kind of blew that one. Then Jacob said to Laban, give me my wife that I may go into her, for my time is completed. So Laban gathered together all the people of the place and made a feast. But in the evening, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. Laban gave his maid Zilpah to his daughter Leah to be her maid. When morning came, it was Leah. And Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" Laban said, "This is not done in our country, giving the younger before the firstborn. Complete the week of this one, and we will give you the other also in return for serving me another 7 years." Jacob did so and completed her week. Then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel as a wife. Laban gave his maid Bilhah to his daughter Rachel to be her maid. So Jacob went into Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. He served Laban for another 7 years. I have to point out something about this story that never occurred to me until I was older. And the apologists will wail and gnash their teeth, and they'll say, no, that's not it. You don't understand the text, Adam. You don't know how to read. But let's read this very carefully. It says, "But in the evening he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. When morning came, it was Leah." When I read this previously, I always assumed that Jacob was just really drunk, and this was essentially a trick by Laban. And we'll see very soon that Laban is not an honest actor. But I had always assumed that Jacob was just really drunk here. But there is no place in this narrative that it indicates that Jacob was drunk or had anything to drink. Now, granted, it does say that Laban made a feast. And I'm sure that at many feasts, they had wine or whatever it is that they could brew, like primitive beer or whatever, probably wine. But it does not say that at all. It just says that, but in the evening, Laban took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. And then it says, when morning came, it was Leah. Now, you can tell me all day that that means that Jacob was drunk and Laban got him drunk, and this was the trick that he played on him. But that is not in the text. Just because you attend a feast doesn't mean that you were so drunk that you didn't know what was happening. And if it is what was happening, maybe you should put it in the text. And if you think that I'm being too critical here, consider that after Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot's daughters did, in fact, get him super drunk so they could bone their dad and have kids from their dad. And it's made very clear in the text that they made their dad very drunk. So drunk, in fact, that it said specifically he did not remember what had happened. But that type of narrative is nowhere to be found in this text whatsoever. So you can believe all day that Jacob was too drunk to know what was going on, but you are making up your own shit because you don't like the story the way it's written. The way it's written is that there was a feast and Laban brought in Leah, and it sounds a whole lot like Jacob was like, okay, I'll take a spin with Leah then too. But then when he woke up in the morning and he's like, damn it, she's still here. Like it wasn't just a boning, like, oh crap, that woman's still here. What am I supposed to do? Just like when you're too drunk and you're too macho and you go to the bar and you happen to get some woman to come back with you, and then you wake up in the morning like, please don't be here. Please don't be here. Please. Oh crap, she's still here. That's exactly what this sounds like. And you can tell me all day that's not what this is describing, but anything that you tell me that to the contrary is because you are reading shit between the lines that is not there. Also, I want to mention here that there is just no context given whatsoever. What Laban has done to Leah and to Jacob, but really to Leah, is really nasty. It's just a really nasty thing for any father to do. He set up Leah to have a lifetime of being second fiddle in her own household and being unloved by her own husband. And this is all a result of Laban's actions. And you'll hear all the time Christians will tell you, well, this isn't prescriptive. This is descriptive. It's just describing to us what was done by people. And that's fine. But when this is this core moral book where people try to derive how they are to act in the real world today, you can't have stories like this with absolutely no context and then also tell me that the text is God-breathed, that it is inspired directly by God, and then have a story like this with no context and tell me, it's descriptive. What do you want us to do? No, you don't get to have it both ways. If you want to tell me that this is God breathed and that we are to take our lessons from this book, then you should also have some context in here from, oh, I don't know, God saying, yeah, this is a story of what happened, but this is kind of gross. And yet there's silence in that regard. When the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Leah conceived and bore a son, and she named him Reuben, for she said, because the Lord has looked on my affliction, surely now my husband will love me. So now it says affliction there, which again, I'm assuming this must mean that Leah had a lazy eye or even two lazy eyes. That's uncommon, but can happen. So I wonder if that's what this means when it says on my affliction, because the Lord has looked on my affliction. Surely now my husband will love me. She conceived again and bore a son and said, because the Lord has heard that I am hated, he has given me this son also. And she named him Simeon. Again, she conceived and bore a son and said, now this time my husband will be joined to me because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore, he was named Levi. This is so sad and sick and gross that apparently Jacob loved her enough to come in and get his rocks off whenever he was horny. But other than that, he didn't care about her at all. And this is all because of Laban. And this is all silently endorsed by God. She conceived again and bore a son and said, this time I will praise the Lord. And she's like, screw this, trying to get Jacob's attention. Therefore she named him Judah. Then she ceased bearing. When Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, she envied her sister. And she said to Jacob, give me children or I shall die. And there, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new social. This one, again, is for drama queen. I mean, this whole give me children or I shall die. Okay, you're not going to die, but good try. Jacob became very angry with Rachel and said, am I in the place of God who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? Then she said, here is my maid Bilhah. Go into her that she may bear upon my knees and that I too may have children through her. So she gave him her maid Bilhah as a wife, and Jacob went into her. And Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. And here we have another social. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for sexual assault. Now, you apologists out there are going to kick and scream over that one. No, this is a sexual assault. That's not sexual assault at all. Bilhah is a slave. And you can tell me all day that she's not a slave like the slaves in the American South in the 17 and 1800s. You can tell me that it's a different situation. But Bilhah does not have her own agency here. You can tell me that it's a different kind of servitude. But again, Bilhah has no agency. She can't choose to be with another man. She can't leave the service of Rachel. She has no options here. So when Rachel says, hey, guess what? You're going to start doing my husband. That's what Bilhah is going to do. And I want to be clear. I'm not saying that Bilhah was dragged in kicking and screaming to Jacob's bed and forced against her will in some horrific scene of sexual assault. I'm sure that on some level, Bilhah went willingly on this because in her situation, there was probably nothing better that could come of her than to bear the child of the master and hope all would go well. But as we've already seen in this text, in the Bible itself, this absolutely does not always go well because this is the same crap that Sarah pulled with Hagar and Abraham. And as soon as Sarah finally managed to conceive a kid of her own, what did she do with Hagar and Ishmael? She booted them out the house and left them to die. So if you don't think that giving your servant to your husband to become his concubine is some form of sexual assault, then you have the moral compass of a 5-year-old. Then Rachel said, God has judged me and has also heard my voice and given me a son. Therefore she named him Dan. Rachel's maid Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, with mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister and have prevailed. So she named him Naphtali, which, how is that prevailing against your sister? The sad idea that you're fighting with your sister somehow to squeeze out more kids is, first of all, disgusting. But even if we accept that depressing idea, I still don't know how she thinks that she's prevailed. She has still not borne any children of her own. The children that were born from her, in theory, by extension through Bala, are still fewer than the children that Leah's born. So if we just want to count them up like it's a scorecard, she's behind Leah. If we want to be very literal about this, she still hasn't born any kids herself. It's really sad the way this whole thing plays out. When Leah saw that she had ceased bearing children, she took her maid Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Then Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Okay, let's drink again for sexual assault. Yes. And again, if you don't think that that's sexual assault, you should really grow the hell up, because this is a disgusting story. It's not enough that Rachel wants to give her servant to Jacob as a proxy for her to have kids, but then Leah, after she's already squeezed out some puppies, said, oh my gosh, now I have to keep up. So she now does the same thing with Zilpah. And again, I don't know what Zilpah's condition was. I don't know what her mindset was. But the simple fact is that Zilpah, like Bala, has no agency in this transaction. They are being handed around like cattle to be impregnated at will so that someone else can feel better about scoring points with their virtual children. And Leah said, good fortune. So she named him Gad. Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a second son, and Leah said, happy am I, for the women will call me happy. So she named him Asher. In the days of wheat harvest, Reuben went and found mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, please give me some of your son's mandrakes. But she said to her, is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also? Rachel said, then he may lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. Then he may lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. When Jacob came from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, you must come in to me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. So he lay with her that night. And God heeded Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a fifth son. So drink, everyone, to prostitution. Oh, yeah. Normally, we're thinking of prostitution the other way, as a man paying for services. But this is absolutely Leah, Jacob's own wife, so sadly paying for services with mandrakes. How pitiful is that? Leah, who, again, I guess has a lazy eye or something to that effect, has to essentially buy some dick from her husband with mandrakes that she got from her son. That is so sad and so disgusting, but it's absolutely prostitution. And could you imagine Jacob, like he comes in from the field and he's thinking, all right, time to get some food or whatever and go to bed or relax or something. And his first wife, Leah, is like, no, you got to bone me tonight, because I paid with these mandrakes. So now that D is mine. Like, oh, this is so weird and so gross. And this is your holy text. Okay, fine. Leah said, God has given me my hire because I gave my maid to my husband. So she named him Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and she bore Jacob a sixth son. Then Leah said, God has endowed me with a good gift. Now my husband will honor me. No, he won't, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she named him Zebulun. Afterwards, she bore a daughter and named her Dinah. Dinah will have a very sad story in the future, too. Then God remembered Rachel, and God heeded her and opened her womb. She conceived and bore a son and said, God has taken away my reproach. And she named him Joseph, saying, may the Lord add to me another son. Before we move on, I have to point out that this entire story to me is disgusting and really very sad, because what this whole thing entrenches is this idea that is still prevalent in society to this day, that a woman's worth is tied to the number of puppies that she can squeeze out of her womb. And that if for some reason you cannot or will not perform this action, you are somehow lesser of a woman. And that is so disgusting. And that is made crystal clear at the end of this passage where Rachel says, God has taken away my reproach. Now, you can tell me all day that this is descriptive, that this is not God speaking, that These are not God's directives, but God throughout the book talks in fetishist terms about this desire to have as many kids as you possibly can. And I understand these were ancient times and survival was hard. And it was very good to have kids if you could, for the health of your family, for the health of your town, and ultimately for the health of your nation and your ethnic group. But this mindset still endures today. And I have seen this sadly in my own life. I have been in a couple of long-term relationships with wonderful women who, for various reasons, either could not or chose not to have children. And the degree to which other people, especially other women, would look down upon them was really disgusting. And it is this mindset which is hammered into us by the earliest chapters of the Bible itself that says, hey, women, you know why you're on this earth? To squeeze out kids. And nothing else that you do is even 1/10 as important as how many kids you manage to squeeze out. Even going so far as to imply that it somehow works on your ledger to hand another woman to your husband so that she can squeeze out kids for you in some kind of proxy. And I'm not saying that anyone does that today, but this absolutely enforces this mindset that this is what women are for, and it's disgusting. Now, don't be wrong. If you want to have a huge family, have a huge family. If you're all about kids and you want to have 1,000 grandkids and you want to have big family get-togethers at every holiday, and you and your partner have the means to provide for these children and to give them a good upbringing, then by all means, have kids. There's nothing wrong with that. But this idea that God has somehow reproached you because you haven't had kids is sad to see this really backed up so strongly here in the holiest of holy texts in the Old Testament. Jacob prospers at Laban's expense. When Rachel had borne Joseph, send me away that I may go to my own home and country. Give me my wives and my children for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know very well the service I have given you. But Laban said to him, if you will allow me to say so, I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you. Name your wages, and I will give it. Jacob said to him, you yourself know how I have served you and how your livestock have fared with me. For you had little before I came, and it has increased abundantly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I turned. But now when shall I provide for my own household also? He said, what shall I give you? Jacob said, you shall not give me anything. If you will do this for me, I will again feed your flock and keep it. Let me pass through all your flock today, removing from it every speckled and spotted sheep and every black lamb and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and such shall be my wages. So my honesty will answer for me later when you come to look into my wages with you. Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and black among the lambs, if found with me, shall be counted stolen. Laban said, good, let it be as you have said. But that day Laban removed the male goats that were striped and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had white on it, and every lamb that was black, and put them in charge of his sons. And he set a distance of 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob was pasturing the rest of Laban's flocks. So just in case it's not totally clear here, Jacob's idea is, fine, I'll do this a little longer for you, but in return, my wages will be that I'm going to take the goats and the lambs that are of certain colors, and that will be my wages. And in return, Laban does him nasty. He basically takes those goats and those lambs, and he has his other sons take them away. So in theory, Jacob would have no wages for what he's doing. Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plane and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. He set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks and the troughs, that is, the watering places where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods, and so the flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted. Okay, here we have another social, and the first instance that I'm pulling up here of God of ignorance. I'm going to be very frank with you. When I was a kid, I don't know that I spent 2 minutes even thinking about these passages. You would just read through them like boom, 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 whatever. Like there's flocks and there's colors or whatever. Even after I went through and started reading this again, I had to read this about 10 times because I kept thinking, this is so epically stupid that I must be reading it incorrectly. But no, I'm not reading it incorrectly. The inference here is that in order to get around Laban's treachery, Jacob fixes this by putting rods of poplar and other wood that he's put poplar and almond and plane, and he's putting them in front of where the sheep water and where they mate. And when that happens, somehow having these rods will ensure that the newborns will be of a certain color that then Jacob can claim them for his own. Yes, this means that the Bible is telling us that the way to get a sheep of a certain color or a goat of a certain color is to make sure that it mates in front of a rod that is also that same color. That makes no damn sense. And that's why this qualifies as God of ignorance. Because you can tell me all your descriptive versus prescriptive crap that you want. I don't care if this is just a story. The fact is that the Bible says that this is a way that you can get sheep to be born of a certain color by putting rods of a certain color in front of them as they mate. That makes no damn sense. Now, if you want to tell me that the inference here is that God then intervened and made this thing happen, then you actually need to put something like that in the text because it is not here. This text directly implies that this is how you get sheep of a certain color. Now, you can tell me that, well, these are old ancient people that didn't know any better, but this text is God inspired. It's God breathed, according to 2 Timothy. If God does not know that this is ridiculous, then something should be here in the text to make that clear. Or if you're going to tell me that, okay, this is not how things work, but God made it work that way, that also needs to be in the text. But there is no indication whatsoever that God intervened in this process in any way. And yet, in God's inspired, God-breathed text, we are to believe that this is how you get sheep of a different color, by having them mate in front of different colored rods. That makes no sense. In fact, it's laughable. And just to be clear, I'm calling it God of ignorance because, again, if this was a miracle, if you told me that God saw what he was doing and then said, fine, I'm going to basically make the sheep a certain color so that Jacob will get his due, I would understand that. Of course, I could argue as an atheist that I don't believe it, but I don't believe anything in the book. But still, within the context of the book itself, miracles happen. I get that. And if you're going to tell me this was a miracle from God, that's fine. But you can't just imply that it was a miracle without there being something in the text that actually says that God intervened on his behalf to make this happen. Because otherwise, what it shows me is that you have no idea how genetics works. And if the God-inspired, God-breathed word is word that has no idea how genetics works, then your God is ignorant. And I have no reason to believe any of the other literal crap that you want me to pull from this book. I mean, to me, this alone, this one passage makes it so embarrassing for those who want to claim that you should take the Bible literally, or even for those who want to claim that this text is inspired by God, because no God who actually knows how his own universe works would put something like this in the text. This isn't the only time in the text you'll see things like this. Like later on, you'll see references to four-legged insects, which don't exist. But this is a great example of God, apparently in his divine inspired, God-breathed text, allowing something to be here that clearly is nonsensical at best. Jacob separated the lambs and set the faces of the flocks towards the striped and the completely black animals in the flock of Laban. And he put his own droves apart and did not put them with Laban's flocks. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeding, Jacob laid the rods in the troughs before the eyes of the flock, that they might breed among the rods. But for the feebler of the flock, he did not lay them there. So the feebler were Laban's and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man grew exceedingly rich and had large flocks and male and female slaves and camels and donkeys. So we're going to end that with one more social for biblical slavery, because yay, slavery. So where does that leave our scorecard? Do we have Bible magic? 1. Contradiction? 1. Drama queen? 2. God of ignorance? 1. Offspring coercion? 1. Polytheism? 1. Prostitution? 1. Racism? 1. And sexual assault? 2. And slavery? 1. Let me know if your scorecard is any different. Thank you for joining us here again on God-Free Bible Study. I appreciate you being here. Please like, please subscribe. Please put in the comments all of the things I've gotten wrong, especially you good Christian apologists. I'd love to hear everything about how I've screwed it all up, because, that makes my day. As always, I'd like to ask Yahweh or Jebus or anyone, the Holy Spirit, anyone, have I screwed this up somehow? Have I gotten anything off base? Anyone? Comments? Well, there you go. This video is endorsed by Yahweh. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad that you're here. I hope to see you again. And until next time, lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical. What up, YouTube? It's your boy, Adam of NOLA, and we are getting ready to dive in today to Genesis 31 through 33. But before we get started, I want to give you your scorecard so you can keep score at home if you like. Your scorecard can vary from mine. We always have different viewpoints on the text. But here is what I want you to look out for as we go through these chapters. We have instances of contradiction, drama queen, jumped the shark, pitiful God, polytheism, slavery, split personality, and worthless word. Keep your scorecard handy and keep your drink ready, and we will dive into Genesis 31. Now Jacob heard that the sons of Laban were saying, Jacob has taken all that was our father's. He has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father. And Jacob saw that Laban did not regard him as favorably as he did before. Then the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of your ancestors and to your kindred, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah into the field where his flock was, and said to them, I see that your father does not regard me as favorably as he did before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I have served your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times. But God did not permit him to harm me. If he said, the speckled shall be your wages, then all the flock bore speckled. And if he said, the striped shall be your wages, then all the flock bore striped. Thus God has taken away the livestock of your father and given them to me. I don't know if Jacob is a liar. We know he's underhanded and sneaky, but I don't know if he is explicitly being a liar or if the text in the previous chapter was insufficient. If you remember from the previous video, when the last chapter ended, there was this weird, silly, automagical idea that Jacob could make the sheep breed a certain way with certain colors by making sure they saw a certain color while breeding. It was like saying your wife would have a red-headed kid if she looked at something red during intercourse. Whether or not you have red hair or not, whether or not she has red hair, the idea was that if she was looking at something red during intercourse, she would have a red-headed child, which is utter and complete nonsense. At the end of the last chapter, all we got from the text was that this ridiculous method was somehow successful. It didn't say that God made it successful. Now, we know, scientifically speaking, it's absolute bollocks. There is no way that that method could be successful in making sure that you had new sheep born of a certain color, and that then those colors would lead to Jacob having more sheep in his flocks. So I don't know if we're to infer that God stepped in and made this stupid method work, because in the previous chapter, that was not clear at all. Or if we are to believe that the biblical authors actually believed this method could get you sheep of a certain color. Either way, this is very odd. Either Jacob is lying or God intervened without it telling us in the text before this last sentence that God actually intervened. During the mating of the flock, I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats that leaped upon the flock were striped, speckled, and mottled. Then the angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob, and I said, Here I am. And he said, Look up and see that all the goats that leap on the flock are striped, speckled, and mottled, for I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. So now we're going to have a double social, so let's all drink to this. The two socials that we will enjoy here are one for split personality and the other for polytheism. Where do I get this from? Well, I'm telling you we should drink for split personality because it says here that the angel of God said to me in the dream, and then Jacob goes on to explain what the angel of God said to him. And apparently, according to Jacob, the angel of God said, I am the God of Bethel. Okay, are you the angel of God or the God of Bethel? This comes back to the classic split personality problem that we see in the biblical text, especially the older texts, all the time, where there's this fluid interchange of angel of God, Holy Spirit, God himself, wisdom, all these other names that somehow, in some way, translate to something about God. It leads to all sorts of debates. Christians want to tell you that this is the Trinity. Jews want to tell you that these are different aspects of God, or that this is the agency of God being put into other beings like other angels. Either way, it's confusing as hell. It causes a ton of controversy amongst theologians and people who like to argue about this kind of crap. Regardless, we have split personality because initially we have the angel of God speaking to Jacob. And then in the dream itself, Jacob quotes the angel of God as saying, I am the God of Bethel. The other social that I'm drinking to here is for polytheism. What? You don't see the polytheism here? Well, pay close attention. Jacob is relaying this dream that he supposedly had. And in this dream, the angel of God came and spoke to him and then says, I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. He's not saying, I am God. He's not saying, I am the God or the Lord. He's saying, I am God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. In other words, he has to distinguish himself so that Jacob knows which God he's talking to. That's because this is very polytheistic, especially in the early books of the Bible, especially in Genesis and Exodus, etc. It's very polytheistic. So don't think that this is just some fancy way of God talking. He is identifying to Jacob which of the gods he is. He's saying, hey, remember me? I'm the same God who came to you at Bethel. I'm the same God whom you anointed a pillar to and made a vow to me. He's reacquainting himself with Jacob because there are absolutely other gods in play. Leave this land at once and return to the land of your birth. Then Rachel and Leah answered him, Is there any portion or inheritance left to us in our father's house? Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? I don't know if we're even supposed to understand that this dream Jacob is describing even took place. It sounds very much like a after-the-fact Band-Aid on this. Like he's telling them now, hey, we have to get out of here. And in order for them to feel as comfortable with it as they can, he's saying, oh yeah, I had this dream and here's what God told me. This is the first time I've seen where someone is relaying that a dream happened after the fact. Like when he had his famous Stairway to Heaven dream, it said to us in the text, Jacob laid down with a rock under his head and he had this dream. And then it proceeded to tell us what the dream was about. In other words, it was telling us this story as though it was happening in real time. But in this case, we got no mention of this dream whatsoever until Jacob finally decides we're getting the hell out of here. And then he goes to his wives, Rachel and Leah, and relays to them the idea of this dream that previously in the text we have not received any hint of whatsoever. So it sounds like he's manufacturing this to make a stronger case to his wives that, hey, we got to get the hell out of here. Then Rachel and Leah answered him, Is there any portion or inheritance left to us in our father's house? Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? For he has sold us, and he has been using up the money given for us. When did that happen? I mean, Laban is a sneaky character, so I'm not going to defend him, but it feels like they are making shit up for the purpose of making this an easier sell to themselves that they have to get out of there. This idea that Laban had sold them, knowing darn well that as far as the narrative is concerned, they were only ever promised to Jacob. So maybe he did then sell them to others, keep the money, and never give them away. But that was not clear at all from the text. It's like they are just making this stuff up on the fly and then patching it up as they go so that they have a good excuse for getting out of there. All the property that God has taken away from our father belongs to us and to our children. Now then, do whatever God has said to you. So Jacob arose and set his children and his wives on camels, and he drove away all his livestock, all the property that he had gained, the livestock in his possession that he had acquired in Padan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. Now Laban had gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel stole her father's household gods. And Jacob deceived Laban the Aramean in that he did not tell him that he intended to flee. So he fled with all that he had, crossed the Euphrates, and set his face toward the hill country of Gilead. Laban overtakes Jacob. On the third day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. So he took his kinsfolk with him and pursued him for 7 days until he caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead. But God came to Laban in a dream by night and said to him, "Take heed that you say not a word to Jacob, either good or bad." Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country, and Laban with his kinfolk camped in the hill country of Gilead. Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You have deceived me and carried away my daughters like captives of the sword. Why did you flee secretly and deceive me and not tell me? I would have sent you away with mirth and songs, with tambourine and lyre. Why did you not permit me to kiss my sons and my daughters farewell? What you have done is foolish. It is in my power to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, 'Take heed that you speak to Jacob neither good nor bad.' Even though you had to go because you longed greatly for your father's house, why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "Because I was afraid, for I thought that you would take your daughters from me by force. But anyone with whom you find your gods shall not live. In the presence of our kinsfolk, point out what I have that is yours and take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tent of the two maids, but he did not find them. And he went out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them in the camel's saddle and sat on them. Laban felt all about in the tent but did not find them. And she said to her father, "Let not my lord be angry that I cannot rise before you, for the weight of women is upon me." So he searched but did not find the household gods. Yes, you read that right. Her whole way of getting out of getting caught for stealing the gods is she's like, "Well, Aunt Flo's visited and I can't stand up." And Laban, being the typical ancient Promethean man that he is like, "Whoa, okay, I guess I'll have to go then." I know these people are ancient and backward, but if you want to tell me this story actually happened and that this worked, this is one of the most ignorant things you've ever read. Whether she has her period or not, he's looking in their tents for his stolen goods. Sitting on the saddlebag, she says, "Let not my lord be angry that I cannot rise before you, for the way of women is upon me." If you think something has been stolen and the only place you haven't searched is the bag a woman is sitting on, do you really think that you are going to just shrug your shoulders and say, "Well, I guess I got to go because she got her period going on"? That is ridiculous. Even by ancient, old-timey, ignorant man standards, that is just ridiculous. Then Jacob became angry and upbraided Laban. Jacob said to Laban, "What is my offense? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued me? Although you have felt about through all my goods, not all the goods, because you didn't go through the saddlebag that Rachel was sitting on, what have you found of all your household goods? Set it here before my kinsfolk and your kinsfolk, so that they may decide between us two. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not miscarried, and I have not eaten the rams of your flocks. That which was torn by wild beasts I did not bring to you. I bore the loss of it by myself. Of my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. It was like this with me. By day the heat consumed me, and the cold by night, and my sleep fled from my eyes. Okay, we're going to drink there. That's a social for drama queen. I understand they are in the wilderness, and he is tending to flocks. That has to be some hard outdoor work. But for 20 years, the heat of the day consumed him, and the cold by night. Did he not have a blanket? Did he not sit in any shade? Did Laban make him sleep outside with the animals? I mean, this is ridiculous. He has 2 wives, which are both Laban's daughters, and a bunch of kids, and he may be subordinate to Laban in terms of hierarchy in this particular enclave. But the idea that he was just consumed at day by heat and consumed at night by cold makes it sound like he was a wild animal. Give me a break. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your $2 and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. That's the second time he's mentioned that, and that was never brought up in the text. Now, Laban is a sneaky dude, so maybe he did change his wages 10 times. But once again, all this stuff only comes out now when Jacob says, hey, we got to get the hell out of here. But it never came up in the narrative before about Laban changing his wages all these times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been on my side, surely now you would have sent me away empty-handed. God saw my affliction, and the labor of my hands rebuked you last night. Once again, we see that the authors of this text don't seem to have any clue of the lineages going on, because supposedly Jacob says, if the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac, no one would say that. You're referring to your father twice, and the God of my father, that's once your father, the God of Abraham, that's your grandfather, and the fear of Isaac. Isaac is his father. Nobody talks like that. Even ancient Hebrews can't tell me that they talk like that. That makes no sense. Laban and Jacob make a covenant. Then Laban answered and said to Jacob, the daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, the flocks are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do today about these granddaughters of mine, or about their children whom they have borne? Come now, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be a witness between you and me. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. Here we go again with Jacob, the mighty pillar builder, whose idea of a pillar is apparently find some crappy little stone and stick it on the ground, and that's a pillar. Okay. And Jacob said to his kinsfolk, gather stones, and they took stones and made a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jegar-Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. Laban said, this heap is a witness between you and me today. Therefore, he called it Gilead. That makes no sense. They just told us the previous sentence that Laban called it Jegar-Sahadutha. But there it says, the next sentence, therefore he called it Gilead. Okay, sure. Therefore he called it Gilead, and the pillar Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between you and me when we are absent from the other. If you ill-treat my daughters, or if you take wives in addition to my daughters, though no one else is with us, remember that God is witness between you and me. I love how they're trying to create these covenants when they lied to each other's faces for 20 years. What good does a pile of stones in the wilderness do? Fine. You're making covenants. That's great. Then Laban said to Jacob, see this heap and see the pillar, which I have set between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness that I will not pass beyond this heap to you, and you will not pass beyond this heap and this pillar to me for harm. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor judge between us. So Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac, and Jacob offered a sacrifice on the height and called his kinsfolk to eat bread, and they ate bread and tarried all night in the hill country. I want to make it clear here that they are trying to set up a boundary between themselves, basically saying, you stay on your side, I'll stay on my side. And in order to do that, they set up a heap, which from a mapping perspective is a point, as though that is a boundary. If you put a point on the map, you can argue that anywhere you go, you have not crossed that point. Because no matter where you walk around the point, you can say, well, I haven't really crossed it, because crossing it requires some kind of boundary, like a line, not a heap, a single point on a map. That is the silliest thing ever. Early in the morning, Laban rose up and kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he departed and returned home. And we have a social here for worthless word. Yes, let's all drink for worthless word. Why am I calling this worthless word? At the beginning of this exchange, it said, but God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream by night and said to him, take heed that you say not a word to Jacob, either good or bad. Well, he absolutely did say words to Jacob. When he first got to Jacob, he was definitely saying some bad words because he was accusing Jacob of stealing, and he was accusing Jacob of being deceitful. If those aren't bad words, I don't know what is. By the end of it, he's saying good words because he's making pacts with Jacob to not fight and to go their own ways. But either way, there are good words, there are bad words. God said to Laban the Aramean in a dream, take heed that you say not a word to Jacob, either good or bad. I don't know how you read that as being anything other than God commanding Laban to not even talk to Jacob. And yet almost immediately after that dream occurs, Laban absolutely overtakes Jacob and begins speaking with him and continues to speak with him through a number of paragraphs until we end up with the sad little pillar of agreement between them in the middle of the wilderness. And nothing happened to Laban. There are no consequences. God's words here where he said, take heed that you say not a word to Jacob, either good or bad, were pointless. I don't know why we have the narrative of the dream, because clearly God wasn't going to do anything about it if Laban did, in fact, say good or bad words to Jacob. So that word from God was worthless. Moving on to Genesis 32. Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, this is God's camp. So he called that place Mahanaim. That's all we hear in this passage about the angels of God, just that they met him. Met him and did what? Like, were they hanging out and drinking beer? Were they playing craps? What were they doing? Did he just walk up upon them? Or did the angels come waltzing into his camp like, yo, bro, it's the angels. What's up? I mean, some of these sentences, some of these little call outs, they're so random and they don't even move the story forward. And I don't even know why they're included. But hey, I guess that on his way, the angels of God met him. And he called that place Mahanaim. Sure. Jacob sends presents to appease Esau. Jacob sent messengers before him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom, instructing them, thus you shall say to my lord Esau, thus says your servant Jacob, I have lived with Laban as an alien and stayed until now, and I have oxen, donkeys, flocks, males, and female slaves. Okay, there's the social for slavery. Drink up for slavery. Oh yeah. And I have sent to tell my lord, in order that I may find favor in your sight. The messenger returned to Jacob, saying, we came to your brother Esau, and he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people who were with him, and the flocks and herds and camels, into 2 companies, thinking, if Esau comes to the one company and destroys it, then the company that is left will escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, return to your country and to your kindred, and I will do you good. Notice, once again, the authors have no idea what the relationship is between Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We're supposed to believe Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham. Abraham is not Jacob's father. He's his grandfather. Who the hell calls their grandfather father? But according to the authors of the Bible, which ultimately is supposed to be God, yeah, right, it says, Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac. So does he think he has 2 fathers? Or is it that the biblical authors couldn't get stuff straight? I am not worthy of the least of all the steadfast love and all the faithfulness that you have shown to your servant. For with only my staff I crossed this Jordan, and now I have become two companies. Deliver me, please, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I am afraid of him. He may come and kill us all, the mothers with the children. Yet you have said, I will surely do you good and make your offspring as the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted because of their number. I'm not counting that as an offspring coercion just because this is Jacob recounting again what God has already told him. So, okay, fine. So he spent that night there, and from what he had with him, he took a present for his brother Esau, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels and their colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. These he delivered into the hands of his servants, every drove by itself, and said to his servants, Pass on ahead of me and put a space between drove and drove. He instructed the one in the lead, When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, To whom do you belong? Where are you going? And whose are these ahead of you? Then you shall say, They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a present sent to my lord Esau, and moreover, he is behind us. He likewise instructed the second and the third and all who followed the droves. You shall say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and you shall say, Moreover, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he thought, I may appease him with the present that goes ahead of me, and afterwards I shall see his face. Perhaps he will accept me. So the present passed on ahead of him, and he himself spent that night in the camp. Jacob wrestles at Peniel. The same night he got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 maids, and his 11 children, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. He took them and sent them across the stream, and likewise everything that he had. Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. How do these 2 parts of the sentence even fit together? How does anyone think to even put this narrative together? He sends his wives and his kids away, and now he's left alone, and then, a man wrestled with him until daybreak. Are there random wrestlers wandering the wilderness looking for a match? Are there dudes walking around like, yo, bro, care to wrestle? Like, how does this happen? He's alone in his tent, no Netflix, no wine. He's probably sitting there all night just nervous and thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow with Esau. Next thing you know, dude shows up like, yo, bro, let's wrestle. When the man saw that he did not prevail against Jacob, he struck him on the hip socket, and Jacob's hip was put out of joint as he wrestled with him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the social for jumping the shark. If you have this saga going on where they're going back home and they're worried they're all going to be killed, and he's sending these people ahead to bring gifts to Esau, and then out of the blue, he's alone in the middle of the night and he wrestles with some dude all night. Okay, you're jumping the shark at this point. Then he said, let me go, for the day is breaking. But Jacob said, I will not let you go unless you bless me. Is this like eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a desert wanderer by his toe? So he said to him, what is your name? And he said, Jacob. Then the man said, you shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with humans and have prevailed. He has? Now, if you've read this before, you know where this was going, but this makes no damn sense. Then Jacob asked him, please tell me your name. But he said, why is it that you ask my name? And there he blessed him. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, for I have seen God face to face, yet my life is preserved. And there is a social for a contradiction. And the contradiction here is simple. We are told in multiple places in the Bible that you cannot see the face of God and live. However, we are also told in many other places of the Bible that people have seen the face of God and they have lived. So this is absolutely a contradiction. And it's so weird how it starts the narrative by saying, some dude just came and they wrestled all night long. And now we're told that this is God? Because if that is God, that does not speak very well for your God. Jacob apparently wrestled your God all night to a near standstill. The only thing that broke it, I guess, is that by the end of the morning, this God figure hurt his hip. That broke the stalemate. Your God is so mighty that one man can wrestle him to a standstill all night long. And I know I shouldn't go here. I know you don't want me to go here, but I'm going to say it anyway. If I told you I was in a tent in the wilderness all night long and some dude showed up and we wrestled all night, what would you think is happening? Come on, man. I don't have to paint this picture. You know damn well where your mind will go. Let's not be naive about this. The sun rose upon him as he passed Penuel, limping because of his hip. And it says Penuel. Is that supposed to be the same as Peniel? Is that like a typo? Because it's Peniel and Penuel. Are those two different places? I don't know. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the thigh muscle that is on the hip socket, because he struck God on the hip socket at the thigh muscle. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is another social. This one is for pitiful God, because your God is so weak that one man can wrestle him to a standstill. Yeah, that's mighty as hell. Genesis 33. Now Jacob looked up and saw Esau coming, and 400 men with him. So he divided the children among Leah and Rachel and the two maids. He put the maids with their children in front, then Leah with her children, and Rachel and Joseph last of all. He himself went on ahead of them, bowing himself to the ground 7 times until he came near his brother. But Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. When Esau looked up and saw the women and children, he said, "Who are these with you?" Jacob said, "The children whom God has graciously given your servant." Then the maids drew near, they and their children, and bowed down. Leah likewise and her children drew near and bowed down. And finally, Joseph and Rachel drew near, and they bowed down. Esau said, "What do you mean by all this company that I met?" Jacob answered, "To find favor with my Lord." But Esau said, "I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." Jacob said, "No, please. If I find favor with you, then accept my present from my hand, for truly to see your face is like seeing the face of God, since you have received me with such favor. Please accept my gift that is brought to you, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have everything I want." So he urged him, and he took it. Then Esau said, "Let us journey on our way, and I will go alongside you." But Jacob said to him, "My Lord knows that the children are frail, and that the flocks and herds, which are nursing, are a care to me. And if they are overdriven for one day, all the flocks will die. Let my Lord pass on ahead of his servant, and I will lead on slowly, according to the pace of the cattle that are before me, and according to the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord in Seir." So Esau said, "Let me leave with you some of the people who are with me." But he said, "Why should my Lord be so kind to me?" So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. But Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built himself a house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore, the place is called Succoth. So I don't know how we're supposed to take this. I don't know if after getting out of this bind and Esau being so kind as to welcome him and to not want to kill him anymore, does this mean that Jacob essentially fled again? Because the narrative says that Esau's like, "Hey, come with me to Seir." And Jacob's like, no, let me hang back because the flocks are slow and I don't want to overdrive them. I'm going to kill them. So please let me get there later. Esau says, "Let me leave some people with you, presumably for protection and aid." And Jacob says, "No, I'll get there on my own time." As soon as Esau's gone, apparently Jacob goes somewhere else, to Succoth. I don't know if that's some kind of shady deal, because I don't know if he gained something by going to Succoth and not to Seir, but it's kind of weird that they just throw this in here. Like, I'm not sure if this was once again Jacob being a sneaky little bastard. Jacob reaches Shechem. Jacob came safely to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, on his way from Padan Aram, and he camped before the city. And from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father, he bought for 100 pieces of money the plot of land on which he had pitched his tent. There he erected an altar and called it El Elohe Israel. So again, I guess we're supposed to believe that Jacob ditched Esau, and I don't think we see any follow-up on how Esau felt, but it's kind of weird after going through all that drama and wonderful reunion, then he just splits from Esau. That brings us to the end of 33. We're going to look at our scorecard. What do we have today? Well, we had one instance of everything. There weren't any multiple tallies here. So we had one instance each of contradiction, drama queen, jumped the shark, pitiful God, polytheism, slavery, split personality, and worthless word. And all of that was in 3 short chapters right here in Genesis. Thank you for joining me here on God-Free Bible Study. Please like, please comment, please tell me everything that I've screwed up down below. I'm sure that you will. I hope that you join me on future videos, whether it's for God-Free Bible Study or something else. If I have screwed up anything, if I have mistranslated, if I have been flippant or disrespectful in any way, I'd like to give this chance for Yahweh to speak up and correct me on anything that I have said. Anything, Yahweh? This is your shot. We don't have all day. Okay, there you go. Yahweh endorses this video. So thank you for being here. Please like, please subscribe. And until next time, lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical. Hello and welcome back to God-Free Bible Study. I'm boy, Adam of Nola. Today we are going through Genesis 34 through 37. Before we get started, I want to give you a scorecard so you can keep track at home. Today we're looking for instances of endless retellings, foreskin follies, jumped the shark, offspring coercion, overkill, polytheism, pointless lineage, sexual assault, split personality, and worthless word. I highly recommend you load up on some happy juice because sober Bible reading is a sad Bible reading, and ain't no one wants something like that. So getting into Genesis 34 starts on a very dour note. The heading is literally the rape of Dinah. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to visit the daughters of the region. When Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the region, saw her, he seized her and lay with her by force. Yes, unfortunately, our first social is not a happy one. It is for sexual assault. And his soul was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. So Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Get me this girl to be my wife." If ever you needed evidence that this book is written by ancient old Hebrew men who have disgusting patriarchal ideas of sex and how women are treated, all you have to do is read this. They start off strong by admitting that Shechem had raped her. But then it says, and his soul was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. Ew, that is so gross. Why would you even put that in the text? Even if that was the behavior of Shechem, that's disgusting. And that is the action of an incel. And to think they would add this narrative just proves the men who wrote this book, or if you want to go here, the God who wrote this book, has no idea how sexual assault plays out and the toll it takes on people, especially women. Now Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter Dinah, but his sons were with his cattle in the field. So Jacob held his peace until they came. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him, just as the sons of Jacob came in from the field. When they heard of it, the men were indignant and very angry because he had committed an outrage in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing ought not to be done. Once again, the narrative here is disgusting. Yeah, it says, for such a thing ought not to be done. I guess I'm glad they made that clear. It's better than other parts of the book where horrible things happen and there is no context given about this being bad or unacceptable. So I guess I shouldn't complain. But just the way they write this, like the readers have to understand that raping someone is a bad thing. Okay. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, "The heart of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him in marriage. Make marriages with us. Give your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. You shall live with us, and the land shall be open to you. Live and trade in it, and get property in it." Shechem also said to her father and to her brothers, "Let me find favor with you, and whatever you say to me, I will give. Put the marriage present and gift as high as you like, and I will give you whatever you ask me. Only give me the young woman to be my wife." Maybe you should have started by not raping her first. Then you wouldn't have had to go through all of this crap. Maybe you should have started with something that was, I don't know, about 42 steps below rape. But hey, what do I know? The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and his father Hamor deceitfully, because he had defiled their sister Dinah. They said to them, "We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that would be a disgrace to us. Only on this condition will we consent to you, that you will become as we are, and every male among you be circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters for ourselves, and we will live among you and become one people. But if you will not listen to us and be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and be gone." You'll see that they're going somewhere with this, but it's still kind of gross to think that they are bargaining that if you circumcise yourself, then you can have our sister whom you have just raped. Their words pleased Hamor and Hamor's son Shechem, and the young man did not delay to do the thing because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. Now he was the most honored of all his family. I love how after telling us he's a rapist and that he totally acts like an incel, then it says that Shechem was the most honored of all his family. Maybe that's true, but man, that does not say anything well for the rest of his family. So Hamor and his son Shechem came to the gate of their city and spoke to the men of their city, saying, "These people are friendly with us. Let them live in the land and trade in it, for the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters in marriage, and let us give them our daughters. Only on this condition will they agree to live among us, to become one people, that every male among us must be circumcised as they are circumcised. Will not their livestock, their property, and all their animals be ours? Only let us agree with them, and they will live among us." And all who went out of the city gate heeded Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of his city. So first of all, this is a social for foreskin follies, because nothing God loves more than a nice pile of foreskin. This is also a double social, because here I'm calling this another instance of jumped the shark. Why am I calling this jumped the shark? Because Shechem, the filthy little rapist, got so enamored with the girl he raped that he then decided to enter into this deal with Dinah's brothers. The deal was not just that he gets circumcised, but that all the other men in the city get circumcised too. Now, you're telling me that he went back to the city and told all the other men in the city, "Hey, this girl I just raped, and now I want to be her husband, won't let me do this unless we all get circumcised." And the men supposedly went, "Okay." Come on, man. With every male friend I've ever had, if I said to them, "Dude, I have a big sack full of $100 bills and you can have the whole damn thing. All you have to do is cut off a piece of your penis," they would all say no. For most men I've known, there is no reward, money, land, or riches that will somehow get them to say, "Sure, cut off a piece of my penis." That is not how dudes work. And you're going to tell me every man in the city agreed to this. Why? So they could trade with Jacob and his family? Come on, man. This makes no sense. I almost think this was written by a bunch of eunuchs or people that don't have any material down there. They don't have any equipment, because any dude who's got some junk is going to read this and go, "Come on, man. You might get Shechem to agree to this. You might get maybe a few dudes in the city to agree with this if they think it's in their best interest. But you're not getting all the dudes to line up and get a piece of their pee-pee chopped off just so that Shechem can be married to the woman that he raped. This makes no sense. And this is completely jumping the shark. Dinah's brothers avenged their sister. On the third day, when they were still in pain, two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and came against the city unawares and killed all the males. This is another social, ladies and gentlemen. This is another instance within a couple sentences of jumping the shark. Not only are we to believe all the men agreed to have a piece of their penis lopped off, but then 3 days later, two guys show up and kill all the males. I understand they're trying to communicate this act of deception where Simeon and Levi got them to undergo circumcision. Now the guys are in pain and now they're helpless. And Simeon and Levi go in and slaughter all the men. But I don't care how much pain they were in. It doesn't tell us how many men were in the city. Maybe if it was a village, there were 20 or 30 men at least. If it was a city, it would be 100 or a couple hundred, who knows? But even if it's only 20 or 30 men in pain, the idea that you could slaughter all of them with no resistance, I might be in pain, but at some point it's going to become obvious that these guys are running around slaughtering people. And the guys that are in pain, even though they are in pain, would be picking up weapons and trying to defend themselves. The idea that Simeon and Levi slaughtered everyone by themselves, even knowing that all those other guys had just recently gone through a circumcision, it just beggars credulity, man. It says they killed Hamor and his son Shechem with a sword and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went away. And the other sons of Jacob came upon the slain and plundered the city because their sister had been defiled. They took their flocks and their herds, their donkeys, and whatever was in the city and in the field. All their wealth, all their little ones and their wives, all that was in the house, they captured and made their prey. Let me read this again. All their wealth, all their little ones and their wives, all that was in the houses, they captured and made their prey. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a social for, it's a double social actually. It's a social for overkill, so drink up for overkill. And it's a social for worthless word. I'll get to that in a second. Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have brought trouble on me by making me odious to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. My numbers are few, and if they gather themselves against me and attack me, I shall be destroyed, both I and my household." But they said, "Should our sister be treated like a prostitute?" Now, to our socials, I want to point out a few things. This is absolutely an instance of overkill, and it's really sad and egregious. When you read this story, the first instinct is to read this as this glorious thing of revenge, because after all, it starts off the narrative by telling us Dinah was raped, which is traumatic and should never happen to anyone. But the result of this sexual assault is that Dinah's brothers went through and murdered and pillaged everything. They murdered all the men. They pillaged all the wealth. And as for the women and the children, I don't know what we are to take of this exactly, because it says they were captured and made their prey. Prey is not a word that you normally use if you're going to capture these women and children and take them as your own, as prisoners or slaves or concubines. It says that they took all the wealth and then all their little ones and their wives, all that was in the houses, they captured and made their prey. What happened to Dinah is disgusting, but does that justify wiping out an entire city? Think about it. For most of these people in the city, the men, their only crime, I guess, is that they were dumb enough to go along with getting a piece of their dick chopped off because their asshole prince was a rapist and was in love with the person that he victimized. Their crime was to go along with the prince. And as far as the women and children, what was their crime? Why should they become prey? Should it be because they were so horrible as to live in a city where the prince is a disgusting person? Imagine you live in Washington, D.C., and the president's son does something disgusting. And as an act of revenge, someone comes in and kills you and your family, even though you have no connection to the president's son, even though you are not royalty, you are not a government official, but it doesn't matter because the president's son did something disgusting. This other party is going to come in and raid DC and kill you and your family and take all of your wealth and destroy everything that you own. How does that come near what anyone would call justice? Yet that is what we have in Genesis chapter 30. This is some Rambo level stuff. And that sounds really fun when you're going to the movies. You know, sometimes it's great to get a big old thing of popcorn and watch some big revenge fantasy like Rambo or like Death Wish and see this guy taking care of all these other bad guys. But when this is supposedly real life, the gross injustice here is galling. For all the Christians that want to cry, this isn't prescriptive, it's just descriptive. They're just describing something that happened. Okay, so what lesson am I to take from this disgusting story? Your God couldn't be bothered to indicate whether this was good or bad or overkill or whether any part of it was justified. They're just telling us a story. And you can hide behind this descriptive label, but that is a weak dodge because this entire book is held up by people across the world who want to use it as a moral compass. You have a story where Dinah was horrifically assaulted and justice should have been done to Shechem. But this was not justice. This was disgusting overkill where innocents had their lives destroyed because Simeon and Levi wanted bloody revenge. I put this down as a case of worthless word. Here's why. There was this ruse. Simeon and Levi said, get circumcised, and then you can have our sister and we'll intermarry with you. But circumcision is a covenant with God. They used a covenant with God as a means of slaughtering an entire city. Now, I understand these guys who all went off supposedly and got circumcisions because Shechem wanted him to. I'm sure that they were not Jews just by matter of the fact that they got circumcised. And I'm sure that they probably wouldn't have felt that they had any particular covenant in getting circumcised. Even if this did happen on any level, it only would have been so that they could please this Lord who they served under. But circumcision is specifically laid out by God to Abraham as a covenant. And the idea that you use this covenant and use it as a means to slaughter an entire city in a horrific act of unbalanced revenge, it speaks very poorly for your holy text. And the fact that nobody in here can put any type of context or any kind of story that says maybe this wasn't an ideal scenario. Maybe you shouldn't do this in your own life. The fact that God is silent is really disgusting. Genesis 35. God said to Jacob, arise, go up to Bethel and settle there. Make an altar there to the God who appeared to you when you fled from your brother Esau. And that is the social for split personality. We have God speaking to Jacob, telling God to make an altar there to the God who appeared to you when you fled from your brother Esau, which should be the same God who's talking to you right now. But hey, split personalities. So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, put away the foreign gods that are among you and purify yourselves and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, that I may make an altar there to the God who answered me in the day of my distress and has been with me wherever I have gone. And that is a social for polytheism. Jacob is not saying we should make an altar to God or the only God. He's saying we should make an altar to the God who answered me in the day of my distress and has been with me wherever I have gone. That is not the kind of language you use when there's only one God. So they gave to Jacob all the foreign gods that they had, and the rings that were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak that was near Shechem. As they journeyed, a terror from God fell upon the cities all around them, so that no one pursued them. Jacob came to Luz, that is Bethel, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all his people who were with him. And there he built an altar and called the place El Bethel, because it was there that God had revealed himself to him when he fled from his brother. And Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried under an oak below Bethel. So it was called Elon Bekath. Who cares? I'm sorry. I know that sounds crass, but we haven't heard anything about Rebekah. And now they have these two throwaway lines about Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and they buried her. I mean, sure, whatever. I mean, are we going to get another couple lines when the gardener dies, or when the wet nurse dies, or when the ranch hand dies? I mean, it's so random sometimes the way they throw in these lines that have no connection to the greater narrative, and we never hear these names again. But sure, Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, the first time we've heard of her, oh, guess what? She died and they buried her. Great. That's some good storytelling. God appeared to Jacob again when he came from Padan Aram, and he blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob. No longer shall you be called Jacob, but Israel shall be your name." And that is a social, ladies and gentlemen, for endless retellings. You have already told us that you've changed his name. And now we're hearing again that your name is Jacob, but no longer shall you be called Jacob, but Israel shall be your name, which we just heard about during the weird wrestling thing in the desert. He was called Israel. God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall come from you, and kings shall spring from you." Okay, that is a social for offspring coercion. Yes, just keep promising more descendants. The land that I gave to Abraham and Isaac, I will give to you, and I will give the land to your offspring after you. Then God went up from him at the place where he had spoken with him. Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he had spoken with him, a pillar of stone, and he poured out a drink offering on it and poured oil on it. So Jacob called the place where God had spoken with him Bethel. Notice again the anachronisms at play here. They started this passage by saying, God said to Jacob, "Arise, go to Bethel." And then at the end of the passage, it says, so Jacob called the place where God had spoken with him Bethel. So apparently, God told him to go to a place, Bethel, that at that point was not named Bethel. So how did Jacob know where to go? The answer is simple. Despite the desperate pleas of Christians and the apologists to try to tell you that this is all univocal and that there are no contradictions, the fact is these books were compiled by multiple people over many years. They tried to meld it all together, so you get these ridiculous contradictions where on one hand, he's telling him to go to Bethel, and then after he gets to Bethel, Jacob then names the place Bethel. Sure, but there aren't any contradictions. The birth of Benjamin and the death of Rachel. Then they journeyed from Bethel, and when they were still some distance from Ephrath, Rachel was in childbirth, and she had hard labor. When she was in her hard labor, the midwife said to her, "Do not be afraid, for now you have another son." Yeah, you're about to die, but at least you're going to squeeze out another son. Just more narrative that backs up this idea that the purpose of anyone with a vagina is simply to squeeze out as many kids as possible, and preferably as many male kids as possible. And even if you're dying in that process, there's no reason to be afraid because you're having a son. How is that helping Rachel? I don't think that's going to make her feel very good at this point because she's dying. As her soul was departing, for she was dying, she named him Ben-Ani. But his father called him Benjamin, which that's kind of a dick move. Like, she had this kid, this son. She died to bring this son into the world, and she named him Ben-Ani. And right away, Jacob's like, I'm calling him Benjamin. Screw that. And Rachel died, and she was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. And Jacob set up a pillar at her grave. It is a pillar of Rachel's tomb, which is there to this day. I don't think it is there to this day. And especially if the pillar was another one of these stupid little rocks with some oil on it. It's definitely not there to this day. Israel journeyed onward and pitched his tent beyond the Tower of Eder. Notice in this paragraph alone, they're referring to him as Jacob, then as Israel. Like they can't make up their mind whether he's Jacob or whether he's Israel, whether he's Israel or whether he's Jacob. While Israel lived in that land, Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard of it. And once again, random crap that they throw in. It says Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard of it. Okay, what happened? I don't know. That's all the story we get. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's maid, Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Zilpah, Leah's maid, Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. And that's a social for pointless lineage, because nobody cares about these stupid names. The death of Isaac. Jacob came to his father Isaac at Mamre, or Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had resided as aliens. Once again, he's Jacob. Israel, Jacob, Jacob, Israel. Why do they keep switching? Now the days of Isaac were 180 years, and Isaac breathed his last. He died and was gathered to his people, old and full of days, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis 36 is just one long, pointless lineage, so drink to that. We're not going to read all this lineage because it's boring and nobody cares. But we have Esau's descendants. Then we have the clans and kings of Edom. And it's a lot of names. And it's a lot of clans. And it's a lot of kings. And nobody cares. So cheers to pointless lineage. Finally, we come to Genesis 37. Jacob settled in the land where his father had lived as an alien, the land of Canaan. These are the descendants of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was shepherding the flock with his brothers. He was a helper to the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought a bad report of them to their father. So Joseph is a tattletale. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any other of his children because he was the son of his old age, and he made him an ornamented robe. Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat. But when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and could not speak peaceably to him. Once Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him even more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream that I dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field. Suddenly, my sheaf rose and stood upright. Then your sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to my sheaf." His brothers said to him, "Are you indeed to reign over us? Are you indeed to have dominion over us?" So they hated him even more because of his dreams and his words. He had another dream and told it to his brothers, saying, "Look, I have had another dream. The sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to me." But when he told it to his father and to his brothers, his father rebuked him and said to him, "What kind of dream is this that you have had? Shall we indeed come, I and your mother and your brothers, and bow to the ground before you?" So his brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. I know that Joseph is young at this point, but the only thing I can take from this is that Joseph is pretty stupid. If you and I work together and I have a dream that one day you're going to be stuck in the same job and I'm going to be the CEO of the company, I'm not going to come into work the next day and say, "Dude, listen to this dream I had last night." That's kind of a dick move. If I have a dream that I was going to sleep with your wife, again, I'm not going to tell you about that dream. First of all, because it's probably just a random stupid dream. It probably doesn't portend anything. But even if I thought it did, I'm not going to walk in and tell you, "Dude, listen to this dream I had about you." Like, that's just not too bright. And I know Joseph is young, but man, you got to wise up, son. You got to wise up. Joseph is sold by his brothers. Now his brothers went to pasture their father's flock near Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers pasturing the flock at Shechem? Come, I will send you to them." He answered, "Here I am." So he said to him, "Go now, see if it is well with your brothers and with the flock, and bring word back to me." So he sent him from the valley of Hebron. He came to Shechem, and a man found him wandering in the fields. The man asked him, "What are you seeking?" "I am seeking my brothers," he said. "Tell me, please, where they are pasturing the flock." The man said, "They have gone away, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them at Dothan. They saw him from a distance, and before he came near to them, they conspired to kill him. They said to one another, "Here comes this dreamer. Come now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. Then we shall say that a wild animal has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams." But when Reuben heard it, he delivered him out of their hands, saying, "Let us not take his life." Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood. Throw him into this pit here in the wilderness, but lay no hand on him, that he might rescue him out of their hand and restore him to his father." So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, the ornamented robe that he wore, and they took him and threw him into a pit. The pit was empty. There was no water in it. Then they sat down to eat, and looking up, they saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead, with their camels carrying gum, balm, and resin on their way to carry it down to Egypt. Then Judah said to his brothers, "What profit is it if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him, for he is our brother, our own flesh." And his brothers agreed. When some Midianite traders passed by, they drew Joseph up, lifting him out of the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, and he took Joseph to Egypt. I don't understand how Midianite gets thrown into the middle of this. It says they saw the Ishmaelites, and then it says when some Midianite traders passed by, and then it says they sold them to the Ishmaelites. This narrative is so choppy and at times just makes no sense. I also want to know, how did slave trading actually work back then? Because this feels a bit incredulous to me. Are we to believe that any person who's tied up is essentially yours to make into a slave? If I could burst into your tent at night, overpower you, and tie you up, I can sell you the next day? I mean, I understand they didn't have ID, and maybe the traders didn't know who they were trading back and forth, but it seems weird that all it takes to sell your brother into slavery is to gang up on him and then hand him over to traders and he's a slave. When Reuben returned to the pit and saw that Joseph was not in the pit, he tore his clothes. They don't make it at all clear why Reuben wasn't there in the first place, but okay, fine. He returned to his brothers and said, "The boy is gone, and where can I turn?" Then they took Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat, and dipped the robe in the blood. They had the ornamented robe taken to their father, and they said, "This we have found. See now whether it is your son's robe or not." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. A wild animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his garments and put sackcloth on his loins and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and all his daughters sought to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted and said, "No, I shall go down to Sheol to my son, mourning." Thus his father bewailed him. Meanwhile, the Midianites had sold him in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Again, they're Midianites now. They were Ishmaelites, then they were Midianites, then they were Ishmaelites, and now they're Midianites again. I don't understand this at all. But that is the end of Genesis 37. What does our scorecard look like? Well, we had 2 instances of pointless lineage. And for everything else, we had 1 instance. Those were instances of endless retellings, foreskin follies, jumped the shark, offspring coercion, overkill, polytheism, sexual assault, split personality, and worthless word. What a fun journey through 3 more chapters of Genesis. Thank you for joining me. If I have screwed anything up, Yahweh, you're always free to chime in. Yeah, I can never get him. I don't know. Maybe he's changed his number. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. But I'm going to assume at this point that he endorses this. Thank you for being here. Please leave your comments below. Please like, please subscribe. And until I see you again, lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical. Hello, YouTube. We are back with Skepticus, and this is your boy, Adam. We are diving back into our Bible series here with Genesis. We're going to start off with Genesis 38. Just to get you up to speed, as a quick synopsis, in Genesis 37, we were introduced to Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat and his selling into slavery by his oh-so-wonderful brothers, and then telling his father that he was dead and torn up by animals. So that is where we're at right now with our Bible verses and chapters, and we're going to dive right into chapter 38. This is titled Judah and Tamar. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There, Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and made love to her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son who was named She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kezib that she gave birth to him. So Judah is getting down with a Canaanite woman, which I have no problem with. I just think it's funny because everyone else before him was like, don't go with those Canaanite women. So at least Judah is not the bigot that everyone else is. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. I want to point something out here, that throughout Genesis, we have these stories that keep cropping up of mankind being wicked, cities being wicked, people being wicked, and routinely the punishment for wickedness is death. Now, in an old school Christian mindset, you might say, yeah, exactly. If you're wicked, God's going to strike you down. But at no point anywhere here has anyone indicated what is this wickedness. Right after Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, and only a few short number of words and verses later, and we are suddenly told that the people of the earth are wicked, and God is regretting that he's even made us in the first place, and he's going to wipe us out. But at no point in that whole diatribe and the whole process of flooding the earth and committing mass genocide does God ever say, okay, here's what the wickedness was. Were they murdering, raping, and pillaging 7 days a week? Were they telling some lies? Were they cheating on their taxes? Were they leaving the seat up? I literally don't know what wicked means in this context. I know what wicked means to me, but even to me, there's a lot of gray area about what is wicked, what is not. I don't know. But God committed mass genocide and wiped out almost every human on the face of the earth and every animal because mankind was wicked. I don't know what the animals did to deserve that, but we covered that in a prior video. When Sodom and Gomorrah were wiped out, granted, they did give us a very visceral example of the wickedness with the men clamoring at the door and saying, send out these two men so that we can have sex with them. But they never explained, is this everyone in the town is wicked? Are the women just as depraved? And is it all sexual depravity? Or is there some other kind of wickedness? Are the children born this way, that they just pop out of the womb having deviant sexual thoughts? Don't know. And then once again, it's been a little while since we've had this God striking people down. We did just see the whole Rambo effect of Simeon and Levi wiping out a whole city in vengeance to avenge their sister. But we haven't seen the Lord really swinging the axe lately. But here, out of nowhere, we get this whole little narrative about Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Okay. At some point, and I know that as we keep reading this and you get into Exodus and all this, Lord will come down with the 10 commandments. And then when we get into things like Deuteronomy and Numbers and Leviticus, they're going to have all kinds of laws for us then. They're going to go buck wild with the laws at that point. But so I guess you could just say, hold on. But I still think it's really strange and borderline irresponsible to put a narrative out like this and just be like, and was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Maybe you don't care because it almost seems like a throwaway line, but I feel like this just feeds into the toxic narrative, which is that if God doesn't like it, it's bad. And if God loves it, it's good. And there is no other answer needed. We don't need any explanation. God said that was wicked, so is gone. Okay, fine. So then Judah said to Onan, sleep with your brother's wife and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother. First of all, ew, like, why is dad getting involved in this? Why is dad making sure that, okay, you need to go sleep with your brother's wife and fulfill this duty? I know there are other narratives from the ancient world, some that are not specifically Bible related, that talk about what you're supposed to do with your brother's wife when he dies and all this other stuff. But ew, like, why is dad orchestrating this? But it says, but Onan knew that the child would not be his. So whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from providing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight. So the Lord put him to death also. Ew. Now, again, I guess this case, we see what wicked is. Wicked is if you spooge on the floor, if you don't fill her up. Sorry to be crude, but this is crude. If you don't fully impregnate this woman, then that is wicked and deserves death. You were told, go screw your brother's wife. Specifically by dad to say, hey, you need to go knock her up. And you're not happy with that, which I would prefer if you weren't happy with that, you just would have told him, no, I'm not doing that. But I get it. There are some complex family dynamics that go on. There's old world responsibilities that some people feel they have to live up to. So maybe you don't feel like telling dad. But what do we get instead? I just had to check really quick because one time I did one of these videos and the mic was off the whole time. So sometimes I just keep checking. But now, instead of telling dad, no, I ain't doing that. Instead, you have sex with your dead brother's wife, and you don't want to knock her up. So you take part in the oldest birth control method known to man, which is he pulls out. This is the first recorded instance in history of pullout. All right. Keep that in mind. And for what, I don't know, but sometimes it's good to see, yes, this is the first time in history we know that someone we have recorded. I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened. People figured that crap out real early, I'm sure. But this is the first time it's been recorded that pullout was a verified method of birth control. I'm sure it was just as effective as pulling out is today, but nevertheless, it seemed to be too effective for him, because then what he did was wicked in the Lord's sight. So the Lord put him to death also. I have to ask too, as I've just pointed out, this hasn't been spelled out anywhere here in the Bible. I know that there was other stuff that went on at this time that's not in the Bible, because the Bible is pretty terse in most places. But is there somewhere here that the Lord made these rules known? Was it written? Was it carved in stone? Was it preached from somewhere? I would hope so. But then again, this is the Bible. This is the record of, amongst other things, God's laws passed down to man. And yet at this point in the Bible, which is many years after creation at this point, we still have no accounting for what is wicked and what is not in the eyes of God. And if you want to tell me you should just know what wicked is, then shut your mouth. Because if you have not gotten into Leviticus and some of these lawyeristic books, then, and if you don't know in fine detail what all the laws are that are passed down, then you don't even realize how picky and weirdly specific some of these laws are. So I don't want to hear that we should just know what's wicked, especially not if you had said to me, pulling out will be considered wicked, I would have been like, what? That's wicked? When did that happen? When did this become wicked? I would not have known this. Is this what Ur did? Because Ur says, but Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Did Ur pull out too? I don't know. It doesn't tell us. I guess if they tell us why Onan was murdered by God, then maybe we should assume there was something else that made Ur wicked, because otherwise you'd think they would tell us the same thing. But you don't really know. Was he pulling out? Was he jacking off in his own time? I'm not sure. So now in the span of, 4 or 5 verses, we've had 2 successive people summarily put to death by God for wickedness. One wicked, we don't know exactly what it was. The other wicked was because the dude had the audacity to pull out. Okay. Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, live as a widow in your father's household until my son Shelah grows up. For he thought he may die too, just like his brothers. He said, don't give Shelah to her right now, because he might be immediately struck down by God too. So Tamar went to live in her father's household. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah, to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hirah, the Adullamite, went with him. When Tamar was told, your father-in-law is on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep, she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat down at the entrance to Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that, though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face. Not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law, he went over to her by the roadside and said, come now, let me sleep with you. Okay, first of all, when did the covering of your face come to mean you're a prostitute? What? She's sitting by the side of the road she's covered her face, and Judah saw her and he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face. Was that the custom at the time, that if you were a hoe, you put on a veil? Because nowadays it's like the opposite, right? Especially in the Middle East. It's, if she's showing her face, then, then she might be a prostitute. You have to be. And I know some of this was referring to Islam and not Christianity, but we're talking about ancient Moors. So I really wonder how it is that we went from today, especially in the Middle East and some cultures, if a woman shows her face, she is somehow at least cheap, if not a prostitute. And yet, going back to biblical times, it's like it's completely reversed. How does that happen? How does he think that she's a prostitute? Because she had covered her face. And then it says, not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law, he went over to her by the roadside and said, come now, let me sleep with you. So his one son, was just summarily executed by God for being wicked. We don't know why. We don't know exactly what constituted wicked. The other, Onan, was also summarily executed by God for being wicked, although this time we know it's because the guy had the audacity to pull out. But then it says Judah is picking up hoes. He is out hoeing about. Hey, prostitute, come on. Now, is he going to get struck down? I would not endorse this. I'm all about the hoes, but is he going to get struck down now? And if he does, shouldn't he have known better? Because everyone around him is getting struck down dead by God for being wicked. But let's see. And what will you give me to sleep with you? She asked. Keep in mind, she knows who this is, but she's asking him, and what will you give me to sleep with you? And he says, I'll send you a young goat from my flock, he said. Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it? She asked. He said, what pledge should I give you? This is a serious negotiation going on with your hoes. Your seal and its cord and the staff in your hand, she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. So this wasn't just her like trying to see if she could catch him in this. Like, no, she was going to go through with it. And she did. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend, the Adullamite, in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, where is the shrine prostitute who was beside the road at Enaim? There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here, they said. Also, shrine prostitute. What does that mean? I guess it just means that, hey, these are the hoes that hang out at the shrine. But for all of the biblical fire and brimstone and the crappy old world viewpoints that all the men, have, no one actually goes by and tells the prostitutes to get away from the shrine. Come on, man. Get the hoes away from the shrine, man. No one does that. They're fine with the hoes being outside the shrine. Okay. So he went back to Judah and said, I didn't find her. Besides, the men who lived there said there hasn't been any shrine prostitute here. Were there always shrine was it a feature of the shrine that welcome to the shrine, come, sacrifice, worship, and get you some hoes? I don't know. Maybe that was like part of the whole service that was provided at the shrine. Then Judah said, let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughingstock. In other words, don't go after this hoe, because at this point, if I keep asking her out, then people are going to realize what I did. After all, I did send her this young goat, but you didn't find her. About 3 months later, Judah was told, your daughter-in-law, Tamar, is guilty of prostitution, and as a result, she is now pregnant. Judah said, bring her out and have her burned to death. Okay. So soliciting hoes, that's not a problem. Don't worry about that. Oh, but she's a hoe? Oh, burn her to death. Okay. Yeah, that makes total sense. I get it now. Wow, this is great. I love the Bible. As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. I am pregnant by the man who owns these, she said. And she added, see if you recognize whose seal and cord and staff these are. Judah recognized him and said, she is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah, and he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand. So the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his wrist and said, this one came out first, because we always have to make sure we know which one's first, so that we know which one to treat like a little prince and which one to treat like shit. Yeah. But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out, and she said, so this is how you have broken out. And he was named Perez. Then his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his wrist, came out, and he was named Zerah. There's just so much that's just jacked up about this. When he finds out that his daughter-in-law is guilty of prostitution. Yeah, you were the one to tell people to get burned to death because of prostitution. Wow. Never at any point, he does say at the end, she is more righteous than I. So I guess he's admitting, yeah, she's cool and I'm actually the one that's not cool. But that's it. No, oh, wow, I was going to kill you and murder you and have you burnt. Oops. No. That story is so messed up on so many levels. The fact that she knew she was sleeping with her father-in-law and that she didn't say, ooh, maybe I should tell him this is not what you think it is.
And even the whole thing here where it says, about 3 months later, Judah was told, your daughter-in-law, Tamar, is guilty of prostitution. As a result, she is now pregnant. Now, did she actually become a hoe? Was she out all the time doing this? And if this is the case, I just want to point out that the woman was twice married, okay? Or at least once married and once had the brother-in-law who was supposed to come knock her up, and at least she'd be part of the household. I'm not saying that's good, but at least she'd be part of the household. And both times God came into these men and went, oh, no, you dead. You're wicked. You pulled out. And the other one's wicked for some reason. So he's killing everyone around her. So if she is hoeing about, I don't really know if I can. I'm not one to condemn sex workers anyway, but even if we wanted to accept that these are old school mores and biblical times and prostitution is bad, don't do it, fine. But why is she, even if she is a prostitute here, why is that, God? How did she come to being a prostitute, God? I wonder if your actions had anything to do with this, God. Okay. Let's go on to Genesis 39. Also, I'm going to say this really quick too, because I've read through this in advance. This is the story of Judah and Tamar. It's stuck in a weird way. It doesn't seem to have much to do with anything else. The last chapter before this, Genesis 37, was the introduction to Joseph and his abduction, or selling into slavery, if you will, however you want to call that. The lying and telling his father that he's torn apart by wild animals, which is heartbreaking to think of his dad, although his dad was an asshole. And then we go to this whole thing about Judah and Tamar. And I think, okay, if you were reading for this for the first time, I would think, oh, maybe now we are going to be following the story of Judah and Tamar and this guy and his daughter-in-law and all this. And maybe Tamar becomes like a central figure in the story. No, not really. I don't think she's even mentioned again, at least in subsequent chapters. I don't know if her name ever even comes up in the Bible again. Which is fine. Everyone doesn't have to be a major character for the entire damn Bible. But then why did you tell us this story? To tell us don't pull out? To tell us that God is going to randomly murder people because he's just decided one day they're wicked, even though there's no definition yet of what wickedness even is in the Lord's eyes? To tell us that prostitution is not cool when a woman's prostituting, but as long as the dude wants to get some prostitutes, that's fine. What is it you're trying to tell us with this chapter? I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows. I don't know if the most devout Christian knows. I'm sure they have some excuse they made up. It's God's plan. It's God's will. God's will was that book was there. Oh, okay. Sure. But now we were going back to Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Remember, he was sold into slavery to Potiphar. Now, Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar, I think it's Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph so that he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did, Joseph found favor in his eyes and became his attendant. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and of all that he owned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So Potiphar left everything he had in Joseph's care. With Joseph in charge, he did not concern himself with anything except the food he ate. Basically, you put your shit in the control of Joseph and you can go on autopilot. You could just go out and go fishing because Joseph's got this. But there are some things about this I got to call out really quick. First of all, I love how they explicitly say He came here, he was sold to Potiphar. So he is a slave. He is sold. He was in bondage from his brothers, and they put him in the cistern and they sold him to the Egyptians. And specifically, I guess he got sold immediately to Potiphar. He's a slave. And then it opens up here and it says he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. So he's already in a decent position. He's a house slave, as opposed to like work in the fields or something. When his master saw that the Lord was with him and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did, Joseph found favor in his eyes and became his attendant. I want to point that out because he's already mentioned in some of the prior chapters that is an attendant, someone, attendant. And I've said before that they love to throw around a lot of words for slaves, words that are not slave. And that's fine because we can have different words that indicate different roles that different slaves might have had. We don't have to just universally call every slave. But in this context, it can be problematic because Christians love to cling to any word that is not explicitly slave. And they'll hear, oh, he's an attendant. He's not a slave. No, that's not a slave. No, an attendant is still a slave, okay? It's just a slave that is more trusted. It's someone that you will actually trust with your stuff to take care of your stuff, but that's still a slave. Specifically, Bilhah and Zilpah, who were the attendants of Leah and Rachel, were both slaves. And when they said, when Rachel said, "Here, start doing Bilhah so that you can have kids in my name," that is taking your slave and giving her to your husband, which is sexual assault. When Leah, for a time at least, had stopped having kids or didn't think she could have more kids and wanted to keep the conception Olympics going, she said, "Here, take Zilpah." That is once again taking your slave and giving her to your husband to inseminate. That's sexual assault. So here, at least, they are making it clear where this word attendant comes from. It's not just an employee. It's not a trusted friend. It is a slave. It's just a slave you trust more. The other thing I want to point out here, which is a little strange to me, I'm glad that God loves Joseph and the Lord wants Joseph to do well. And his Lord knows that Joseph had a bad start with the whole brothers selling him into slavery. That's a crappy thing, right? But the Lord's looking out for him, so that's cool. But it says, from the time he put him in charge of his household and of all that he owned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. Which I only think is funny because I understand if the Lord was doing something to make Joseph's life easier, make sure he gets more food or better clothing, or that he's seen in a better light by the master, all that stuff could help Joseph, who really never deserved to be a slave in the first place. So good on you, Lord. But when you bless all of the master's stuff, I don't know if I'm, about you, but if I'm Potiphar, I'm thinking, man, I need to enslave more of these Hebrews. Because the Lord's blessing they're all coming down on all of my stuff. And it seems to be somehow tied to the fact that I have this Hebrew slave. So even if something were to happen to Joseph, and we know that it will, I would make sure that from here forward, I always had me some Hebrew slaves because I want that blessing of the Lord. You can either follow God and deal with all of his bullshit, or you can just get some Hebrew slaves and make sure you get all the same blessings. That seems like an easier path to blessings from the Lord to me, rather than have to deal with his rules and what animals I have to sacrifice. And he's telling me to randomly to sacrifice, take one of my kids to a mountain and sacrifice them. And he's telling me to attack these cities and all that. Or you know what? Just get you a Hebrew slave. That'll get all the Lord's blessing. It's like a great workaround. It's like a cheat code. If you want all the cool stuff from the Lord, like all the benefits of being part of the Israelite tribe, but you don't want to deal with any of that Israelite bullshit, just get you a Hebrew slave. And then the Lord will send blessings upon you. That's a great cheat code. Now, Joseph was well built and handsome. And after a while, his master's wife took notice of Joseph. Oh, yes, she did. And said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. "You sly fellow, you, with me in charge," he told her. My master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns, he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. That's a weird way to put that, but okay. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God? And though she spoke to Joseph day after day, he refused to go to bed with her or even be with her. One day he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants were inside. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me. Come get some of this." But he left his cloak in her hand and ran out of the house. When she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called her household servants. "Look," she said to them, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." Those nasty, evil women, you can't trust them. Can't trust them. That's why you can't trust women. Nope. She kept his cloak beside her until his master came home. Then she told him this story. "That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me. But as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." When his master heard the story, his wife told him, saying, "This is how your slave treated me." He burned with anger. Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there in prison, the Lord was with him. He showed him kindness and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. Maybe the Lord could have been with him in making sure the master's wife just wasn't interested in him. That would have been a nice way for the Lord to be with him. No? Whatever. Okay. But the Lord's still with him somehow. So the warden put Joseph in charge of all those held in the prison, and he was made responsible for all that was done there. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Quick note on this. I'm just going to say, for the most part, we clearly know that this is being told to us in a way to understand that Joseph's getting screwed over again. He didn't deserve to be sold into slavery. He didn't deserve to be put into prison. None of this is his fault. He is rebuffing the advances of the master's wife, which by any normal Jewish or Christian tradition would sound like the right thing to do. And it is. Yay on him. He sounds like a moral and upstanding guy. I just have to point out that when she first comes on to him, she says, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. "With me in charge," he told her, "my master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns, he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" Which is the right thing to say. I can't help but wonder if he wasn't treated well, if he hadn't already worked himself into a place of relative privilege for a slave in his master's house, then would he have had the same morals? There's nothing in the text to indicate that he would not have. But instead of just saying, "No, it is immoral and a sin against God for me to sleep with another man's wife, master or not," instead of taking that very simple but accurate moral ground, he muddies it up a little bit by saying, "Yeah, I've got all this stuff. I'm in a good position. Maybe if I wasn't so good, we could go out back for a little bit and have a little fun, but I don't want to endanger all this." The dude is unfairly enslaved anyway. There's no such thing as fair enslavement, but he was tragically enslaved anyway. So I'm not trying to persecute him for this choice of words. It's fine, but it's still not exactly the Christian superhero that some people would have you think it is. All right. But still, Joseph, doing well as he can, keeps getting kicked when he's down or kicked when he's up. I don't know. Although you could be really snarky and say, maybe this whole thing doesn't happen if you don't sit there and tell you all your older brothers. Jacob had 12 sons, okay? So he's telling all those older brothers, y'all going to bow down to me, mofos. I had dreams and y'all going to bow down to me. And even if it's true, I don't know if you go back and tell your brothers, that is not too bright. That's just not the best strategy. But anyway, here we are. So this is the end when we've gone now through Genesis 39. Let me look at time here really quick. So I'm going to do something that I have not really done in this reading series yet. I have skimmed past the lineages because I just feel like it's a slog to get through them, and there's really not much to say about them. It's so-and-so begat so and lived in the land of so-and-so. And I don't think you'll enjoy hearing those any more than I would enjoy reading them. So I usually just say, oh, there's a bunch of lineages in this chapter. And you know that if you've followed along even a little bit up to this point, you know that the format is I read and I comment and I read and I comment. Sometimes I comment a lot. Sometimes I comment a little. I'm actually going to just breeze through the rest of Genesis. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. We're moving into Genesis 40. So there's actually 11 more chapters, 40 through 50, and Genesis ends at 50. 40 through 50 is essentially the whole story of Joseph. Why am I not reading that? Am I getting bored or tired of my own series? No. Am I just trying to get out of Genesis as fast as possible? Maybe. I don't know. But honestly, I read through this because I always read them first just to make sure. I've read these multiple times before, but I read them before the videos to make sure it's all familiar to me and in my head. And I have to tell you that the story of Joseph it's a story. It's interesting. You probably know it already. I'll just skim through the highlights just to make sure that, just in case you've never heard of this. Then he goes to the prison, and from the prison, there are other prisoners who have dreams. We've already seen that Joseph's all about his dreams, right? And the other prisoners have dreams, and he tells the prisoners what the dreams will mean. And although it takes a little while for this to come back and help him at all, at one point, a few years down the road, one of these prisoners who got freed and was back in the good graces of the Pharaoh says the Pharaoh has these dreams, and the prisoner or the ex-prisoner says, you know what? I know someone who can interpret that dream for you. So they go get Joseph. He interprets the Pharaoh's dreams. He predicts this 7 years of plenty that coming up, which will then be followed by 7 years of famine. And he basically becomes this warden of the entire state of Egypt, where he is managing the grain stores, and he is making sure that certain amount of the grain stores are brought back, held back, so for basically forcing them to save for a rainy day. And then when the famine comes, it still sounds like the famine was bad, okay? And if I read through all these chapters for you in detail, I would say that there were still some problems to be dealt with, but they get through the famine. But during the famine, other nations, other peoples from outside of Egypt are coming to buy grain because Egypt is the only place now that has grain, thanks to the actions of Joseph. And who comes to buy grain because they're under famine as well? The household of Jacob. And then Joseph ends up meeting his brothers again. He puts them through this long, convoluted thing. That's why there are so many chapters here, and it is by biblical standards, it's pretty verbose. He doesn't tell them at first. He sends them back to his dad with these weird stories, and they're not sure what's going on. And then he says, you have to leave someone here as a prisoner. And he really plays a lot of mind games with them for a little while before finally admitting, yo, I'm Joseph. And then you're like, oh my gosh. This is because he recognizes his brothers, but they don't recognize him. Not only is he far older, he's 30-some at the time when they meet him. And I think he was sold into slavery at 17. So he's at least 13, 14 years older. But of course, he's probably made up like an Egyptian head of state, not like the Pharaoh exactly. All the Egyptians, even if you weren't of Egyptian blood, they had specific dress, the attire and the makeup, the eye, the way the Egyptians did their eyes and such. So he's probably hard to recognize. And there was a whole thing that went back and forth with that. But there's really not much about it that made me say, what the hell? There were little things here and there. I will say, I'm only going to comment on one thing with regard to these remaining pieces of the story of Joseph. And Genesis goes right up to the death of Joseph. It's his meeting the Pharaoh, his getting them through the famine, becoming essentially, he is really Pharaoh's right-hand man. Pharaoh basically says, hey, you run the country, other than you're only second to me. So I'm sure he's rich and powerful and all this stuff. But I'm only going to bring up one thing here. I'll just read through Joseph and the famine, which is the second half of Genesis 47. Okay, so it's not the whole chapter. There was no food, however, in the whole region because the famine was severe. Both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of the famine. So even though he's held back grain stores, I mean, that still doesn't mean that they were free and clear. The famine is still a famine. Joseph collected all the money that was to be found in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the grain they were buying, and he brought it to Pharaoh's palace. When the money of the people of Egypt and Canaan was gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before our eyes? Our money is all gone." So let me be very clear on this. Even though Joseph had advised Pharaoh, and Pharaoh took the advice to say, hey, in the years of plenty, hold back a fifth of all this grain. And they kept it in these stores all around the country in local granaries. And they had reasonable backlogs of grain, so much so that people were even coming from other countries to get grain. And he got all this grain from the people, the farmers and the people working the land. They basically said, we're going to hold back a fifth of your stuff. When the famine hit, did the people just get their stuff back? Is it like we're not getting any yield and we're going hungry? Can we get some of our grain back? No. When the famine hit, Joseph orchestrated a whole policy whereby everything in the granaries had to be purchased, even by the Egyptians. So even though the Egyptians were the ones that did all the farming in the years of plenty, and they had all these yields, and they took a fifth of all this, and I'm sure that wasn't a choice. I'm sure it was a royal edict that you are going to put a fifth of all your stuff in these government supply stores. Then at that point, when the famine hit, and now people are desperate, they got to come back and buy back the grain. Interesting there. And I bring this up not only because it's morally, again, interesting, but also it has very specific, I don't know why it won't focus on me. It has some very specific side effects here. And keep in mind that this was also the time when, after Joseph's brothers finally realized that Joseph is here and all this, and they all made amends, and he met his father Jacob again. Then Jacob and the rest of Joseph's brothers all went to live in Egypt, in Goshen, I believe it is. So they became naturalized Egyptians, and they were never considered Egyptians in terms of heritage. But he brings his family there. So this is why the Israelites are in Egypt in the first place, in the story. But it goes deeper than that, because Joseph is selling all this stuff back to the people, which is right away brings up kind of questions like, what? And I'm not saying he was pocketing all the money himself, although I'm sure he got rich. I'm sure he took his fair share, but most of this money is going to the Pharaoh and such. And these people are like, yo, we're out of money, but we're starving. So then Joseph says, then bring your livestock, said Joseph. I will sell you food in exchange for your livestock, since your money is gone. So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their sheep, and their goats, their cattle and donkeys, and he brought them through that year with food in exchange for all their livestock. Granted, it's keeping people alive. I can't get very mad at this, but you see where this is going? You're basically now draining all the people of their money after you've already forcefully held back a fifth of all their food for 7 years during the times of plenty. When that year was over, they came to him the following year and said, we cannot hide from our Lord the fact that since our money is gone and our livestock belongs to you, there is nothing left for our Lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes, we and our land as well? Buy us and our land in exchange for food, and we with our land will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate. So Joseph bought all the land in Egypt for Pharaoh. The Egyptians, one and all, sold their fields because the famine was too severe for them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude from one end of Egypt to another. I love that it literally has this line in there that Joseph reduced the people to servitude. However, he did not buy the land of the priests, because they received a regular allotment from Pharaoh and had food enough from the allotment Pharaoh gave them. That is why they did not sell their land. But everyone else, he basically used this whole plan that he came up with during the times of plenty, not just to keep the country alive, but to convert the country, the population en masse, into servitude. Okay. Joseph said to the people, now that I have bought you, it's literally what it says, now that I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh, here is seed for you so you can plant the ground. But when the crop comes in, give a fifth of it to Pharaoh. The other 4/5 you may keep as seed for the fields and as food for yourselves and your households and your children. Think about this for a second. Again, they had this 7 years of plenty, and thanks to the foresight of Joseph, reading Pharaoh's dreams, or God read the dreams through him, however you want to articulate that, they had the foreknowledge to know that, hey, we need to tell everyone that a fifth of your grain is going into these government stores. I'm sure they didn't buy the grain from people. I'm sure they just said, look, a fifth of the stuff now is going into government stores. So really, they, with no input from the people, they took the grain and a fifth of it and said, hey, this is getting held aside. That's ostensibly for their own good, but still. And now, when the famine hits and people are getting desperate as the famine is wearing on for 7 years, first they give you all their money, and at least they can eat that year. And then the next year they're out of money, so they say, fine, take all of our livestock, but at least we can eat. And then the next year they say, fine, have our land and we'll be slaves, but at least we won't die. And this is all to get the grain that came from them in the first place. Ew. But after they've sold themselves into bondage, that's what they did, because at a certain point, you're so desperate. And I know that some apologists will be like, that was their own choice. It wasn't their choice. They were given a raw deal in the first place, and then at some point, you'll do whatever you have to do to survive, even if it means making a deal with the devil, because that's what this is. This is like a deal with the devil right here. And then it says that they said, you have saved our lives. May we find favor in the eyes of our Lord. We will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Like, who says that? Yay, you saved our lives. We'll be in bondage to Pharaoh. No one said that. Come on. So Joseph established it as a law concerning land in Egypt, still in force today, which I don't know if that's true, but that a fifth of the produce belongs to Pharaoh. Even if the law is there today, it's not that it belongs to Pharaoh. It was only the land of the priests that did not become Pharaoh's. Now the Israelites settled in Egypt in the region of Goshen. Yes, those who coming from Jacob, who was otherwise known as Israel, and now they have become known as the Israelites. They have settled in Egypt in the region of Goshen. They acquired property there and were fruitful and increased greatly in number. Jacob lived in Egypt 17 years, and the years of his life were 147. Once again, they're calling him Jacob, even though he's also Israel. Never going to understand that. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, if I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Remember, we've seen this before. I guess this is an ancient thing, and I probably shouldn't sit here and giggle like a school kid at it, but every time I read that, come here and put your hand under my thigh. What is that? Who makes oaths this way? By putting your hand under someone's thigh. But okay, maybe this was a thing, I guess. Put your hand under my thigh and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt. But when I rest with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they are buried. I will do as you say, he said. Swear to me, he said. Then Joseph swore to him with his hand under his thigh. And Israel worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. So on one hand, I will tell you that part of the reason I skipped this whole story of Joseph is because there's not a whole lot here for me to hold up as wonderful or to say is horrible. It's just the story of Joseph. It talks about him getting sold into slavery, fighting great favor with his first master, then wrongfully getting put into prison, finding great favor with the Pharaoh. and then having this plan for the famine and the years of plenty followed by the famine, and then reuniting with his brothers and blah, blah, blah. And it's, in some respects, you could even consider it to be heartening. Of course, he eventually reunites with his brothers and with his father, Jacob. Yay, that's all good. But let's also not forget that it was Joseph who put in place the whole plan that brought the Israelites to Egypt in the first place, and then ensured that the Israelites, along with everyone else, were in bondage. They were reduced to servitude. Those are the words of the Bible. And those weren't just the words of the Israelites. Those were the words of the Egyptians, saying, we are reduced to servitude. Because while it may seem great that he averted catastrophe with his plans for the famine, I don't know, like, how good is that? Basically, you have turned the entire social system and economy of Egypt on its ear. Before this, I'm sure they had slaves already, so don't get me wrong. It's not like Joseph brought slavery to Egypt. He came to Egypt because he was unfortunately sold into slavery by his brothers. So it's not like he introduced slavery, but still, the idea that his system of forcefully taking a fifth of everyone's grain during the times of plenty, and then selling it back to them, and when they were out of money and out of livestock and out of land, saying, fine, you'll be a slave for us here forward. Ew. That's not cool. I understand the state has coffers. They have to maintain a budget. Even in ancient times, kings did have to worry. Kings and pharaohs actually had to worry about how much money was coming in and out to some extent. And nations could go bankrupt. It happened, not in the way that we think of bankruptcy in modern times, but some nations absolutely had bad money problems. So I'm not saying that they should have just administered all these stores of grain and then just handed it all back to the people for free. But to think that the result of this is that you've essentially taken a huge percentage of your population that was not previously enslaved, and now they are enslaved. And this was all administered by Joseph, one of the heroes of the Christian Bible. And of course, as we know, as we go next into Exodus, which will be the next video, that at some point this all becomes very problematic, doesn't it? And these slaves are not treated well, and God doesn't like the fact that his people aren't treated well. Ultimately, this comes down to Joseph, but ultimately it comes down to God. Because God was the one who made Joseph this one who could interpret these dreams, and he gave Pharaoh the dreams, but Pharaoh didn't know what to do with the dreams, so he called in Joseph. And the narrative makes it pretty clear that this is God's hand. And Christians would say, yeah, this is God's hand. This is God's will be done. And I think anyone who's not already brainwashed in this would go, ew. So before I end this video, we're going to do a quick synopsis, because we're, again, at the end of Genesis. I didn't read all the end of it, but like I said, it's the story of Joseph. But I just have to say, first of all, I have to say that this has been enlightening for me. I've read the Bible before, unlike a lot of Christians. Although I haven't really sat down and read it chapter by chapter, verse by verse, in quite a while. And even by my already cynical and skeptical standards, it's worse than I realized. It's worse than I remembered. I feel like every time I'm exposed to a lot of these things, it just gets worse. And it's not because I'm just becoming angrier and bitter, more bitter as I get older, although maybe that has something to do with it. But it's also because the further you get away from a focus, why won't you focus? The further you get away from this Christian brainwashing mindset, the harder it is to just by default see this stuff in a positive light. And the more the nastiness just screams at you. We start from the very beginning with God playing these disgusting games. He knows what humanity is. He made us. He plays this little game like, don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Of course they were going to eat from it. And then the whole fact that he doesn't want them to know the difference between good and evil, that's evil. That's gross. And then it's only a few chapters later that he's talking about killing everyone because they're wicked. But we have no definition of what God thinks is wicked, but they're wicked. And God, who supposedly, by some people's interpretation, is omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. Like for an omnipotent God, he doesn't seem to have a lot of options when he doesn't like the behavior of people other than kill them all. That just seems, or maybe he doesn't want more options because he's just, hey, this is a great option. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Like the Lord of the universe can't figure out a better way to deal with this. Christians talk all the time about, oh, the Lord put this thing on my heart. Maybe he should have put it on their hearts to not do the things that he thought were wicked. I don't know. That's just a random atheist talking. He comes up with covenants that have to do with genital mutilation. And later we see that the genital mutilation becomes a means for his own people to trick and slaughter others. He plays this horrible, disgusting game where it's like, how much do you really want to follow me? Because he takes someone who's already followed every single one of his commands and said, go sacrifice your son. And even though he didn't actually get the son sacrificed, that's a sick game that he played. And I don't know how anyone can hear that in good conscience and think that's a loving God. Just chapter by chapter, verse by verse, there's so much here that just comes out as weird, immoral, wicked. And so much of it even goes against the basics of what you learn in Sunday school. This idea that this is monotheism, time and time again throughout Genesis, through the specific verbiage that the Bible itself gives us, it gives us every reason to doubt that this is monotheism. And I don't care. If this was a pantheon of 50 gods, I wouldn't think any more or any less of it. I would still not believe in the religion or not believe in the gods. So it doesn't really matter to me except to say that you want us to really follow this book, but then every time you tell me what's in the book, it doesn't match what's in the book. The book does not act at all like it is a monotheistic tradition. That doesn't make any sense. The whole idea that God listens to prayer is disproven by Sodom and Gomorrah. Just every piece of this gets weirder and weirder. The people that we're supposed to hold up as the primary heroes of the early Bible seem disgusting. I've talked about this in previous videos. I get it. They're humans. Some humans do some bad things, but I don't just mean people make mistakes. They seem to make bad, nasty moral decisions, and they seem to be rewarded by God for those bad, nasty, immoral decisions. Every piece of it just gets weirder, and we're going to keep going through Exodus. Like I said, the only story I got through that I really didn't just think this person is disgusting as hell was Joseph. Although even then, like I just went through, his idea of how to deal with the famine was basically to enslave a whole nation. But maybe that's lawyeristic. I don't know. The rest of the book or the rest of his story doesn't make him sound like a bad person. I don't think he sounds nearly as gross as the other people. That's such a low bar. Oh my gosh. Like the lowest bar ever is at least you're better than God's chosen people in Genesis. Oh, wow. If that is all you can say good for someone, then you might as well just send them to hell, because if you can't do any better than God's chosen people from Genesis, you're probably basically the scum of the earth. But that's Genesis. I hope this is providing some value for someone. I know it's providing a ton of value for me, and every time I see this now, I think to myself, these people that are parroting the Bible and clinging to it, I don't think they've read it recently. I don't think they've read the whole thing. I think that they sit there with their concordance and do little searches based on, what does God say about this? What does Jesus say about this? And they pick out verses here and there. They pick out little things like, look, this is what the Bible says about it. This is what the Bible says about that. But no, just read it. Sit down and read it. Or maybe you don't want to. Honestly, if you're a Christian, maybe you don't want to do that because you may not like what you find. I hope you wouldn't like what you find, honestly. Anyway, thank you for joining us. This is Skepticus. This series has been an atheist Bible study, an atheist reading the Bible. We've gotten through Genesis. Still a whole lot more to go, but we've gotten through Genesis. Whew. Okay. Thanks for joining us. This is Adam, and you've been watching Skepticus.